When it comes to men,
I love Mia.
I'm dating Mia.
She's mine.
no one knows how to spice it up.
My ex-boyfriend was into videotaping me while I...
Wow.
Or dish it out.
The guy's a freak in bed. And he'd be like,
Who's your daddy?
that was the most he ever asked me about myself.
Like Mia.
They didn't know what hit him.
Amanda Peet, Whipped.
She's got you all whipped.
Rated R.
As for me, damn. My sister never told me how beautiful you were. She's gonna get it when she gets in from Colorado.
Colorado? I thought Jen lived in Boston.
Whatever.
Hi, leave a message for Matthew or Jennifer, and we'll call you back when we can. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Get ready.
Deserved a bonus based. The reason I joined up here was I was made a partner.
Dillon consults me. When I was brought into the company, they told me I was a partner, but
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
How could something so wrong be so right? I wish we didn't have to keep our love out of sight. Yeah. Living two lives just ain't easy at all. But we gotta hang on in there after all. Secret lovers, yeah. That's what we are, trying so hard to hide the way we feel. 'Cause we both belong to someone else, but we can't let it go. 'Cause what we feel is oh so real. In the middle of making love, we notice the time. We both get nervous 'cause it's way after 9. Even though we hate it, we know it's not that we go. We gotta be careful so that no one will know. Secret lovers, yeah, that's what we are. Trying so hard to hide the way we feel. 'Cause we both belong to someone else. But we can't let it go, 'cause what we feel is oh so real.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Curb Your Enthusiasm?
No.
It's better than Seinfeld.
I watched the first season and then I didn't like it, so I didn't watch anymore. But
yeah, it gets
I should
better.
have just lied then.
It gets better.
I should have just lied then and said I love it so much because now everyone's
You don't have to like
it.
You don't have to like it.
Wait. What are you talking about? It's the greatest show ever. No, I love the show. There.
Again, very
It's the
American
best show
show.
ever.
Very American show. It may
Oh,
be
you're
lost
right.
on Aussies, but it
yeah.
actually gets edgier and better. Like Larry David's acting gets better. Everybody becomes they add things. It's almost it's one of the only shows I can think of that's gotten stronger after 10 seasons. And it's
Mm-hmm.
actually better than Seinfeld at this point.
Is it
It actually
finished? Isn't it? Doesn't it keep
it's
finishing every few years? Every
yes.
5
He
years?
has like a
It's
fake
the end,
yes, it's the
ladies
end.
and
Right, right.
gentlemen. Yep.
Yes. It's pretty Horatius 763 obviously watches it. It's definitely worth a binge watch, and it's kind of what Seinfeld couldn't get away with. You could see you could see where Seinfeld comes from. Clearly, that it's all the genius of Larry David when you watch it. Anything edgy, anything interesting, all comes from him.
D, officer, crop D, crop you.
That's the same guy.
JD, of course, Kmart, yes, an institution in Australia, absolutely.
You are an institution in Australia. I realize that the only superhero you know, and it's a shame, if you know three, the Max, Spawn, and Batman. You're like Batman of this Deppening Justice League. If anyone knows how the Justice League operates, I know Autobot's mostly a DC guy, but forget any iteration of the Justice League. Batman's too cool to hang out with the rest of the Leaguers, so he does this move where he'll stalk them on rooftops, or he'll have them on surveillance in the Batcave, and he'll swoop in at the last second when they need him to act like he was above it all. They're planning and stuff. That's what you do. You'll play music. You will swoop in at the last second. No one knows. Your first name's a mystery. you are the Batman of the Deppening, and then you swoop in at just the right time to quote unquote save the day, as it were. Was that a fair comparison? There he goes. That's what Bruce Wayne would do. Smoke pellet on the ground. Smoke pellet on the ground. Australian grapple hook, boomerang grapple hook, and he's out of there.
You have nothing to threaten me with.
Is that a backward compliment or what? Is that a fair assessment of you?
Oh, sure, why not?
Yeah. Thank you, A. Smith.
Thank you,
Thank
though.
you,
I appreciate that.
Because it's a compliment. It is a compliment. Like the music, it's like you almost like if Batman played his own theme music before he swooped onto the scene with some weird it's not like a team with all these demigods should need a mere mortal like that who doesn't kill. But every now and again, he has a plan that none of them thought of. Why does a team with Superman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Shazam, Martian Manhunter, et cetera, need Batman, Green Lantern? Why would they possibly need a mortal rich guy? Because occasionally he has some psycho plan that helps them. And you're not that. I mean, you're much more talented than he is, but you know what I mean.
Everybody, listen to this guy. Thank you, John.
The greatest Joker ever, J.D. Filataro, is, by the way, Johnny Depp named one of his islands Heath Ledger. Heath Island. In Deppstein Island, he named these mini islands beaches after it's Pacino, Thompson, and Marlon Brando all got island names, and then he named Heath Beach was another one. I do agree that I think who is that? Pacino and what? The Lagoon.
Heat.
Oh, Heat. Oh, you love Heat. You love Michael Mann and fucking Heat. It's interesting. I say this all the time, not to bring if you're asking, the scene between De Niro and Pacino in that is exact. Now, Michael Mann directed Public Enemies, so he did the same thing in Public Enemies with Depp and Christian Bale, where they only have one little scene together, but people think they're in the whole movie together.
He's tried to mirror that stuff many times, like in Miami Vice, which was that was really bad.
It is
he
bad.
Tried to do the whole movie again as Heat. He tried to rewrite it again and that was, God, that was so hard to watch, and I expected so much. I made an effort not to read any reviews before I saw it in the cinema, and then I'm like, oh, you're doing that digital camera again, where it feels like
Oh yeah, I hate that
feels
shit.
like it's not real because it's so
Yes.
shit quality, like in Public Enemies. And I was sitting there with my buddy who just puts up with me sighing through these movies, and I was just turning to him going, oh, Michael, fuck. I don't even know.
That's a
like,
great,
Michael
that's
Mann,
a great
so
cinematic observation
disappointed.
by you. That weird film style he chooses, it actually detracts from the action. You know, you kind of,
Oh,
it
it
cuts
really
too
does.
much, and you can't focus on anything. I agree with that.
His most successful use of it was in Collateral. Like,
Yeah,
it
I agree with that.
still broke my train. It took me out of it, but Tom Cruise was very, I think, effective in that movie. So he used it in bits with Tom Cruise being extremely violent, and it was all right. But
steal the show again.
yeah, that was, well, I didn't think he stole the show. I thought they should have cut his scenes down, man.
Yeah,
It
I
took
thought
so long.
people love him
Him
in that.
driving in that taxi. I gotta one day, I'm not gonna be driving this taxi anymore, man. Oh, one day. And then he's got the postcard or whatever. All right, I'm not gonna go into it, but you know.
Oh, don't give it away. No spoilers.
I'm not going to give away the secrets at the hour and 15-minute mark.
There's nothing worse when somebody yells at you for a spoiler for a movie that's 25 years old.
That's a
don't
big
give it
issue.
away.
We could do a whole show on people who get all upset. Don't just tell me about The Godfather. Don't tell me what happens at the end. Don't tell me what happens at the end.
Sarah is the anti-spoiler. Sarah gives shit away before the stuff comes out. She wants to spoil everything. She wants to make it like she knew something before you. Nobody spoils shit more than Sarah does. She'll read like bootleg copies and and then text you something about a movie you want to watch, and she loves spoiling.
Wow, that's a control factor. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's go here. She likes to hit people.
Welcome, Radio Gunk subreddit. I know you've been very active on there. I still can't get. I'm still on probation for the last 5 years. If you sign up for Reddit now, you can't. It's like it's harder to get. It's easier to get into. The Costco is easier to get into than Reddit now. You can't. You need a Costco
Again, I'm not
card
just
to get
saying
on
this.
Reddit.
You are so hard on yourself.
No. You have to gain like karma police Radiohead
Mm-hmm.
points. That's right, Sarah. And you have to, and if anything past 2025, if you decided to sign up, they have all these crazy rules now. It's a velvet rope. I cannot get on. I cannot get on. But hello to the Radio Gunk subreddit. You've been on a roll lately, shall I say? You've been on a
Well, I've been on a roll. Yeah, I did like 3 posts in like 30 minutes on there the other day.
You wanted my permission to post my biography to who?
I was
I confided
of
Miserable
course
Mouse. If I confide in anyone, it's Miserable Mouse.
You're on a roll with not replying to any of my messages at the moment. So that's I asked if you would like to add to my comments, and then no. The kids call it ghosted, man.
I hate ghosted.
Nothing. I can write you I can say I've got $10,000 in a suitcase here, and I'm ready to box it up and mail it to you. Do you want it? Ghosted. No reply. Doesn't want 10,000 in Australian dollars, which ain't worth much.
Welcome, A. Smith. Thank you, sir. Welcome, Ida Greenbacks. Great to see you back here. That's okay, Ida. And just for you, when I saw you in there, I pulled up this thing I completely forgot about. It's kind of a Steve Dahl clip, and we'll play that first because just because we love Ida, not just because you donate. I mean, anyone who can pause for the cause and donate, greatly appreciated.
Wino forever.
My Cymbalta Lexapro fund, which is truly that, almost like entirely to that.
Mr. Arm from Radio Gunk.
Sarah might as well be on the show. I think she has now logged more minutes on this show than the last show with her Laura Silverman
last show was
exit.
fantastic.
Let's not get into this loop.
We got to post a poll of who she sounds the most like, and we'll put like Natalie Maines and Laura Silverman.
Oh yeah,
Dr.
sure.
Cat.
That sounds good.
That's great.
Could you
That
shut
is a
up?
great poll by you.
No.
trouble. How much Laura Silverman did you go through? Welcome Autobot, Barbara DeRush, Tata
Heaps.
Toothy,
Like the whole first season.
Mm-hmm.
JD Villataro. How many total Dr. Cat seasons are there?
Oh,
Gracious.
can't remember.
Hit
Let's
like
say
and
2.
subscribe, everyone. I'm going to start because
Dr. Katz's office.
my favorite, one of the best mental health portrayals of a Gen X slacker in the history of all television is Ben Katz on that show.
Oh, he's so great.
He is a lost soul, right, who hangs out in his dad's office. He's like 26, right? He's just sort of chronically schlubby. He's unemployed. He's just very like hyper anxiety disorders, and his dad's a psychologist, and he just hangs out. He hits on Laura, right, all the time, if I'm not mistaken.
He just calls. He just
calls
she's
her,
sitting
right.
there, and she answers, and she just goes, "Hello," and he's like, "Hey, Laura, it's Ben."
Ben.
And she's like, "Oh," and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just sitting around. Just thought I'd call." You know the way he does. It's whoever the voice guy.
Oh,
is very good.
a comedian
I just
named
thought I'd call. You know,
it's a comedian named H. John Benjamin, and he's I think one of the co-creators of Bob's Burgers on Fox.
oh my God, you know everything. God,
No, I don't know everything. I know a lot of things, but that's
tell
I
us
happen to
about
know
Paul
that.
Giamatti's father.
Oh, the A. Bartlett Giamatti, the baseball commissioner. He was responsible for. He had this huge feud with Pete Rose, and when Paul Giamatti came along, like say circa '97, I was like,
Here he
wait a
goes.
minute. And then sure enough, he's his fucking son. He's
Sarah's
baseball.
going, "Oh, not this again."
Autobot's right. Larry David's dynamic with kids on that show. It is the ultimate politically incorrect way to fight with
Oh,
kids. Nobody fights with
Does he
kids
hate
better than Larry
them?
does.
He doesn't want them anywhere near him. Is that it?
Do you remember the episode of Seinfeld when Jerry curses at the little kid in the yogurt shop? He goes, "You little fuck, what are you doing?" Remember, he pulls his tape. He had a tape, and that kid Jeffrey pulled the tape out and destroyed his stand-up set. And Jerry cursed at him, and they made the whole episode around
and he
that.
had to apologize. Yeah, that's right. Who
Larry
was
does
the
that
mother?
every
Why
show.
did they know the mother of that kid? There was a reason that they knew that.
I don't
kid.
know.
I can't remember, but and
I
he
don't
goes,
know.
"Oh, F," and they bleep
Yes.
the F at the end. Yeah, continue.
Larry does that
Yeah.
every show. He basically fights with kids in that way every show. Does something inappropriate, like this clip I just showed you when he was driving by. He was obsessed with fucking West Side Story, and in West Side Story, it's a musical, and he goes, "Gee, Officer Krupke, Krupp you." So Larry's singing it in his car with the windows down, and it's meant to be "fuck you." So he's driving by this lemonade stand. This is Carol Leifer.
Oh, gee, Officer Krupke, Krupp you.
That's the same guy.
Wow.
And he's,
love you, baby, and it fits
That's
quite
good.
alright.
That's good.
that was the Green's daughter who decided to serenade Ted
Yeah, that's
Danson
the
and
best.
Mary
That's-
Steenburgen. Yeah, and he
That
cuts her
might be
off.
your best drop. I love that.
It's so that episode, man. You got that. I would put that in the time capsule, I think, because it's so embodies what that show is about. But
Insane awkwardness.
yes, and he doesn't censor himself around kids, and there's a dynamic
Ghost
of black
Rider.
people.
Hey,
But
do you want to hear my? Do you want to hear my Ghost Rider story? So,
all the dark heroes you love, JD Villataro and you, all the dark heroes.
oh no, not this!
Man,
Oh
Ghost-
God, if anyone wants to know, it's 7:24 a.m. here. Oh my
yeah, it's tough.
Ghost Rider, filmed in Melbourne, Australia.
Really?
And I was
Nicolas Cage
working,
one?
yes, the whole movie. And I was working across the road from where they filmed all of the gas station, which is like his hangout.
Yeah,
and I didn't even realize it until after the movie was made, because you where I was working, you'd just walk 1 minute down this laneway and you turn the corner and then it looked like you were in America. And they'd built this gas station, which your gas stations don't look like anything like. We call them petrol stations, mate, in Australia. But I remember I walked around there for some reason, probably going to have a cigarette and think about how much I didn't want to live at that time.
Do you dream about cigarettes? Do you dream about cigarettes? Jesus Christ! I don't know. I didn't even. I barely.
If you smoke, yeah, you do dream about cigarettes. They're awesome. They're the best. You love them. You get. Let me tell you something. When you buy, a bottle of Pepsi Max. That's what's like when you open a pack of cigarettes for the brand new pack and you sniff it. You're so happy, and then you get miserable because they're going fast because you smoke them all. Anyway, I walked around
the whole
the
argument,
corner,
right, about at the workplace. If you smoke, you get an extra 2 hours breaks compared to everybody
that's
else.
absolutely true, and nothing will ever change it. They should. I wonder if in the 80s it was all about snorting cocaine, like you'd all go to the bathroom and snort cocaine.
Cigarettes is always the biggest. Cigarettes is always bigger.
So I walk around the corner, John, and they've got the whole set. And I remember walking around there and going, they must be like making a movie. And what they were doing is during the day, you could just walk around the set because all it was just this.
Yeah, they can't move it, right?
Concrete,
To move it,
and they had a phone booth, like an American phone booth, and they had the gas tanks that you fill, and you couldn't remove anything from them, so they just left it blank. And they must have been doing it every night because most of the movies at night. And I was so disappointed because I would have gone and watched at night. It was just amazing, like. And the movie wasn't very good at all, and that even though they made sequels. Then the sequels got panned. The sequels made the first movie, which was really bad,
seem good.
Yeah.
Yep. You got to remember that was pre-Marvel Cinematic Universe, so all their little like Spider-Man was sublicensed to Sony, Fantastic Four, X-Men, and Blade were sublicensed to Fox. And Ghost Rider was sublicensed to Fox. So Iron Man came out in 2008. So all that stuff is separate from it. And they just Daredevil was also sublicensed to Fox. And it was, these movies it seems like only Spider-Man 2, 1, and X-Men 2, and somewhat 1 have good reviews from that era. And some of the Blade movies are well done. But yeah, that was before the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
It's a lot of movies getting panned. Like that was a really bad movie watching. I just watched it like a couple of months ago because I remembered all this and I was like, why didn't I ever watch the movie?
You know who was up for that?
I was like, no.
Depp.
Of course,
literally signed on to do Ghost Rider, and every magazine was reporting it right up until, and all of a sudden, boom, Nicolas Cage got it. I have no idea how he dropped out of it, but it was his up until
it wouldn't have been good no matter. It could have had Brando doing it.
I know, this is
big fat Brando in a moo-moo on the motorbike. And it still would have sucked. Melbourne, Tatatuthi, Melbourne. That's how you say it. You don't say Melbourne.
You
say
call
Melbourne.
Johnny Bliss.
Yes, dude.
That's funny. I have an on-set story later for Matthew Broderick. I can't believe you said that. It's similar to yours, in fact, but it's from New York City and the set of Godzilla. I'll tell it later when we talk about
Johnny, just get your own island and fuck everybody. Just go on the island, make your own rules. Unroll your own cigarettes.
I think your Brando is my favorite out of the many. You do 15 or 20 impersonations, and your Brando's become my favorite. So thank you.
Did you? That's a very nice compliment. Did you see the Armfeld on the Patreon we just did? I dug up a commercial from Mr. Feeney for William Daniels, who did the voice of Kit on Knight Rider. He's like the head of the Screen Actors Guild. He's a real, actor, like real, like James Lipton, like Juilliard kind of guy. And he does like an I can't believe it's not butter commercial in the beginning. I put to make it feel like it's 1991. I put a string of things that were airing that very day.
I like it when you do that. The aesthetics.
Yes,
you get right into you're going back, and we all need to, because your tariffs movies won't be made in Melbourne anymore now because of those tariffs. They may not even be able to come to Australia to save millions by shooting movies here.
Johnny Depp will get his wish, and they'll film everything he does on Deppstein Island from now on in. You wonder, why don't you film shit on your own island? Right?
I don't know why. Yep, you could.
Totally good. You could do like a Munster movie. You could do Munster.
How big is his island? Would it take 45 minutes to ride around his island on a bicycle? Is that how big it is?
I'm going to get that for you for the next Deppening, the square footage of it. I was wondering that too. I want to compare. I guess it's bigger than Long Island, Suffolk County. And I feel like it's like Fire Island, like Barrett Beach. Jesus, I don't have a good estimation for it. I can't ballpark it with anything. I have to get a square footage thing.
You would want it to be big enough that if there was a slight rise in tidal, that it wouldn't just flood the whole island. You know what I mean? Like it's got to be at least that big. So you have to be able to ride around it on a bike or in a car. It has to be pretty big. Because if the global warming happened a bit more and the things melted, you wouldn't want to be in a situation where you wake up and the floor's all flooding. You'd be like, I should have bought a bigger island. So
we're gonna do a show. Helps. We're gonna do a Deppening on this. There's a journalist, very famous journalist named David Brinkley, and he was friends with Hunter S. Thompson, and he did an article on Deppstein Island. He hung out with Depp for a week and lived with it and wrote about it in Vanity Fair. And he gives like a very, it's a very detailed play-by-play. And there was an article on his wedding with Amber Heard recently too, that gives a very detailed play-by-play of exactly what's on there and how it goes. Very, very similar to Epstein Island. That's why I call it Deppstein Island. It's very, very similar.
That's scary. And that'll never happen again. Johnny will never let anyone into his life. No one's ever going to know anything.
Unless Bruce Springsteen decides to come over, and then all bets are off.
That's true.
Yes, Jose Villataro. Depp had been two jokers that he was going to. He actually got mentioned before Heath Ledger for the Nolan movies, and then the fucking Michael Reeves movies. He was up for that. He's constantly being brought up as a Joker, and originally. It's so funny because Tim Burton did the original Batman movies, and he's not in either one of them. And he was rumored to be Dick Grayson. Yeah. After '89, they were going to do Robin, and he was rumored to be like a grown-up, Nightwing, Robin turning into Nightwing. And that makes a lot. If you look at him in Jump Street, he looks like Dick Grayson. It's really good casting. But Alec Baldwin is Bruce Wayne. I mean, he just is. And thank you for showing me that clip, because that vindicates what I'd said all these years, that he should have been Batman. He's going to be in this. Alec's going to have a little name drop again. Former classmate of mine. God, this guy, Autobot and Johnny Johnny Meyer. There's nobody you can bring up. Michael Mann's assistant for a few years, worked on Miami Vice and Collateral with him. He's probably got some stories. A lagoon on a beach, unless you're a simple-minded idiot. Take your ginkgo biloba. Wow. What a wise ass. Look at this, Sarah. Did I say lagoon? When did I say lagoon?
I don't know.
I did not say lagoon. It did not come out of my mouth.
I got you, Glengarry, right here. Daniel.
I got to put that in my... you have it, but if you're not on here, that needs to be in my clip arsenal, too. Ida Greenbacks. I have for Ida. We're going to start with this. This is Steve Dahl. I might have played this. It bears repeating, and it needs to be. This clip needs to be taken more serious. This is Craig Gass with Opie talking about his experience meeting Steve Dahl's son
in Arizona.
A dinner with a kid.
Steve Dahl, if anyone doesn't know, is a legendary radio guy out of Chicago. I don't know if he was ever syndicated, but he, as we found out, as a lot of us, Benjamin, remember Benjamin from the old Radio Gunk? He's lived in like 5 different cities. Chicago's one of them, and he was a big Steve Dahl fan, and he identified a ton of lifts Howard made of Steve. And what we ascertained is that Howard, when he worked in Detroit, people don't realize it's very close to Chicago on the map. And it's 2 hours away. So you easily can get radio stations. And he was listening to Steve Dahl and he was stealing his act. He stole that horrible agent character he does. That's a Steve Dahl character. And, his made more sense in context, and Howard stole that. And Howard's mentality, we've gone over this a million times. If I steal from this guy, he's not syndicated. Who's going to know if I take his material back to New York with me? How would you hear Steve Dahl back then? You wouldn't. So who's going to know if I steal from him? And that's exactly what he did. So Howard always had an axe to grind, kill your enemy and stuff. And so this is Craig Gass, he's a brilliant impressionist, honestly. He's from Seattle. He does, Gene Simmons and tons of stuff. And the greatest Sam Kinison. You should never be allowed to do Sam Kinison or Gene Simmons after him. No one should be allowed to do it but him. It's so good that why even bother? And Herbert Arnold, welcome. Yes, Amanda Peet is coming up. Herbert, yes, you caught that. I told Bon Jovial about this. He wouldn't take it seriously. Amanda Peet, when you hear how many times is in John Hamm's Your Friends and Neighbors, and John Hamm is in that Howard circle now, and that's got to drive him fucking crazy. This Amanda Peet's, I'll get into this later, but her connection to Howard's world is so crazy close. It must drive him nuts. I have so much on her. It's way more than I thought, by the way. Way more. Thank you, Herbert Arnold. Thank you. So this is Craig Gass, comedian who used to do the Stern Show. He's in that band state. I think they brought him back to do a random Kinison or From the Grave or Gene Simmons. Anyway, here's Brendan. Get your clip ready, Bon. Get your fucking clip ready. Here's Brendan. What's more embarrassing? Bond's Jamie Foxx impression, or you didn't do it, you did Jamie, or Ben from Dr. Katz? I don't think you did either. Here comes.
He's right though. I was trying to do. When he calls Laura, he goes, "Hey, Laura."
Yeah.
It's 10:30 a.m. I'm just on the couch right now.
Ben, I know you like Laura. I know you're trying to I know you want to do the right thing, Ben, but you can't borrow, Laura's trying to work here, so just leave her alone, Ben. Thank you, Ben. I've never heard cats.
Don't you just love it? Just for Brendan. Brendan Bloney.
Where's Blake Griffin? The graphics. That budget's bigger than Ghost Rider in Australia for that fucking video.
Good callback.
So here is Craig Gass telling Opie and comedian Rich Voss about what happened to him, speaking of boomerangs, when you take Howard out into the world with you.
Arizona, who is the son of Steve Dahl. I hear a lot from radio guys. So every week I'm in Arizona, and Steve Dahl sent his son out there to cover the White Sox spring training out there. Right. And he was turning 21 while I was in Arizona. And I said, you got to let me take you out for a nice dinner. You're 21, and I'm going to spend some money and do for you what everybody did for me when I was broke. And we had dinner, and we talked about his dad. Steve Dahl's a legend in Chicago, and started talking about Howard. Howard gave me my start. I've always been grateful to Howard for giving me my start. And he goes, when I was 8 years old, Howard Stern wished AIDS on me. And I was like, what? And he said, and he told me this story about how Stern had just moved into the Chicago market, wanted to know everything about this guy, Steve Dahl, and just started attacking him and saying, I know he's a Little League coach for his son. And fuck him, fuck his son. I hope his. Oh God, if you're listening, please, God, I beg of you, God, please give AIDS to Steve's son.
Oh no!
Well, that is. I mean, we're gonna do a Kathy Lee Gifford show soon. I hope you're up for that. That's a big comeback for Sarah. That's her executive produced show, and that's exactly what he did to Cody and Cassidy all those years. Kathy Lee's kids, and
when's that episode happening?
What did Sarah say? August? She said August, somewhere late July.
She's teasing August. That's huge. She's
it is huge. That's a huge show. There's a lot to that. There's a lot. I'm gonna have my work cut out for me looking for shit.
We need a trailer for that because
we do need a trailer.
We're in June. We're nearly in July. Okay, so she's teasing that. I love it. Great.
Fred Norris's birthday is July 9th, by the way. He's 70. So that's our Fred show. July 9th. You know, in and around that date. It doesn't have to be on that day, but in and around that date. July 9th, Fred Norris turned 70. And we're going to do the Fred show on that. This is the next version of it. And all
Can I show you my North Shore update?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you tell me you had a clip of... I don't know when you want to do this. You can do whenever you feel like it. Something about Hank Azaria.
Yeah, this is
dancing.
It. This is not. This happened the other week. Hold on. So here's the 13th of June. So this is the What a Night from North Shore Animal League America with Beth Stern threads. A celebration of Rescue Gala was a beautiful reminder of what we can accomplish when we come together with love and purpose. God, who wrote this? Do you want to read the rest of that in maybe Brando from Heartfelt? Do you want to read that part?
Moments to show stopping music. We're looking at you, Beth Stern and Hank Azaria and Willie Gans. You helped shine a spotlight on our mission and the animals whose lives depended on it. With gratitude and all supporters who made tonight unforgettable. Encrypted.
So this happened, and then we've got, what have I got here footage-wise? We've got... Here's some these two people who I think you'll know who they are because I don't. But here's some other people. Is there anyone there that you know?
Everyone's very heterosexual in that picture. Everyone's very, very hetero. That looks like, by the way, that's Scott Greenstein, I think, on the right. The series executive. I believe that's him. Why don't they just have the whole thing at a bathhouse? Everyone's gay. Just bring the whole thing to the bathhouse.
So this is them, and now who's that broad? Do you know who that is?
It's Hank Azaria.
Hank.
Yeah,
and that's allegedly the E Street Band. They played, and we're about to. Yeah, and we're gonna see them playing, and we're gonna see Beth dancing, which is gonna be fantastic.
Hey, the E Street Band is here right now. Let's go.
Oh no!
There's Beth. Oh yeah, there's Beth.
Now you know what this is from, right?
Sorry?
You know what this is from? When Courtney Cox jumped on stage in the Dancing in the Dark video.
Oh, now I see the reference.
Mimic it's a very famous. It was probably the biggest Springsteen video in the early days of MTV, and they're trying to
really
mimic.
Was.
Yeah. And so Hank Azaria is trying to do like Bruce in that video. Hank Azaria.
And look at that suit. That's really tight fitting. So Beth's getting out and having fun.
Animal League of America, you guys are amazing. Thank you.
I don't think people realize if you can grasp. And here's a group photo. Look, okay, that ain't fucking 6. That ain't 6'5", ladies and gentlemen. He's
what is
over.
Beth?
Beth is 5'11".
10?
5'10", 5'11".
Goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Everybody,
that is not 6'5". That is fucking 6'8".
Everyone in the chat, please, your thoughts. Look, I had to crop that image. Like, it went lower it went to their feet, and I had to crop it to fit Howard's head. Look
she
at that.
She has heels on, too.
Yeah.
That is not 6'8". I don't.
No, that's got to be 7 feet. Wouldn't it be?
In order to complete the Buckwald grift, You have to go. You know how do people? Can you grasp how wealthy Howard is? That they have to do shit like this. Do you know how easy
Oh,
it would
you're
be
so
for him
right.
to throw
I
money
know
at this?
you've to put 50 million in. You're so right.
What do you
Yeah, you
think they
said
made
this
off
years
this?
ago. I love your
This is
thesis on this.
nothing to him.
Yep.
This is how the grift starts. This is how Beth has relevance. This is how she gets a career. This is how the Buchwald agency gives her a career. They can write this shit off.
They're
This is
yeah,
such bullshit.
and they're fundraising for a couple of 100,000. When you're
That's
right,
it.
Howard could just, that's what they get out of these things. Oh, it's probably more than that. Let's
A
say
half
million.
hour on the air for him.
But yeah, how you've said it for years. Howard could just pump 30 million in, and all their worries would be over. And he can't. Isn't it weird? Isn't it? It's
so
paradoxical. It's like, wow, reality goes out the window.
It's the grift that keeps on grifting.
And
It's
wait until
it
is.
It's part of the scam they have going with the write-offs and Buchwald and the whole thing. I don't think people can grasp how wealthy he is. I have a clip for you. It's probably going to come right after this. We talked about it last time. Doug Donovan from Forbes, and this is the early 2000s. This guy has him pegged like he's already. I'm going to get to that right after this, but it's just it's infuriating, and all these suckers and rubes on the right. Look at this group picture of fucking they buying into this con. All of these.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a
And
semblance? Do they have any idea how much money he makes?
I used to highly respect Hank Azaria, and now he's on my shit list because of this.
Once you get into that Hamptons circle and the New York celebrity thing, there is just all bets are off for what you'll fall for, and all the events that you'll you just have events to have events, and you make up a charity and throw it on it later on. Doesn't matter what it is. This is the only thing that Howard will get out that he looks ridiculous too. But I mean, that hair, Deppstein Island is. I mean, I think you might be able to cover all of Deppstein Island with that look at this hair system. It's just there's no good version of it.
This is the sad part because we're getting a close up of Howard in a sec, and he's looking real old here. Look at this. This made me a bit sad. Look at that.
Why?
The jowls. He's looking really yuck. Everyone in the chat, give us your thoughts. Look at that.
You know why it makes you sad? Because he tries every waking minute. He tries so hard to look young. When you just can't accept your age and you're in a perpetual state, he's convinced everyone that he's Generation X. All his friends are 20 years younger than him and more and stuff. And he's hanging out with Kimmel and Jason Bateman and John Hamm. They're all 20 years younger than him. And so he successfully convinced everybody he's Generation X. It makes you sad because he doesn't accept his age. Because he's trying so hard. He's 71, and he just cannot get off the stage.
The hair's not working now.
Now
Like if I could put my mouse pointer up here, that you could see the above where the nose goes, where you go up from the nose. I can't even explain. There's a hair system, John. There's definitely.
He has Batman's cowl on his neck. You know how Batman's ears. When the cowl really points upwards, if you look at Howard's neck, it looks like Batman's cowl. Really, if you look at the eyes, Bruce Wayne's eyes coming out, and then the ears poking out to his chin. And so that's Batman's cowl, like it's like a Neil Adams design coming out of his chin.
This is like the thing he can't control when he's out of the studio. He can't control the lighting, and this is real Howard. When he's in the studio, he's got the pelican darkness, and they make him up to look younger. This was rough. This is getting really old now.
He has to clear this because there's no celebrities there besides Hank Azaria. He had to grace you with his presence in this picture to make it look like this event.
He arrived,
nobody else
stayed
there
for 10 minutes, and then got in the limo, probably.
There's Tamfran. Hi, everyone. Hey, Tamfran. What's with the new profile pic? I know I'm late. Oh, that's Matthew Broderick and Jennifer Grey after Matthew Broderick killed 2 people, Tamfran. And so he's on crutches. This is 1980, summer of 87, just before Dirty Dancing
You're
comes
obsessed with this story, and,
I am
and rightfully so, though, because it's really disgusting.
He is a piece of shit, by the way. in many ways. I'll get into him later. I'm trying to delay it for David because I know he worked with Jennifer Grey's parents in the '60s, so he wants to wait for this. I'm sure to give us his own anecdotes.
That's right. He will be here later, folks. In what 4 or 5 hours, he'll be here.
I don't know. Yeah, he's coming on later. I don't know what the timetable for him is. Jamie Foxx trash and Broad already killed him. Yeah. That's different. Jose Villataro with Jamie Foxx and Howard's feud is like a different show, but that is a good callback by you. And Howard thinks he goes, let me say, Howard tried to out Jamie Foxx of all the ironies that he's gay, and that was his big comeback, and it was so fell flat. The mom of the kids.
We don't even have time for Nick of Time anymore.
The same John Badham, the director of that, directed Saturday Night Fever.
Terrible movie.
And War Games, Matthew Broderick in War Games. That's the same director, by the way.
Great movie.
The mom of the kid's husband owned the non-front. Yeah, this is right. Autobot's right. So that was the mom of the kid. The mom owned the frozen yogurt shop where everybody was gaining weight and it was fat free. That's right.
That's right.
Tam Fran time.
Yes.
All right. So that was great, Bon. That was on Beth's Instagram?
That's Facebook. Yeah.
And it's from last week?
That was the North Shore Facebook, but I mean, Beth would have been linking to it in her shit as well, of course. I'm sure Radio Gun covered it on the 13th of June, on the day it happened, maybe an emergency podcast about it.
I was thinking about that. Howard hit Howard so badly. So now Kimmel has the summer off. So all these guys have the summer off at the same time. And in Howard's case, like he wants anything you have. Like if Bill Maher has half the year off, he wants that. So he wants anything that is not working. So if you're a talk show host out there on TV and you have time off, he thinks he should get that too. So his goal is to do nothing. His goal is to get all the money and do nothing. So if Kimmel has the summer off, I want the summer off. If Bill Maher only works 20 times a year, I only work 20 times. He wants all the perks that everybody in show business. If Letterman has the hallways cleared, I want the hallways cleared. So what he does is he goes around and he talks to people who works on these shows and says, oh, he gets that. Well, I want that too. And in Howard's case, the whole show is celebrity ass kissing, right? So if you're not, how could you go off for the summer if all this big movies come out in the summer? Who are you catering to then? You want the summer off, but you want the movie stars. All the big movies come out in the summer. You have no business taking off for the summer because your show is a celebrity ass kissing fest.
It's just too long. Yeah, it's too long to take off that long. It's dumb. It's like, you could just space that out over a year, take 3 weeks
like anything else.
off.
If you give somebody anything, they're going to want more. Once you get away with, when you're a partner and you get away, I've said this on Radio Gun for like 10 years. You'll never get anything else. As soon as it's like in government or something, you take something away, you'll only keep taking things. You'll never get anything put back. So once you get used to taking things away and he gets away with it and he's no accountability and he gets all the money, he'll never put anything back. It's like a weird bait and switch. You'll never replace. If you ever go to a store that sells something, they take something off the menu and it's never replaced again. That's that's like.
I'll give you a good analogy. I used to say to my buddy who was kind of like a simp, the kids call it, when he'd get a girlfriend, he'd just do everything for them.
Yeah.
If she goes, I got to go to the shop to buy some moisturizer. He'd be like, I'll drive you there now. And then
he couldn't leave her alone for 5 minutes. He's afraid that she'd cheat on him or something.
Oh no, it was just more like he'd do anything. They go, oh, I've got to go somewhere. I've got to go. He's like, I'll drop you off. I'll and I'll also pick you up at 2 a.m. And then they expect it. And then he gets resentful, John. But it's all his fault for doing everything. That's what you're saying with this. It's like,
well, it's the executives that enabled him. I mean, when
that's what Howard he gets away with as much as he can, and then if he doesn't get it, he's like a whinging brat.
Can't you see how when he and Buchwald were concocting this grand scheme to bilk Sirius of all the, half their fucking real estate of the building and all the money and stuff. You could just see it. You could see Buchwald saying, you know what I'm going to do, Howard? I'm going to make them pay you, and I'm going to make them pay you twice, because you're not going to pay me anymore. They're going to pay me. They're going to pay me 10%, and then I'm going to be a partner. They're going to pay me, and every time you want to travel, I know you don't like to travel, but every time you go somewhere, they're going to pay for that, and you're going to be, and it's constantly, like, you could see him, and nowhere in this plan is actual radio or work. It's all, what can Sirius give you? What's the worst? What's the least you can do to take all their money? And it's just like,
forget about it.
That's
Exactly.
right. That's right, Joe Pistone.
You're right. Yep, you've always had this in this ferret mind of yours. Exactly.
Because and then I'm sure and you're gonna have 100 at some point. You're gonna have 90 people working for you, and Sirius is gonna pay them, and you're gonna make all the money, and you're not gonna have to do anything. They're gonna rate. What was that laugh track? What was that from?
You know who that is.
Oh, okay. It's Amber Heard. Shit.
That's the greed. That's what you're talking about. The greed.
That's a great laugh.
Oh,
that
it's the maniacal laugh that Elliot often talked about.
That is a great laugh. They should pipe that into sitcoms. How about this one, Bon? How about this one?
Thank you. No, thank you. The sperm on the pillows.
Why can't I control the volume?
No, thank you. The sperm on the pillows. No, thank you. No, thank you. The sperm on the pillows.
Oh, there it is.
No, thank you. No, thank you. The sperm on the pillows. No, thank you. No.
You know what I don't like about that is you can't pause it in the middle of the clip. You can't play it like a clip. You have to play it all the way through. So you can't really.
Yeah, that's a problem. Like, yeah, I've got you should send that to me, and I'll rig it into this sort of shit so we can do stuff like that.
You recall spiritual, sexual, professional. You shared an oxygen. The name of God, my breasts, my white shining legs, my vagina.
Tata too. He doesn't seem like the head of the Screen Actors Guild changes every 2 weeks. Fran Drescher, Ronald Reagan, William Daniels. It was Andrea Zuckerman, Gabrielle Carteris from 90210 at one point.
God, just hearing her name makes me laugh. Andrea Zuckerman.
Half Pint from Little House on the Prairie and she dated Depp, by the way. I had no idea. And his dance card is Melissa Gilbert dated Depp. Can you believe that?
Oh, well.
Dominic Barbara
really?
He had a place on Shelter Island. Shelter Island, if you don't know Long Island, it's the north side of the island. So Fire Island's the south side. Shelter Island's the north side. You cannot get to Shelter Island unless you have a boat. It's there's no like I had to officiate a basketball game there, and I was so terrified to come. I've got to be an hour and a half away from it, and I made up some sick excuse. Whatever. You have to take a ferry, pay for the ferry, do the game, come back on the ferry, and drive back to fucking.
No!
It's an hour and a half or 2 hours or something. It's crazy.
Oh no!
Fix your drink. I'm on a boat, bitch.
Caesar Romero. All right, next clip. This, again, we're in the midst of, this is Doug Forbes from Forbes magazine, pitbull of a writer. He claims this is this is March of 2001. He has Howard clocked in at $31 million a year in 2001. And he has his receipts. These guys, you know how like I'm banned from Twitter and stuff, and I'm banned from all these places.
Yes, and you keep taunting me with the picture of you banned with no comment, and I go, and you know it infuriates me now. He just sends me this picture of his banned. You are banned from Twitter. About once a month he sends it with no comment, like, oh, what am I gonna do? And I write back, are you kidding? Why haven't you emailed them? He taunts me with it.
I do. And
I've said to you, you just write an email saying, I'm very sorry about saying whatever it is. What you said.
No,
don't
there was
you,
nothing.
that
I
got you
did.
banned.
I would love to take credit for something dastardly or controversial. I didn't do shit. I would love to have some explanation. It is completely.
Why don't you just create a new one? Because your old one had like all that radio gunk stuff in it, and you don't need that anymore. So you could just create a whole new arm.
I guess you're right. It's true. I could. I guess I don't know. It's so much. Anyway, I could deal with. I should be banned from Forbes. Like Forbes should pre-ban. I couldn't be more opposite of Forbes. I will trade my banishment from Twitter for being banned from Forbes. I
That's
deserve
huge.
to be banned.
You heard it right now, everybody.
And so this is Doug Donovan writes an article on Howard and the top. I think it's the top 50 most richest people in showbiz or whatever. And he spotlights Howard, and Howard gets crazy because this guy's got all his shit together, and he's probably spot on, and it bothers Howard.
This is Doug.
These are the days when Howard would actually maybe confront someone. He would bring him on the air, and so he has this guy on thinking that he's gonna, bring him into the nest of vipers.
Before you play this, what you were saying at the start was he was getting a good $30 million in 2001,
Yeah,
right?
2001.
We're setting the scene for this. Okay, so here we go.
And the guy, I think Doug Donovan believes that it's more than that. Like he's not. You got to remember too when this is like he has the CBS show. You have the E show going every night. Nobody knows anything about what he gets, the books, the stuff like that. Nobody knows anything about that money. All you do is fixate on his radio salary, and all that other stuff is here. And so this guy, you can't work for Forbes unless you have your fucking sources. You can't. He'd get sued for Howard sues everybody. He'd get sued for defamation if it was wrong. He sues He's got this retainer lawyer group, so he's
but
right.
It's not defamation though.
Yeah, because you're misrepresenting his money. You're defaming his income or something. I don't know. Maybe you could call it defamation about anything. I bet you
speculation, but yeah, I see what you're talking about. And so he says, this is the quote on the screen for people who are cleaning their toilet right now and not looking at the screen. There's an image of Howard a quote of Howard. I don't talk about my salary.
He talks about everybody else's salary. So one of the many ways Howard's a huge hypocrite hump is that he fixates on even people who don't even make money. He's jealous of someone who makes $225,000 a year, and he makes 10 times more than they do. And that's this stupid act he does where people go, wait a minute, aren't you like a super millionaire? Like what? Why do you care about my dumb salary? Could you have fathomed fixating if you made as much money as Howard, fixating on someone else's salary? Would you give a fuck about anybody else's money? But he does, because that's all he's about. Yeah. And it's all because he wants to make sure he's making more than you, right? He also wants you to know he wants to make one, but yet if you write about it, he can't deal with that. But he wants you to know that he's making more than everybody. But if you bring up specific numbers, if you really pinpoint what it is, it drives him crazy. It's the biggest oxymoronic mentality. But this guy is a pit bull, and he is good at what he does, and he has his shit together. And you can't work for Forbes if you don't have. You have to have your facts straight. You have to.
Okay. This is Doug from Forbes. Doug.
Hello?
You're the guy who wrote this article?
Yeah, Doug Donovan at Forbes.
Yeah, it's Howard.
How are you?
Hey, man. Forbes on the cover is Bruce Willis and some other dude.
Right.
Some guy named Joe Roth.
The producer, yeah.
Whoever he is. And then
a powerful guy.
Yeah, it must be a big deal.
He's the new it guy.
So, they got the usual list. Oprah Winfrey makes $150 million. She blows everybody away on the list. But I'm telling you the truth, dude. I don't make anywhere near $30 million. You guys were saying I was making $20 million. Now you got me up to $30 million.
Well, we were a little low last year on you, but we've got a few higher level executives in the radio industry that let us in on a few secrets that.
Okay, you hear that? Good job, Doug. See, why can't we get this guy on? He's got to be available. Doug Donovan from Forbes. Like, this would be an amazing thing to go over with him. Have him on live. I would love to. I would love to. And right away, he goes, no, these are my sources. I'm going to tell you who they are, but I have executives in the industry know exactly how much money you make. That should be enough, right? Right off the bat, this guy knows his shit. I'm loving this already.
30 million.
Well, we were a little low last year on you, but we've got a few higher level executives in the radio industry that let us in on a few secrets that.
Really?
Now, are these executives people who...
Tata Tutti, that's really funny. The Beth event, the North Shore Animal League event, Dancing with No Stars.
who actually work with...
Skeleton Powers Activate. Forum of an ice hair system.
Howard, or are they outside of the company?
There's only 3 people who've ever seen my contract. That's why I can't figure out who the hell would be talking to you. There's only 3 guys I think who have seen it. It's me, my agent, and Mel Karmazin, and maybe Fareed, you know?
Yeah, well, I think they talk to radio experts, you know, not the people who actually deal with it.
Well, I deal with people that...
How stupid is that? How did he think he's... You have all these executives, Bond. He's syndicated, I think, in 30 different markets at this point. I want to say that 31 million is something to do with the amount of, like, I remember Jackie figured it out, that it was like, oh, he's blah, 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 gets $1 million per market or something. And Jackie goes, why? I deserve at least, 5% of that. I'm writing everything funny you say. And I couldn't agree with him more. And wouldn't it stand to reason that every single executive in every single one of these markets would know that salary?
Yeah. Yeah.
He thinks he's so mysterious. He thinks nobody knows shit on him. And he spends, the more he hides it, the more people want to know anyway. Because you have something to hide.
To deal with talent, I mean, like the highest level executives you can deal with in the industry. But, I mean, you say we're wrong every year, but can you tell us what you do make then?
Why should he make your job easy? That's your job.
Well, you ask every guest that comes on your show, every celebrity, what they make, and you harass them when they don't tell you.
Yeah, so...
The best thing about this guy is he's so prepared for this. He comes on, he's at it every year with him, and he's very even-tempered. Like, he's not screaming. He's not. He just sounds. Howard sounds ridiculous, and he sounds like the guy who has his facts. And he's a sniveling liar in this already. We're like 1 minute into it, and you don't believe anything he says.
Hey, that's my job.
Well, it's my job to harass you to tell me.
Nah, I could just hang up on you. Right, when you say Oprah Winfrey makes $150 million, you see, I believe everything else.
They're right about everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doubting it. But the one I doubt is this. Paul Harvey, this dude...
He's trying to change the subject. Let's go to Paul Harvey, not me. He can't get off. He's hoping that shuts it down and they'll end it there. No wonder that's why the terrorists hate us. That's why Iran hates us. What you just saw with the North Shore Animal League. That's exactly right.
82 years old. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Paul Harvey makes $29 million a year. You gotta be.
I thought he was at the same level as you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was Rachel Ray in that picture. Okay, I haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, she's one of the biggest suckers on the face of the earth. And she is the poster child.
She donated,
and she donated. She's
a lot of money
too. She's real.
Didn't she donate $500,000 to North Shore?
Yes. In
Was
America,
it $500,000 chat. Yeah.
She has a syndicated, daytime talk show. It's like 10 a.m. Not every market, I'm sure, but. And it's been on for a long time.
We've played clips of her before. It's just get on the View. She's been on the frickin' View probably. Oh,
well, she's not. She has her own View, so she has her own show.
Yeah.
So it's.
But I'm sure she hobnobs around all these shows. She's probably doing New Year's Eve broadcasts and crap.
And she has books, and she's obscenely wealthy.
Well, we're $1 million apart.
Are you saying you don't make the same as much as Rush or Paul Harvey then?
I'm saying Rush Limbaugh doesn't make anywhere near $31 million.
I know. See, this guy's great. Immediately he goes, okay, so you're jealous of these guys, you want it to make it known you're the biggest guy in radio, so you make more than they do. You will admit that. And he can't even do that. Like he's bitter about Paul Harvey and Rush Limbaugh. and yet he won't tell you what he makes, but he wants to let it known that he deserves to make more than it, but he won't put the number. It's
Yeah,
he
and he
knows
just
it.
played down. He's playing down the alleged amount he makes, and then he's saying no, but then he's saying Rush doesn't make anywhere near 31 million. So
And
he's
then-
got to lower.
and
He's
it's-
got to lower
right.
the speculated amount that he
And then it
makes
makes him look bad,
much
right.
lower. He's fucked in the head.
Pretty much indisputably that he does. So.
Well, how do you know?
I just do. I know. In that case, I'm talking to people who are in the room with his contract. Same with Paul Harvey.
I'll tell you what makes me jealous, though, if this is true. And it says his latest contract with Premier Radio Networks earned him exclusive access to a corporate jet.
That's true.
That kills me because I said
What does he need a corporate jet for?
his speaking engagements.
Carry his ego around.
I said to my agent, I said, you know what, man? I know that CBS has a corporate jet.
Right.
I said, why is it that I can't use their corporate jet just like 6 or 7 times a year?
Right.
And he said, I'm not going to go in there and ask for that because I know why. He don't get commission on that.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So not only does Howard use a corporate jet, he flies back and forth to Florida with Beth and writes it off as per the North Shore Animal League stuff. So he can't go. He hasn't been anything more than 20 miles. He's taken a helicopter or a corporate jet. He was taking corporate jets to every single event series that he just doesn't want to do anything. He has total access to it. And by the way, what is
Yeah, go.
No, you go. No, you go. You go.
No, I'm just saying he's showing his hand a lot here in that he does know a lot about.
But he wants every
commissions
perk
and
everybody else
stuff.
has. It doesn't, you know
That's
what I mean?
right.
Anything.
I mean, you know, I don't blame him.
Yeah, he can't do anything with that.
Yeah, but I said, you know, that's something I'd like.
Well, Howard, that $30 million, that represents a number of different things, though.
You're telling me Rush Limbaugh, you know for a fact he...
So what he just said, if it got
He's talking about like network type thing.
Yeah.
You know, you get 10 million from that, and then you get 10.
That's right.
Yeah,
This-
he's
that-
saying you
I
break
love-
it all down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is Howard's biggest nightmare is that you know not only what you know from he's terrified you know what he makes from radio, but he's really terrified that you know what he made from his book and movies and shit like the E Channel and the CBS show, because nobody seems to know that stuff. It never comes up. Welcome, Rodney. Wile E. Coyote, super genius, Howard A. Stern, super millionaire. That's a great reference. I'm not making any money in radio. People's net word. People on right on. Cindy.
Yeah,
Just
because
age.
when you
Cindy
break
Packer.
it down, when you break these things down, they don't sound as good. Like if the book he got 5 million for, which he probably got more, but let's say 5 million doesn't sound that good. You know, like when you break each thing down,
Yeah.
Howard wants the lump sum to be big. Doesn't want anyone breaking anything down.
He does. I don't think people realize how well the book did. You know, it did. Both books did amazingly well. Nobody knows. Why do you think this, you know, complete narcissistic, misanthropic egomaniac would sit there and sign books, right? Because he wants you to buy it in front of his face. You can't sign it unless you buy it, right? He's not going to sign it
Yeah.
unless you bought it. That's
It's
the
a
only
great
time he's ever
scam.
interacted with fans.
Yeah. It's such a great scam to sign 500 books while you're sitting there, and every person they can't bring in the book that they've already bought, which is
Yeah.
still valid. Think about that.
It is.
You
I know.
should be able to sign it. But there's people that have bought one the day it came out, and then they want to meet you, so they buy a second one.
Yep.
There's a lot of people there who've got 2 books then.
They were such suckers and lemmings, me included, that they would buy the paperback after. It'd be like buying, like, you're a huge
Oh, it's a
gamer. It'd be like
crap,
buying the
it's a
game, like, say,
shock. Yep.
fucking Red Dead Redemption 2. You buy it for Xbox and PlayStation. It's the same game. Like, it's not. It used to be different. Remember the old systems? It was different. The games were a little. Now they're the same game. So now it's like you're just so. The fans were so psychotic about anything he did that they would buy the paperback and the hardcover, and it's the same book. He might have added like a foreword different or like 3 pages, but you would buy it, and he would double dip you and triple dip you that way, and then spend an entire. Not only that, spend his entire radio show promoting it. Could you imagine that you had a radio show and you have no content control at all? But you can just go on and promote something else that you have for the whole show, and there's nothing stopping you from doing it. There's no program director that comes in and goes, "Hey, this is a sports radio show. You can't just sit there and promote your shit the whole time." Talk about the day in the world of sports or politics or whatever. There's no format for him. He can do whatever he wants. If he tells them, "I'm going to come in, promote my movie for 2 years," they let him do it. "I'm going to promote my book for the whole show." There's nobody has that luxury in radio.
Yeah.
And it's not half hour, it's 4 hours he's promoting it. And we just go along with it.
But you say for a fact I get $30 million. I don't get anywhere near that.
What is he counting? Is he counting the money that goes into your pocket?
Yeah, you're counting what I get paid, right?
Can I tell you total?
Yeah, go ahead.
A, we're talking about your base salary. And then B, we're talking about all the product endorsement revenue that you get. You get paid for doing all the product endorsements that you do.
No, I don't.
And then you do that for free?
That's part of...
Oh, that's such a great comeback. Okay.
Yeah.
If
you do it for free, yeah.
Okay.
It's so logical. I would struggle to argue with it if someone said it to me. I'd be like,
I love this guy.
I wonder if I haven't heard this, so I wonder if Howard's about to start stuttering.
No, he is. He's already frantic. You could hear him. He's rocked already. He just got a haymaker to the fucking hair system. He's rocked already. He can't get out. He's like, "You're telling." So now he wants you to believe. If I could just break this down a little bit. When he reads live commercials, like Heineken and stuff, he gets extra money for that. Does he do anything for the kindness or the good of the team or the company? No, of course. So he's telling me, he's like, "I listened to your whole show. You just read 10 ads, live ads. You're telling me you don't get a piece of that? Everybody knows you do."
Oh yeah, it's a great question. It's a double-edged sword, because if he lies and says, "No, I don't get anything," it's like, no.
Oh,
that's the answer to that. If he said that to me, I'd be like, "Don't try that shit with me, man."
Yeah, J.D. Viltar, like Rush Limbaugh, love him or hate him, and I hate him. He was on like 150 syndicated stations. Like these right-wing political hosts. You have no idea how syndicated they're everywhere. The Bible Belt loves them. This the places where Howard doesn't fly. You know what I mean? They're everywhere. Him and Hannity. It's like 150 markets.
And then B, we're talking about all the product endorsement revenue that you get. You get paid for doing all the product endorsements that you do.
No, I don't.
And then you do that for free?
That's part of my job. I've always just done live commercials.
Now we see where this is coming from.
I don't endorse any products.
When you do commercials, when you do them yourself, saying you do that out of the kindness of your heart.
We've already been told that he gets extra money for reading live. He brought it up.
Look at this. See what she's doing here, John? Bon isn't a radio host, so he can't comment. I know what you're doing, Tendrils. I'm taking it off the screen. I know what you're doing, Tendrils.
That's a Prince. That's a Prince guitarist.
Yeah, that's the derangement syndrome. I think they called it. Somebody said
that was a really
contentious,
productive debate. That was a great discussion about music.
I love your Tendrils.
The arbitrary nature of it.
You don't get paid for that?
Absolutely. I want to see the company make money. That's how this show generates funds. In fact,
I can't believe that.
Yeah, PC23 is right. Harry goes, I'm a super fan from my timeline with you, PC23, is almost identical. I think I might be 1 year before it. I'm right there with you. That's exactly my timeline. The only time I ever heard Howard admit he was rich was in 2001. He goes, "Well, I was rich and now I got divorced." That's exactly right. That was when because he wants he's a professional victim. So he has to at least admit that he was rich. Why would you be upset if someone's taking half your money if you're not rich? Right? Why would you be upset about that? If you go listen, Bon, I can send you full shows from from 99 to until Allison had the gag order put on him. 99 till about 05-ish. And anytime she comes up, and he belly aches, he said over and over again, "She got half my money. She got half my money, half my money." And they would just joke about it. But you're not, you are not bothered by that unless you are rich. You don't care about losing half your money unless you're rich.
It could be, it could be a series of shows that you could eventually work on that titled "It's All About the Money."
Yeah, there's so much.
It's every year he talks about it.
It's
hundreds
every
of
show.
times a year, probably. Yeah.
He would bitch about the divorce rules in New York. Every show, no matter who came on, if they had an impending divorce, if he'd want them to have a divorce, so they were in the same boat as him, and he would bellyache about the New York divorce rules all the time. It's funny too because Dominic Barbara was his good friend at the time, and you would think he would have represented him, but he didn't. It was like a conflict of interest. Rodney goes, I don't know about you, but I bought Private Parts in '94 at a discount bookstore. Yes, I did both. Back when hot, nerdy chicks. Yes. There's nothing hotter than a bookstore employee back then, Rodney. So true. So true. The bespectacled, hot nerd bookstore. There's nothing better than that. I couldn't agree more.
You and Don Buchwald would not have anything to share in what you do.
I absolutely do. In fact, I can't believe do not. Commercials.
As soon as you brought Buchwald up, he's got his
That's a
shit
sexy
together.
profession.
Give him a raise, Steve Forbes. Hey, the guy, I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
Now we see where this is coming from.
I don't endorse any products.
When you do commercials, when you do them yourself, you're saying you do that out of the kindness of your heart? You don't get paid for that?
Absolutely. I want to see the company make money. That's how this show generates funds. In fact,
I can't believe that you and Don Buchwald would not have anything to share in what you do.
I absolutely do not. I swear on my life I don't. As a matter of fact, the way that got started is when I first got to New York, we were such pariah with the advertising community.
Right.
That literally I had to go on and read the commercials myself and do 20-minute commercials just to get sponsors.
Right.
And I started...
We're supposed to believe
20 minutes.
Speaking of serial liars, that Tata Toothy goes, how great would it be if Trump had Howard audited by the IRS? That would be so great. And they put all this shit on Front Street.
Oh, that would be... Oh, my God. Howard would be flying off to
that would
Johnny
be the number
Depp's
one guy
island.
to auto.
Yeah.
Depp was auto. We know what Depp made. All his shit got put out there. All his finances. If Depp has to, then Howard has to. We're to think
to do live commercials. And, that was just an effort to get people to advertise because we would have been fired.
But that was back in the day. We're talking about...
Yeah, you think these guys care about? They have some moral compass? These companies, all they care about is your listeners. They don't care about you. They don't care about that's such bullshit. This whole thing about, they won't advertise with us. All they care about is your listeners and how many asses you put in the seats. They don't have a moral compass. They don't give a shit about that.
I hate to think about their meetings and where they talk about all of this in those the most lowest denominator type
lowbrow
language, money, listeners, or they wouldn't call them listeners, they call them units, how many, everything like that with the whole just money, things that make money, an industry of everything. It's just
that's their whole
how
mind.
many people can we get to buy this? It's just, that's it.
You know how you're an artist? And David.
Yes, I am.
And that's their art, is thinking on all terms is money and capitalism and how do we get this and how do we get this demographic and how do we get, that's the only way their mind works. There's nothing about creativity. There's nothing, they could care less about any of it. It's just, how do we get the most money out of this? I will sell my soul for it.
They just don't have the souls. It's like the iPhone each year. It's like we've got to innovate and put these new features in, and then you've got the other people who all sit there and say, now, how cheap can you do it? And they say, oh, we can make it for this much. And they say, no, it's got to be $50 less. And then they go, oh, I think we can do it for...
Let's take it away and make it an app they have to pay for.
I think we could do it for $30 less, and then no, it has to be $50 less, and then and then you're getting just screwed. It's just screw everyone. You buy this. You buy you're. I know what you're angry about, the tariffs, because you can't buy your caps anymore, your baseball caps. And how much do you think those baseball cap cost to make when you buy
50 cents in China?
Buckets of that material to make it, when you buy just thousands of sheets of material, the hat ends up being 50 cents, 40 cents. And then what's the cost for a good hat? What, $20 or something?
If you go to the ball game, that's a good price. That's a fitted hat that I really like. So if I'm scouring eBay like all the time with these alerts up and stuff, yes, ferreting. If I get my hat size is 7 1/8 and 7 1/4, and if the best hats are the ones that are the flex, if I find the great hat, it's going to be $20 is a good price. I won't go higher than 25. I cap myself off. I will not go higher than 25.
And then think about how much it actually costs to make it. 50 cents,
50 cents, $1. And it's like what we said. We had the conversation about video games. You know how now they take video games are not better now. They were better like 20 years ago. So now you have a game. They strip the game out of the full its functions, and they make you pay for things now. So with these it used to be a cheat code, and the cheat code would unlock everything. Now the cheat codes are taken out, and now they have these add-ons, and they're making it look like you're getting something when the game has already been made, and they took it away and they made it a download. So now you can't share your game anymore. Like with your friend, you can't bring your game over to someone because you have to download the game into someone's system, and they make you pay for these individual. They used to all come for free, and it's bullshit. And it's little kids they're preying on because the kids are gonna take their parents' money and pay for everything because they know
you're buying the game for $50, but you've got to spend
that's not good enough.
$50 to play the game properly.
Then they come out with an ultimate edition.
You can't play the game well if you don't have the special sword. Like you can't kill enough. You can't attack properly. So
they made everybody feel inadequate.
$10, $5 to get that sword, or you can't finish the game without that sword. You know what I mean?
There's no big game.
That's it.
That doesn't have like an ultimate edition. You know, it comes out with this basic version, and then 3 days later, here's the ultimate edition, and it's twice the price of the game that's $60.
Yeah, and they've upscaled it. It's in 4K. So
but that's not even it. That's not even it. Then you got to pay a subscription fee, not only for the system you have, but for the game itself. So they have you have to pay for the game. It's insane what they do. They bilk, and they know there's little kids who don't know any better, and they're using their parents, cards, whatever. And it is crazy. It is crazy how much they charge now for this shit.
And it's like the iPhone, like I was mentioning earlier. You get the phone, but if you want the good apps, you've got to buy the apps.
Yeah.
You've got the app's free, but then it's got the in-purchase options to use the app properly. Like, fuck you.
And it's getting worse every time a new phone comes out. You're going to get less and less and less. They're not going to give you more.
And they've screwed themselves in the music industry now because it's digital. So all they can do now is just say, the new remastered digital version. Now there's nowhere to go.
That would have been great.
You can't, there's no physical anymore. And the industry is now stuffed, screwed to the limit. You can't offer anyone anything else.
No.
They've they got so excited with iTunes coming out. Let's get everybody to, even though they could just put the CD in and rip the songs, let's get them to just subscribe to the streaming service to get it. But now they've reached the cap on the sound quality is as good as it gets. It's lossless now.
Well,
and you're finished. The industry's fucked itself. It's absolutely fucked itself.
You remember how crazy the artists were getting now with you play like a jingle from fucking Richard Marx and you're getting a copyright. Like that was when they got all nuts because they weren't selling albums or singles anymore. So I got something. And then they're stripping their music out of movies that it was already in. Like you're going to forget that. Like they're replacing it with like public domain shit. it really just destroyed anything resembling artistic integrity or anything like that. They're all stockbrokers. They go into music and they all become like stockbrokers after a while.
Now we're the most powerful individual on the radio.
No, I'm telling you, we don't.
Why do you think he screams all the time that he doesn't want to do these live commercials?
Listen, if they gave me a piece of the myself and do 20-minute commercials just to get sponsors.
Right.
And I started to do live commercials. And, that was just an effort to get people to advertise because we would have been fired.
But that was back in the day. We're talking about now we're the most powerful individual on the radio.
No, I'm telling you, we don't.
Why do you think he screams all the time that he doesn't want to do these live commercials?
Listen, if they gave me a piece of the
action... maintain the image that he is a pariah when he's not.
No,
he's a company man. He says Mel Carmason owns him. He's a company man now.
First of all, you should know.
I love him being sarcastic with him, and I love him mispronouncing Mel Carmason. He goes, Mel Carmason, and he just like, kind of reads it. He doesn't know it. And he called him a pariah. He's this guy's so ahead of everything. He's calling him a professional victim, and he's calling him out on. This is a fantastic.
It's Carmazin because he's a major guy.
He'll come and get you off that.
You should know that. But number two,
early.
Yeah. But number two, fact of the matter is, the reason I can't stand doing live commercials is because I don't get paid any extra.
Right.
But then again, I like to.
When Howard says fact of the matter is, what's coming right after it, Bon? A lie. A lie. Always.
And what's he saying right here? Just back it up 2 seconds. He's about to contradict himself. He says he doesn't.
The reason I can't stand doing live commercials is because I don't get paid any extra.
Right.
But then again, I like doing them because it provides money for the show.
Right.
And God knows we need money.
Premium is paid for live commercials, but it goes to the station.
But you also get fees from each station that carry the show.
That's true, but don't forget, the bulk of those fees goes to guess who? Mel Carmason. And
by the way, ironically or fittingly, Jackie just left. So this is a weird time. This is in between. This is like the rotating Jackie chair period. And I think this particular show, there's nobody there. I don't hear anybody else. Jackie's gone. And so Jackie's fight was over those syndicated markets that he thinks he should get a little bit of a piece of it when he found out that Howard was syndicated over whatever it was, 35 markets or whatever. Yes, thank you, Tendrils. Everybody, please hit the like and subscribe button. Please, thank you, Tendrils. And donate to the cause if you can. Where is that stupid ad?
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
Something happens that I'm head over heels. I never find out that I'm head over heels. Somebody requested that before. I forgot to. Thank you, everyone, for indulging us with that. Here we go.
Not on. You're on stations that aren't. They're not all Infinity owned, correct?
Most of them are because he bought all of the ones I was on. Like we were on a station in L.A., which we still are on, KLSX. KLSX was owned by someone else, but Mel ended up owning it.
Right.
So
I knew that 10 years ago the fee for that was like $1 million just to carry the show. It's got to be
not quite
far above that now.
And if it is $1 million, I don't get half of that.
Well,
I don't.
You at least get a third. You're on how many stations?
All right, so even add up all.
It's so great. He's breaking mathematically down, like to get down to the minimum. He knows exactly. He's spoken to all the right people, and just to hear Howard have to explain his money you'll never hear this again. I don't think people realize how rare this is. And he was trying
Howard's
to. I don't
good
even
at
know.
it, though. I think he's good at it. At this,
well, I think he's. I think he's.
Yeah.
You know why he's good at it?
And
you know why he's good at it? Because he's doing this with Allison's lawyers all the time.
Oh yes, that's great.
How much do you think he's hiding from fucking Allison? He cannot deal with, and I think that's the gist of the whole thing. He's trying to hide his net worth from Allison, and anything that he can't report, anything that he has, and I think he's getting shit under the table. He can't have in a major magazine like Forbes back then. He can't have Allison's lawyers seeing that because he reported to them something much different. Right? That's his big concern.
All our stations and not all the markets are as big as L.A. We don't come anywhere near 31 million. You guys are way off. And
what about the revenue sharing agreements that you have with each station? You generate all this revenue.
I don't have revenue sharing with the stations.
You don't share any of the revenue that you generate, that your show generates?
No.
Not at all?
None.
You don't get. You just get a base salary then. You just get a check. You get.
I don't believe a word Howard's saying here. He's in completely lie mode. This guy knows exactly. He's bringing this up because he knows the stuff. He's setting Howard up to lie about every single thing he brings up. He knows everything. I'm telling you,
it's great for
Howard
though.
Deal.
Howard can just lie. It doesn't matter. So it's kind of it's a non-issue for Howard. He can just keep saying no.
What is it? It's called DARVO. I learned that acronym DARVO from the Depp trial. It's called deny. Act.
Okay. Yep.
What's the R stand for? Deny. Yeah, they'll get Melvin's on it right now. But anyway, it just means like you sort of attack, and someone accuses you of something, you're turning it around on them and attacking that and denying it. And Grand Theft Auto 6, Jose Villataro, is now rumored to be $100 and even the digital version. And I guarantee you that's not even the whole thing. I guarantee
that sounds cheap. What did we have? The Street Fighter comment. It's $200.
Oh, he said 100. Yeah. How could that be?
Street Fighter.
But Jose Villataro. Street Fighter's an antiquated engine. It's that aren't those 2D graphics? Who would pay that?
But this must be like a new. This must be a whole update. It's not a legacy. Oh, wait a second. It is a special edition. Wait. Here it is. Street Fighter 6 Special Edition 200. That must be a physical disc.
I don't know.
It must be for 200. Jesus. How expensive can games get if it's 200? That's unbelievable, John.
Yes. I don't know how you it's a one-on-one fighting game. Why would you pay that for that? Right? At some point it gets pretty boring, the one-on-one button mash fighting games.
Oh, you have to know all the moves, the button codes, or you're screwed. You can't play. I've mentioned that before. If you know all you triple press one button and then triple press the other, and then it does like a exploding flamethrower maneuver that kills them.
They're going to be charging you for moves soon.
You have to scour the book. It shows you all those button presses.
They would sell the book, right? Remember they would sell that big fat book? It used to be like cheat codes or no, because when you used to buy the video game, they would have a handbook and all the stuff was in there. Now they took that out and they were selling you the book separate from it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they get away with. What the new generation of gamers don't know what used to come for free.
That's right.
The paycheck every week.
We get a check, and sometimes we get ratings incentives, but go try and hit those.
Right. Every time you bump up a point of 25 to 50, you get a bonus.
But if we get like a 50 share, I mean, it's like ridiculous.
Right.
I'm telling you, you're way off. So you guys all think that everyone's rolling in dough. I'm not saying I don't make a good living. Let me tell you something. I do.
Right.
But not.
Yeah, there's actually one thing bigger than fact of the matter is, I swear on the life of my daughter. I swear on the life of my kids. That's the worst. That's the bigger lie qualifier coming up. That's so true. Tata Toothy.
There are only a few you at the top. There's you. There's Rush.
Yeah. You know something? You'd be shocked. You
produce all original programming, 25 hours of inventory every week.
You have more appreciation for it than the people we have to negotiate with.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, you talk to Mel Carmazin. He's got a whole different view of it. He's like, yeah, it's 25 hours of program week, but it's schlock.
Babs DeRush, I don't think Howard knew how sharp this guy was. I think he thought he was going to have him on. He was just going to eviscerate him, and the nest of vipers would pile on him, and he would just run away. I don't think Howard realized how sharp this guy is and how much research he's done. I'll say it again, and I could give a shit about Forbes or capitalism or you can't work for that. It's the top creme de la creme of financial like branding. Like you can't work for that unless you have your facts straight and you have all your receipts. You're not writing this article unless he knows his shit.
Your base salary might not be $30 million, but what you rake in every year.
Dude, the only way, let me tell you something. Last year, I did no outside projects. If you saw my deal on Son of the Beach, which I'm an executive producer of, and maybe Ron knows this, I don't get paid.
Another income stream he denies. So you're going to tell me that Howard took a job with the Fox-owned FX Son of the Beach as an executive producer, and he's doing it on the kindness of his heart. A Baywatch parody knockoff. He's telling him that's another income stream here.
And that must have been, God, millions. Like, what?
You're not getting...
What would it be?
His
10?
name is branded over the title. I think he's getting at least, I'm going to say $5 million a year for the time it ran. There's just no way he'd do it for any less than that.
Son of the Beach, which I'm an executive producer of, and maybe Ron knows this, I don't get paid squat for Son of the Beach. I get a couple of $1,000.
Right.
Because I did it to start off.
A couple of thousand.
That's not true.
He just say a couple of $1,000.
He should have said a couple of million, and I'd still say that's low. Yeah.
Guys, he is the biggest. Trump's got nothing on him as far as serial lying go. Did he just say a couple of $1,000?
Yeah, I'll play it again because I'm gonna make a shorty out of this because it's so classic.
Executive producer of, and maybe Ron knows this, I don't get paid squat for Son of the Beach. I get a couple of $1,000.
Right.
Because I.
And even Doug Donovan's going, yeah, right, sure, right. He's sort of condescendingly saying, right, yep, sure, right.
Did it to start off.
Been rolling her eyes right then, just like.
Everyone, Fred Durp has arrived. That is okay, Fred. You don't have to prove or apologize to anything to these people, as I've told you a million times on here.
My production company and to get Tim Stack into the business. Get him, his own.
Oh, so this is Howard's charity to get Tim Stack started, who's been working in the business as a writer for 20 years before this. He was on a show called Nightstand. You ever see? It was a parody of all like the Morton Downey shows and Springer and stuff.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, he used to do. So this is Howard's attack. His excuse is, I wanted to do Son of the Beach so I could get Tim Stack into the business, a radio guy who's never done this before. And we're supposed to believe this.
He's charitable. Wow.
Show. So I took a back seat. But the fact of the matter is, $31 million. I'm nowhere near that.
I know that amount of money sort of runs counter to your image, for sure.
No, listen.
So he thinks you're just lying because of your image?
I'm telling you, you factored in product endorsements. I don't do any. I don't get any money.
I don't believe that. I mean, how can you?
I said I swear.
Life of My Kids coming up, guys. You heard. Fact of the matter is, here comes Life of My Kids. That should be a great King Norris tendrils. Life of My Kids. I swear in the life of my kids. That's a great Bond. Can you write a song parody? I swear in the life of my kids for Howard.
Yeah.
for the Fred show, and then perform it on guitar. I swear in the life of my kids.
We could do it to like I've had the time of my life, and
yes,
I swear on the life of my kids. And have a listen. Think about
really
this,
good.
everyone. Think about this money that in 2001, which is what we're listening to, $30 million in today's money is $54 million.
Wow. And he gets twice that from Sirius.
Yeah.
And he gets twice that. It's PC23 says, I lived in Panama City. That's where George Young from Blow fled to when he ran from the cops, PC23, in the late 90s. It's a small market. Howard was #1 for 2 years, and then he disappeared. The radio station told me Stern charged $500,000 a year, and it was too much. Jesus. That's great.
While we're on songs, that's great. That's great.
While
we're on songs,
I'm going to
here we
sing
go.
99 Red Balloons. Because you know Howard and Beth are walking on the street picking up garbage, right? Right now, like this cleaning the beach.
Yeah.
99 Decision Street. 99 ministers me to worry, sorry. Call the troops in a hurry. This is what we've waited for. This is it, boy. This is what the president is on the line. Minding on, red balloons go by.
I love that. The president is on the line. The president. Do it again. I mean, you.
What is that like? Is that like the 4th Radio Gunk show?
Probably. Oh no, it's Dennis is on it, so it's 2016 or 17 or 18.
It's almost 10 years ago. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's how much time.
Well, this is your. Do I need to bring up the medallion video? No, I don't.
No.
But this is the 10 years. Of course, then I'm running out of time. That medallion is only valid until the end of this year, and then I can't put it up on screen anymore.
We should interview Lila
Thank you.
Arceira about get some more entrance to the. Oh yeah, I don't know tendrils. You talk about vanished. Lila Arceira. She dated Jamie Foxx, I think. By the way, you could do a leave in the industry. The last time I looked at her, Dennis Miller had this joke where George Hamilton and Michael Jackson crossed lines on the pigmentation flowchart. She did this. She got whiter. If you see her, the last time I could not believe how white she was. Who's
I'll bring up a picture in a moment.
Lila Arceira, like in modern day. Tim Stack is my name. Earl, he's in a ton of stuff. He was on Parker Lewis Can't Lose as well. He played the father on that.
I used to watch that all the
Yep.
time.
He's in a ton of stuff. Stern said he canceled Son of the Beach because they wouldn't give him toy rights. They had action figures, I believe. He tried to make, there was a thing with Fart Man too. He doesn't own Fart Man, and he wanted to make action figures out of it. And like, you don't own, National Lampoon owns Fart Man. You don't own shit. And that was, I don't know if that was a lie or, oh my God, that's a black girl? Guys, that's Lila Arceira. And then, Bon, can you pull up a picture of her on Son of the Beach in the early 2000s? She looks like Heather Graham. She makes Heather Graham look like Vivica Fox. Look at this. Did she try to look? She went into like the surgeon's office. I want to look like Heather Graham. Doesn't she look like Heather Graham?
Oh my God! The picture I'm about to bring up is from Son of a Beach.
This is an African American female. This is crazy.
I know this is about to get really crazy when I bring up this picture. What on earth?
She makes Mariah Carey look like a Missy Elliott. Look at this. Or Gabourey Sidibe. I think people have seen her in the shot of her in the bathing suit, and
there it is.
Yeah, that's her. God damn, that's the same person. I mean, she's. And look at the arms on Christina Brown next to her. That's what we think. Picture Christina Brown looking like. Look at in the black community. One of the jokes, if you're heavy, is they go, look at that big old package of hot dogs on the back of your own neck. That's what she's got. Look at them. You got a package of hot dogs on the back of your neck. They act like the first person to ever say the insult too, like they thought of it on the top of their head. I cannot believe Sammy Sosa. That's a good one, Jose. So, Bon, there's a baseball player, Sammy Sosa. He came around. He's a home runner. He basically in the steroid era, he almost had the home run record. I think he hit 66, and he basically did this. I can't believe that's her.
Crazy.
This is so crazy. That rocks my world. That I saw a picture of her, and you knew I was onto something, but I didn't realize she got whiter from the last time I saw it. Thank you, King. Thank you, King. I will sing more.
Singing. See, I'm always campaign. I send John messages every few weeks. I say, I think the intro for the show this week, it would be fantastic if you sang at the start of the show.
I don't think people realize the song I sang in the beginning of this is from Atlantic Starr. The lead singer Wayne Lewis died. That's why I sang that. And he had a bunch of hits. It's like, kind of slow jam R&B music in the 80s.
You should have mentioned that after you sang it.
I don't know. I mean, I thought everyone knew. I just assumed everyone knew. I mean, who's not big Wayne Lewis fans here besides Tamara Francois?
I've never heard of that person.
I know.
It's even harder. Here, look.
We can go to... I don't get any money. I don't believe that. I
should fall short of your complaint. Try a little harder.
All right, I'll fade it out. I think I'm
That's
getting
great. I really
distracted with
like
your-
that. I think you did such a good job on that.
I think I've been working on another one, which is of you, which has been an absolute pain in the ass, but it's coming. That's all I'll say about it.
I want to send that to Dennis Miller's wife, who stars in the video. That's the only thing she's ever done in her life. Dennis
Imagine
Miller's
her
wife.
hearing that this bizarre voice singing and there's no context at all. She'd just be like, "Who emailed me this?" But
Well,
anyway.
I got it. Dennis Miller's sidekick, this guy named Christian Blatt. You'll hear him on Who Are These Podcasts once in a while. He was Dennis Miller's sidekick on a syndicated right-wing radio show. I've gone back and forth with him a few times. I'm going to send him that to send it to Dennis Miller's wife and see if it works. I'm going to take a shot. I have his email address and everything. I'm going to send that to him. See if I think he'll send it to her. Why not? What could
I want you to get back on work on getting back on Twitter first before you do all that stuff.
Okay, all right.
Focus on Twitter, please. God damn it.
Missing in Action, that's phenomenal comparison. She looks like Heather Graham and Fiona Apple had a kid. That's so great. It's really good at MIA. I know you're feeling.
And I swear on the life of my mother, I don't.
But life of my mother.
People, even our sponsors think that. They think they have to have a meeting with me.
Just call him a liar? It got stepped on a little bit. He goes, it's something that you're lying about. Listen to this.
Yeah, get back.
People, even our sponsors, sponsors think that. They think they have to have a meeting with me and make a deal for me to do live commercials. I don't. The station charges them for a live commercial, and I don't get a penny from it.
Okay, but
I'm just telling you the truth.
Okay.
I don't want to give you my exact salary, but you're way off.
We were way off last year when we were at 18 million.
You were way off last year.
So you're even.
So he's like, we had you at 18 million last year.
He's going to say he gets $5 million a year. Is that what he's trying to say?
Yeah. He's like, oh, you got less. So you got less. He goes, no, I haven't got less, but I don't have. He's got him pinned down. He completely has him cornered. It's Missing in Action. Yes, that Leila Arceiri is that story. Chauncey Hayden did a fucking great interview with her in Steppin' Out magazine. And our friend Chauncey, and he got her to admit all the fucking stuff that goes on in that apartment. The fake password. He's bringing in Nobu. He's with Beth, and he's hitting on her, showing her fucking outtakes of Son of the Beach. And Lila admitted to all this stuff that goes on, and it was napalm to him. That's just all the little shit he tries to hide from that 1%er life he lives.
Million.
You were way off last year.
So you're even less than that?
Yeah, Nick, that's such a Charles Barkley insult. You're so right. That I'm sure Barkley said that. I love Barkley, but I've heard it from like Patrice O'Neal and people like that. It's in the black community. It's the big int. They all use it and they act like they. They're the first one. So you do like a pause. You look at you run around with a little package of hot dogs on the back of your neck, and they act like. They just thought of it off the top of the head, but everyone uses the same insult.
Basic bitch.
I don't want to say, but it's embarrassing.
Are you between the two?
I'm not going to say what I'm at, but I'm telling you, you're way off.
So then you make far less than Rush Limbaugh, then that's for sure.
Sure do. If he's making 31 million, he makes way more than me.
Barbara.
Well, then maybe you need a new agent.
No, I think my agent's fine. I just think you guys think in radio, guys, like you think Rush Limbaugh's making 31 million. I know he's not.
Well, wouldn't you say that you guys make far more than a Letterman or a Leno, though, even though they're a little high?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, here you are. You work every day, 5 hours, 4 hours a day, generating all this inventory, all this time for advertisers. I mean.
Yeah, but one thing they're good at in radio.
You mention a website and it's packed, for hours.
I know, but they never tell you what you make. It's a whole complicated thing. Radio's
It's like the movies where you can never find out exactly what the movie made.
Yeah.
You'll never know what they make.
But no one's gonna tune into K-Rock in the morning if it's not Howard Stern.
I know.
It's like no one's gonna go to a movie Sixth Sense unless Bruce Willis is in it.
I know what you're saying, but you're way off.
Listen, Vitiligo. What is that like? What did I just say? Vitiligo. We had it all, just like Bogey and Bacall, starring in our own late show, sailing away to Vitiligo. He's looking at you, kid. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's nicknames for each other were from that movie.
Oh, that's
Slim
right.
and Steve. It's so fucking gay. It's so fucking gay. I can't wait to go back. I get to read his new interview on our show.
Off in your figures, and I don't.
There's definitely surgeries and big, whatever Michael Jackson did, and I'm sure there's a whole cottage industry about changing pigmentations of to make. It's always like, why is nobody trying to get? I mean, I guess there's tanning and stuff, but it seems like they're always trying to get lighter.
They have
got
to
one
pay
for
for
you,
counseling.
John.
And I'll tell you
What, Bon?
I got Tamara. This one's from. This is for you from Tamara.
I love that song. I love it.
There you
Messed
go.
around and got it's the only song with triple double, and for our friend Autobot, the Seattle Supersonics, who have not been in Seattle, by the way. So in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder just won the championship, and they used to be the Seattle Supersonics. And the Seattle Supersonics will not acknowledge the affiliation with them, even though it should go. So they moved the franchise in the middle of the night to Oklahoma City. This owner, Clay Bennett, stole them from Seattle. And it has been 16 years since the Sonics have had Seattle, and they won a title the other day, and that must drive that city crazy. They want nothing to do with the Thunder. But meanwhile, in Indiana, all the ex-players are sitting courtside. There's a player named Derek McKee who played for both teams. He played for the Sonics and the Pacers. He sat with the Pacers, rooting for the Pacers. Meanwhile, he was a Sonic way more than he was a Pacer. And he won't acknowledge the existence of the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was really ugly. It was like when the Browns stole the Baltimore Ravens stole the Browns, and then the Ravens immediately won like 2 Super Bowls, and the Browns are like, oh god. So sarcastic. It's the most unpatriotic. I get douche chills whenever I hear the country music and the
I
fake
thought it was
patriotism.
hilarious. They play the
watched
whole.
Sonics Gate, yes.
It's a bloody long song too, and he'd play the whole thing before he came out. And
Thank you,
and he's
Ace.
starting a war as well. By the way, thank you for that. Thanks, America.
Thank you, A. Smith.
I can't believe Paul Harvey makes $29 million for
For
that
that
crap.
minute or two that he does?
Well, the guy's been in the business for how long?
Yeah, he's
50
82 years old, but I know guys who've been in the business haven't made $1 yet.
Well, I mean, there's that top echelon of talent. Is
Where's
Rush,
his money coming from?
Paul Harvey. I mean,
How do you figure Paul Harvey's making $29 million? The guy's on for 5 minutes a day.
I know for a fact he does.
Where's all the inventory?
I know for a fact he does.
Really? But you
his
knew for a
audience
fact what I
his
make.
audience is just astronomical. 21 million people a week.
Rosie O'Donnell, you say, makes $25 million. You know something? I think you're low.
Low?
Yep, because that's a syndicated television show.
Let me back this up a little bit.
Guy's been in the business for how long?
Yeah, he's 82 years old, but I know guys who've been in the business haven't made $1 yet.
Well, I mean, there's that top echelon of talent. Is
Where's
Rush,
his money coming from?
Paul Harvey. I mean,
How do you figure Paul Harvey's making $29 million? The guy's on for 5 minutes a day.
I know for a fact he does.
Where's all the inventory?
I know for a fact he does.
Really? But you
his
knew for a
audience
fact what I make.
His audience is just.
I'll say it again. You can get sued. If you get your shit wrong, you can get sued by these people. They have to be right. They have to. It's speculation. Now you're putting someone's net worth on 21 Front Street. You have to be right about this. Dennis Miller stole his whole "you're on asshole" bit from Louis C.K. was opening for him. I didn't know that. Oh, Dennis Leary you're talking about, M.I., not Miller. That's Dennis Leary. There's a whole feud with Dennis Leary being a thief. Dennis Miller stole his act from Richard Belzer. That's a different thief. But you're talking about Dennis Leary. Dennis Leary gets killed in the end.
Dennis Leary steal from? Because he was huge here, Dennis Leary. Everybody loved him here.
Louis C.K., whatchamacallit, from Texas. Oh, God, he passed away. God, why are I always blanking on his name? The comedian, God damn it. He was on
For
Howard
the smoking
once.
on stage,
Yes,
that
that's from
kind of
Soul-
banter, the really sarcastic,
Yep.
negative. But what about the
Bill
song?
Hicks. Bill Hicks.
Oh, well, let me think. I guess he sort of did the Bill Hicks thing, but not intellectual like Bill Hicks, in my opinion. And he
It was
made
enough.
that song about him being an asshole. So, and which actually got on the charts here. It was probably in the top 10 here. It was just huge.
Really quick with Dennis Leary, it's really interesting. This is interesting. He is responsible for the movie Blow. He was best friends with the director Ted Demme, who passed away in 2001. He read the book. He knew the book. He passed the book on to Ted Demme. Ted Demme said, "This is amazing. We got to make this into a movie." Dennis Leary's like, "Okay, great. Of course." Dennis Leary's like, "I'll star in it." And it made sense because he looks far more like the real George Young than. And then the production company said to him, "Nope. Dennis Leary's not starring in a movie. We need somebody better. Nope. And Ted Demme's like, "Well, how about Johnny Depp?" He's like, "Okay, we'll do it if you get Depp." And then so they got Depp, and they finally, and Blow was greenlit, and Dennis Leary was supposed to play it, and then he just dropped back to producer status, and that's how that happened. It's pretty crazy. And then Ted Demme died at 2 months after the movie came out from a cocaine.
I've never seen Bill Hicks being written so many times in the chat.
How many times this? I knew they were going to
3, 4, or 5. It was everybody.
Bill Hicks is one of those comedians you say when you want to look cool. He's one of your.
He's my favorite, so I guess I do want to look cool.
I remember Bill Hicks. I only remember him from like those old stand-up showcase shows that were on all the time, like MTV Half-Hour Comedy Hour and Evening at the Improv and Comic Strip Live. I don't know if he was in anything like you'd know from TV or I don't. I don't remember in a movie. All I knew him from stand-up specials.
He's my favorite.
Funny man, come here. Hey, buddy, we're Christians. We don't like what you said. I said, then forgive me.
That's
a great clip.
That's the kind of Hicks stuff I love.
Missing in action.
I don't think Leary did that. Leary didn't really do that.
No, that's he doesn't have to steal his whole act from him. It was just like little things he cherry picks.
Smoking, yeah.
Smoking,
and the sort of the nasty when he gets nasty.
I'd have to go over all of Bill Hicks's material to line it up. I can't say that I'm like an expert on his whole. I'd have to look at it. I'm sure these guys, kind of know it. I'm not doubting that they're because there's a lot of people that sign off on that.
Look at this. The Sarah Man's doing comedy in the chat. Look at this.
She actually has a Birdie Hicks story.
Well, Sarah, come on the show, Sarah.
She has a link, by the way. She has a link. She could jump on.
Of course she does. Yep. She can end the show right now if she wanted to. She could press the button.
I dare you to jump on.
She's always a step away from ending me on this show. She's one mouse click away. That's the power of this amazing lady from Oregon. You know, a great memory I have of Sarah is a couple of years ago, she came into the Radio Gunk live chat and she told Monique off for pronouncing Oregon wrong.
Oh, yeah, she told me off.
And Monique got pissed
We
off.
pronounce it Oregon. It's somehow like the G-O-N. It's pronounced gin. It's Oregon. In New York, we pronounced it Oregon. I did that my whole life. Artie Lang did that in a joke about Gary the retard. He said something like something from Oregon, and he mispronounces Oregon.
So we should be saying Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah,
Oregon.
Really?
Yes.
But Monique went postal. That was the best part. Monique went, why are you saying that? I didn't know that. It's not my fault. And it was great. So thank you,
Sarah and Monique. They'd be more opposite people in personality.
I know. And one of them has the nicest hair we've ever seen on this podcast.
Monique was posting pictures of Sarah's hair on her Instagram the other day in a montage. She did the Jacqueline Smith twirl. Guess who?
Look at me, Kermie. Look at me.
Missing in Action has a fantastic comment here. You put it together. So why is Howard so passionate about Tim Stack? Because Buchwald represents him. And he's not telling Doug Forbes this. So he's getting a cut from the better Tim Stack does, the better the Buchwald agency does. He's not bringing up. It's always about who Buchwald represents. And even here on this fucking show, you can connect all the dots. Great post, Missing in Action.
21 million people a week.
Rosie O'Donnell, you say, makes 25 million. You know something? I think you're low.
Low?
Yep, because that's a syndicated television show and she owns
Does she own a piece of that?
Do you know if she owns a piece
I'm
of
not
it?
sure. I didn't do her exact file, actually. That was
I think you're way low on Rosie O'Donnell. I think she makes a lot more money.
Yeah, I figure she's into Oprah buck.
Howard's one of the Cindy Packers. Howard's one of the biggest braggarts on the face of the earth. Like Trump is right there with him. When Trump did it, it was kind of funny because it sounded like a wrestler. It sounded like a wrestling manager or something. Like he's comes from the Trump had a major WWF, affiliation back in the day. And so he was very into the personality of the wrestling managers and that whole thing. And he did it funny. Howard bragging isn't very funny. It sounds insecure and it sounds like a wicked Cindy Packard's right.
The N-word.
Where did you get that from?
Oh, everywhere.
The N-word. That's a very nasty word, right? In a lot of ways.
What is that from Howard, or is that just from him campaigning or
campaigning?
You know what the N-word is, right?
I've never heard that. That's great.
I'm known.
Oh, what am I playing that one for?
The N-word.
That's my favorite. Listen to him. He's shouting it. He's with glee.
The N-word.
According to Holly Robinson, he uses it for real when it comes to picking Bret Michaels over. She said something like, "I'm not going to have that effing N-word win my fucking show." And he was talking about
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Peet. How you doing?
The N-word.
I would love a clip
corroborated.
The N-word.
To the Trump remix, the mega mix.
That's really funny. That's really, really funny.
The N-word. The N-word. That's a very nasty word, right? In a lot of ways. You know what the N-word is, right? The N-word.
That's crazy. That's so you got a hit on your hands. I'm sure of it. That's so funny.
Now, you happen to be right about Regis Philbin.
All right.
He makes about $35 million a year, and he could have made a lot more. I think he got hosed
But
on
they
the...
never pegged Geraldo, I don't think. But Geraldo was raking in the bucks right under your guys' noses. You never got him.
We had him last year on there.
Yeah, but that was after he stopped making all the big bucks.
No, last year he signed a big deal with
NBC.
NBC, right?
Yeah, but you don't think in syndication he made a lot of money?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess he wasn't on our radar screen until he signed a huge deal with NBC.
One thing I can't believe is that Larry King gets paid $7 million a year for CNN. I mean,
I almost brought this clip in. I was watching, and I love Bob Costas for some reason because he's such a mainstream broadcaster who's so ridiculously honest. He doesn't give a shit. I mean, he will give you a full opinionated editorial during an NFL game at halftime. I really enjoy him. I think I like him more now, kind of post, mainstream than I do now. I watched an interview with him on the 92nd Street Y, and he was talking about, he said, get this, and this is how you know this is right. He got offered Imus's spot. He got offered the Imus spot. It was going to be on MSNBC, and it was going to be like the way Morning Joe is. They offered
he turned it down.
They offered him $21 million a year. And he turned it down because he said, I swear, I almost got this for the show just because it's so Howard adjacent thing. He said this, he goes, there's no way in hell you can't pay me enough money to get up at that time 5 days a week. So I turned it down. He goes, I just knew I would hate. And he turned it. It was 20. So, but that's Imus. So that's how you know this is right.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Costas was going to get $21 million a year.
I read that again today. I can't believe it.
I mean, you know what? I think that happens to be true.
Interesting. He's from the same town who we just heard as Rosie O'Donnell in Comac, Long Island.
True, and you know what? That's insane.
Yeah. Well, Bill O'Reilly's starting to kick it. Bill O'Reilly's much better than Larry King. Yeah. Bill O'Reilly's got a point of view, at least, and Bill O'Reilly doesn't make anywhere near that. And let me tell you something. It's know what? The fact of the matter is, Bill O'Reilly shouldn't. He's on a crummy cable channel. They don't get paid any money. They don't generate any income off of his ratings. Right. That's why he doesn't have to kiss everybody's ass.
Well, yeah. If he ever got some advertisers, he wouldn't be able to talk about anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. And, listen, that whole Fox News channel, I watch it all the time, but it ain't fair and balanced. It's all a bunch of conservative guys who hate Democrats.
Well, Forbes is going to be putting out a show with them hopefully soon.
Yeah. All right, dude. All right, so there you go.
Hey, can I get a plug?
Go ahead.
My brother's band from Westchester, Pennsylvania.
We gotta have. I think we can get him on. Doesn't he sound like a guy who would just gladly come on here?
You've got to reach out. That's your.
I know. I can't. I'm not on Twitter anymore. That was
Ballywick.
on Twitter. Nice
I
use of
want you
Ballywick,
to-
by the way. Nice use.
I know.
Great use of Ballywick.
Well, I got it from you. 'Cause I've got
Well, that's great. That's how you learn words. You
Look,
just
look
pick
how
up.
fast I can pull
This is
this up.
his Ballywick.
There you go. Not bad, eh? 2 seconds, maybe.
Next clip, kind of a quick one. Before we go to one of the bigger ones, this is that new kind of that Rogan adjacent comedian crew, the circle jerk they overhad. This is one of Bert Kreischer's 15 podcasts that he has, and it's a cooking show. And I couldn't get this played on radio. It drove me crazy. I must have tried to get this played on Radio Gunk like 100 times.
Can I tell my favorite Bert Kreischer story real briefly?
This is why you just blow Fred out of the water. Like, this is just like, how do you have me saying Bert Kreischer?
I know the hardest part is remembering that I have it to be able to search for it straight away, like type in BERT and then press play. I've got to remember.
Yeah, that's
that
crazy.
I've got you. That's the cunt of it all. Pardon my language there.
You can't
Oh,
get
my
enough
God.
praise for that. You really can't. I don't know how. I guess it might be tied into, and I'm not saying you're not like a genius savant in this way, but like tied into
Oh,
like
no, they don't.
a musician. Like, I mean, the way a musician can instantly just like, play a chord and then go back.
Oh,
to
lyrics. Yeah, when I was singing, yeah, I used to have to learn all the lyrics, but they don't like it when you compliment us too much. That's what they say.
No, you
on
would.
the
No, I'm not
Radio
even.
Gunk,
I would.
on the
You're a good
Reddits.
friend. You're a good friend, and
they-
I would compliment you to make you feel good anyway. But I'm serious. You are a genius. The savant. You are what that word is for. You're what that word is for. You're a savant genius. There's nobody better at this than you.
You're this though.
But you have to admit you're the armchairiest of armchair psychiatrists.
Thank you.
How do you have a Dennis Miller clip from that fucking? How do you remember that?
I've
He says my name.
I've got
Oh
too
my
much.
God.
You've got no idea what I've been doing the last few months.
I thought that
the
was
amount.
funny. That was clever the way you said that. I thought that was good.
I think Fred probably has 50 drops he uses. That's it.
Maybe. I don't even know if it's that much anymore.
I know he must be so bored. I feel bad for him. Like
But how much? I
he
mean,
used to have so much he could mine, with so much with people coming in, calling in. He had so many things he could just throw drops at, and now he's got Robin and freaking Howard, and he can't do drops in interviews when Howard's doing.
You also got to remember too, like there's so many people on the red flag list that so many of those people were his drops, and he can't play them anymore. You know what I mean? Like they were all people that are now banned from the show, so he can't play an Artie clip. He can't play. You know what I mean? They're all these people are dead or banned from the show. Like everything, and he's too lazy to think of new ones. Like I don't know how long it takes you to go through all that audio and find
Wait
this
till you see.
specific word.
You wait till you see my Vanderpump Rules. You guys got me onto Vanderpump Rules, and I've watched everything.
Did you watch The Real World on MTV? It's the same thing. It's basically a better version of The Real World. It's like Melrose Place meets The Real World.
I like the viciousness.
And there's a spinoff called The Valley, which is great. It's
Yeah,
all the same
I've just
people.
watched
Yeah.
The Valley. Is there more Valley coming, or is it cancelled?
Yeah, no, they're right in the minute. Sarah turned me
Because
on. It is on.
they ended on that cliffhanger, the cheating cliffhanger, if it happened or not.
They're 10 episodes in or something like that. Still going?
No, no, the second season's finished.
Oh, is it? How many?
I just watched it. There was. I can't remember how many episodes, but
Because I'm
11
on 8.
maybe.
I finished 8.
Oh, okay. Well, you're about to finish it soon. But
It's only 10 episodes?
I think it's 11 or something. But I just watched it. I watched the last episode last night. So that's
I thought it was longer than
there's a cliffhanger coming, and I'm not going to
Vanderpump was like
spoil it.
20 something episodes in its, the bulk of their seasons. It was
Yeah,
like 23
huge.
episodes.
And the best part about it was the end where they'd show they'd have what's his name hosting it.
Andy Cohen.
Yeah, those episodes were the two.
The after shows are great. Right? All the after shows are great. They have
Like if I got a bouquet of red roses, I'm like, okay, #basic.
That's Sheena. That's Sheena Shea.
And what I know is about being a basic bitch.
The amount of Vanderpump Rules drops I've got, I could do Vanderpump Rules drops for a whole episode of this.
You know, Elisa Georgiana
Just
tried
Vanderpump.
You know, she thought
She would have been great on that show. I
she
wish
was-
she'd got it.
She was the hostess for like 5 minutes in one of the season 6 or something like that.
No shit.
She's
really?
on camera for like 3 seconds. I'll find it. I saw it. I finally saw it. She's
That she would have been great because she's a
You're being a fucking basic bitch right now.
Yep.
James
fits right in on
Kennedy is amazing. He was so good for the show. What a disgusting group of people. The most horrible people.
They really
They
are.
are so
They
like
really are.
and how did they find a group of people to have such a great chemistry of being so horrible to each other?
You're fucking basic.
You gotta that's everything wrong with like LA moving to Hollywood to become famous. Like it's you put them all in the same restaurant and they all are attention whores and fame whores and they don't want to be, and then they just they're all it's what Melrose Place wished it could be. Like it's real life Melrose Place, in my opinion.
See, what happened was on the first couple of episodes of this show, you and David in one episode, you made like 2 or 3 references to this show, and I'd never heard of it before. And I was like, I have to go and find some drops to surprise them. And then when I looked it up, I thought it was a movie or something. And then when I looked it up, I went, oh no, it's a TV series. And then I saw, oh, and there's 11 seasons.
It's
and I went,
on off.
oh no. And I looked up YouTube, I said like, Vanderpump Rules greatest moments, like little compilations, and I was listening to it and I was going, these drops aren't going to be good enough. Like I should watch. So I watched the first season and I was grabbing drops, and then I was like, now I have to watch the show. It hooks you in. And
Ida's a huge
it's
fan
the most
of all-
embarrassing show to say you watch. And I'm sorry to everyone who's listening who
Ajay
expects me
Gupta
to
should've done that,
be
man.
way above this kind of garbage.
It isn't if you put it if you do the thing where you say it isn't if you say, well, it's like real. It wasn't embarrassing to say you watched The Real World on MTV, because that's what this is. It's a longer version of it, and it's exactly what that show was. It's just it gives you it's just more salacious, it's crazier, it's longer, and it's like that meets Melrose Place. It's the best way, and it's spun off from fucking the Beverly Hills no, is it Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, right? Yeah. It's a spin-off of Real Housewives of Beverly. So Sheena spun it off because she cheated with somebody on the show. I forget how. And so they used it. It was a backdoor pilot, and they used it. Ida Greenbacks is all over it. Jackson Tom. Yeah, James
Here's a
Kennedy.
stank hierarchy: hookers, strippers, wet t-shirt contest people.
Yeah, James is a horrible, great villain, horrible person.
You know how many calories are in Sprite?
He's George Michael's godson, so that's why Lisa protected him.
Oh,
all
that's
that
right.
time.
When he
Yeah,
said
that's
that,
why.
I went, oh my
I'm
God.
heartbroken by what my friends have done.
On our Patreon, we do a Vanderarm Rules review. Usually, David Sarah is on it a lot of these, and I don't know, what are we?
Does
4
Sarah
in?
like the show?
She's the one who turned me on to it. She said, "You got to watch this show."
I thought she would be way above
Sheena
that.
is just so below me in terms of
think?
class.
She loves
She's
this
not the type of person I would ever want to surround myself with.
She said, "You love Melrose Place, you love The Real World, you'll love this." And I started
If
watching.
my
it.
boyfriend threw a beer on my face, I would cut his dick off, put a chopstick in it, go to the local Chinese restaurant, fry it up with some fried rice.
Yeah, that's Stassi thinks
She's a real standout, though, in the first couple of seasons. Just
She
an
performs for
absolutely
the,
horrible person.
Yeah.
God.
She gets a little better as it goes on. You know, she's sort of like, it's for any and I'll get off this in a second. For any reality show, you do this thing where your first impressions of the people, right? You hate someone immediately, and then it's funny. it shifts. He's like, oh, now I like them. And all of a sudden 3 seasons goes by and you hate the people you started to like and you like the people you started to hate in the beginning. It's amazing how that
James Kennedy was the one. Yeah, he became like Brandon on 90210, telling everybody how to live their lives. But he was such a bizarre guy. The way he'd start crying and acting like a little child.
You need to realize what it's like to not have me.
He gets more chances than Benji Bronk on that show, and just like his
that's
sister and
exactly
stuff.
right. It's like just fire him, just fire Kristen, just fire all of them.
We have such a heated passion. We'll fight it out, and then we'll usually take it to the bedroom.
By the way, how much does Jack sound exactly like Ben Affleck? He's the same speech. He sounds exactly like him.
He probably modeled himself.
I think
I already have douche bumps.
I think so
Right,
too.
I'm
I'd agree.
stopping
Back is all over this. Hugs
We
for
need
you.
to
Ida.
edit this whole section out of the show. We're sorry, everyone
All right, here we
listening.
go.
Because imagine the guys listening to this. It's mostly guys that are just listening to this, going, "Oh, give me a
I recommend
break."
watching. I recommend watching it and look at it like it's the MTV Real World.
We need G Canada in the chat writing.
I know.
Grow a pair of balls, guys. You tossers.
Testicular providence. Later, she later gets fired. I agree. Max is all over this, and yeah, George Michael's godson. Anyway, so here is Bert Kreischer, one of his 15 podcasts. He does a cooking podcast, and he invites on Whitney Cummings, who is just like the poster child for Harvey Weinstein, cut the line, no talent, fucking sitcom hack, annoying, and she's on here with Tim Dillon, who has a pretty good following. I think he's gay, by the way. He doesn't seem gay, but he looks very sort of arty meets Chris Farley in this. And they're all part of this Rogan sphere. And Bert Kreischer's cooking while talking, and they bring up Howard. And this is what this kind of ilk of comedians, this Crazy Robin, welcome Crazy Robin and Melvin. Melvin, I hope you saw my food pics I posted for you the other day.
Read Melvin's in Brando voice. Read that comment.
Sarah's fat ass here. Sarah's thought steel toes fumbling yesterday in court. So funny. Fat Melton reporting live like his Arthur Kent, the scud stud, TV journalist during the 1991 Gulf War. Melvin.
Oh God, I think that's your best ever. Is your Brando? Oh,
it's easy when you have
God,
something to read.
Almost making me cry.
Big Dylan is gay. So he is gay. Thank you, Melvin. So
he is gay. Thank you, Melvin.
So you kind of think this is like the current iteration of the Stern Show. You're sort of like, and Whitney Cummings used to be like a very regular on the show. She hasn't been on in a while, and she was that guest you hated. She was on all the time. It was like her and fucking Seth Rogen and Howie Mandel and Nick Cannon. Like, what is it that? And so she hasn't been on in a while, and Tim Dillon and Bert Kreischer, neither have them. They've been trying to get on the show for years, and they've just kind of given up. They don't care. They're on Rogan's show. They don't need. And this is what this generation of comedians thinks of the Stern Show now. They all kind of don't give a shit anymore. And
this will be good.
They're giving you like kind of a very honest take on how Howard's perceived among this sort of, this sphere of Rogan comedians.
It's like,
you think Sanjay Gupta should have done that, maybe?
Yeah, guys like that should definitely do.
He's like, maybe I'll.
Did you ever do Howard Stern?
No.
Really?
No, and can I tell you, I find it to be never. So funny, I went in one time.
So the new thing, and we all know this trick now. Like these guys, like when they tell you this is like a restaurant you can't get into, and they think they've elevated themselves to such a level. Well, we're going to put you on the wrap-up show, and they think that the guests don't know enough to say, "Oh, I can't get on the real show. I'm relegated to the wrap-up show." This one of my favorite actors, one of my actress crushes, right in my wheelhouse of type, Kristen Ritter, who plays Jessica Jones in the Marvel Cinematic Universe on Netflix. She was turned down on the show. She's like, they go, well, Kristen, hey, Kristen, you can do the wrap-up show. She goes, it's like, no, thanks. She's like, I'm not doing, no, thanks. I'm not, no one's listening. I know it's a put down. I know you're kicking me to the shitty show no one listens to. It's an insult. I'm not doing the wrap-up show. No, thanks. And so she turned them down. And this is what these guys get, that wrap-up show fucking brush off all the time. And they got it 100 times, and finally they said, no, I'm good. I'm good.
And I don't know if it was Shuli or one of the guys was like, I was there and they're like, hey, do you want to see the studio? And I was like, yeah, sure. And so I went into the studio and I was like, oh.
That's another thing they do, Bon, is they give them a studio tour. So they blow them off and they say, no, you can't get on the show. We don't have, you listen to what they do. And a lot of the times these guys will go, so you said no to me. And I went and I listened to the whole week of shows and you had nothing on. Like, you're blowing me off so you can talk to JD fucking Harmeyer for 45 minutes about spoons?
Yes, that's right.
It's the biggest insult in the world to turn. They're literally doing nothing. They're turning them down for nothing. It's just Howard's too lazy and so out of touch with anything. And I'm not saying you should love these people, but I'm saying that if this generation of comedians that you might like are never going to get on the show. And he has staffers who know these people very well.
That was really cool. I thought it'd be bigger, and they're like, that's what everyone says. And they're like, hey, do you want me to get a picture of you sitting on the couch like you're being interviewed? And I was like, no. He's like, what? I go, I either get on that couch or I don't give a fuck about, I'm not like, I was like, oh, no, I'm good.
Like,
we got an offer to do Howard Stern.
And they think that everyone's still enamored by this. Like, you just have no idea how far the show has fallen. You have no options. Of course, you're going to be so charmed by their invitation to get a picture on the fucking couch. Like, he knows better. He knows it's an insult.
Look at this. Kristen Ritter is a smoking piece of
I love her.
Yeah. And not surprisingly, she looks like Sarah. There you go.
Yeah, a little bit, right? That back of that's
absolutely.
And it didn't work out. I don't know why.
She's just as sarcastic as she is on Jessica Jones. It's the same personality. Everything is sarcasm.
I don't know if I do it now.
I would just like to see it. Like, even if it's not going to be...
Oh, I go old school. I get drunk as fuck.
I would just
roll
be
in,
curious.
I wouldn't sleep. I'd come in on coke. I'd fucking go old school. And I'd want to have fun with them. I don't want the serious interview. Like, I watched him interview John Hamm. It's an amazing interview. It's an amazing interview.
I haven't seen it. Is that recent?
It's really fucking great. He's a great interview, but I miss the days of, like, every suck a midget's dick or something.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I like that. I love that energy.
But he misses that, too, I think, on some level. And he loves comics so much. He interviews comics.
Whitney is so stupid. She's trying to toe the line. She's trying to mend both fences here. She knows she's kind of in with them still, and she's like trying to do this thing where this double agent thing, and it's not working. And she's forced to admit that even she knows the show sucks. Even she knows, as much of a stupid, fucking annoying, squawking hack that she is, she knows the show sucks. Tim Dillon looks like it does. Dan McAllister, you're so right, Brendan. Like a Dan McAllister and Bill Gurley. Everyone knows those references. Everyone knows.
I've got to make an award for Brendan when he inspires the arm with these comments. I'm going to make some little.
Those are two high school
video
references that he thinks.
What's the deal with them? Are they even going to cook some goddamn food on this video? Like,
no,
I mean, he's standing there. They look like idiots. Just
he sort of plays
there
with sunflower oil the whole time, and then magically, like a fucking pot roast comes out of the oven. Melvin says, Melvin's so right. Whitney's diet consists of mainly Adderall and grapefruit juice. Isn't she the poster child of a fucking Adderall? Like the doctor just gives it to her for no reason. Oh God! Is it
shut her up?
Ozempic and Adderall, right? All those drugs you're so sick of hearing about.
Comics, I think, very differently than he interviews.
For real?
Yeah, actors and stuff. I would just be curious what he'd ask you about. I just think it'd be interesting, regardless.
I don't think he'd like me.
But I think that I remember going in there. It's so terrifying because it's this like iconic thing you've seen. Rogan Street, we've seen in every iteration. We've seen it from being we saw when it's some weird Foot Locker down the street here, and it doesn't feel like this. It's Joe's office.
But Rogan's way bigger than Stern.
Totally, but I'm saying at the time.
So Bert Kreischer goes, but Rogan's way bigger than Stern. He's like, totally. That is enough for them to ban her from the show. That's all it takes.
Yeah, that's a great observation. Yes.
They're both banned from the show. Even Tim Dillon's banned for listening to this.
It'll come through JD with a clip to Gary.
He must
Gary
be feeling
shows
this.
Howard.
and it's so unflattering they can't play it. They'll never play this.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Like this, it's Joe's office.
But Rogan's way bigger than Stern.
Totally, but I'm saying
So
at the time
when I know what you're saying. I know
when
what you're
I
saying.
did Stern as a guest when I was younger, you see it and you go blank because you're so starstruck.
She said when I did. She hasn't been on the show in a good 10 years, I don't think. She was on remember how sick of it we were? We would always piss on the fact that she had over and over again Whitney Cummings, fucking Nick Cannon, Seth Rogen, and David Spade over and over again. She was in that mix.
Don't press play because Sarah would love her eyebrows, wouldn't she? Because you said that Sarah has an obsession with eyebrows. Are they eyebrows that Sarah would love?
Oh, Sarah's obsessed with eyebrows and eyelash. I've never noticed an eyebrow in my life. And
would Sarah like her eyebrows, Whitney's? Can we get Sarah in the chat? Sarah should be monitoring me in the chat. I'm not surprised she's not responding to this because she's apparently got a button on the finger on the kill switch on me at all times in case I go
Whitney
out of
Cummings
control.
Is Crazy Robin's kryptonite, without a doubt, black kryptonite. I would rather see and look at Terry Cummings, Crazy Robin.
Yeah, she's very animated, overly animated. Like she's for the camera. Like she knows she's really pushing out the wide-eyed enthusiasm when she's talking about something. Yeah, and the subject matter is shit, boring. It's not worth that amount of effort.
Struck by the set.
How old were you when you did Stern?
Turn thinking about.
How old were you when you did Stern?
26.
Okay. Yeah, that would be
25, 26. So I'm saying
I'd love to. It's a goal that I have because I grew up listening to him from Long Island. Would love to just do it.
Yeah.
Message to like one of the guys who works there. They're like, yeah, we just have mega celebrities now.
Who said that?
One of the guys who works there.
Yeah.
Because they do.
All the guys that work there are really
they're all
cool
fans
dudes.
of comedy.
And they're fans of comedy.
Yeah, but I've done the wrap up.
Yeah.
All that.
You rolled in. I think I've done the wrap up maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe
we should like talk. I mean, should I text Gary right now and pitch you guys?
Bert's like, no.
Oh, this is great if she does.
She's about. It's better. She says no. They say no. I don't give a shit. This is even better.
She's acting like
a big shot. Oh, look, I have Gary's number. I can get him anytime I want and try to book you. This is her trying to flex and brag. But it's kind of cool what Bert and Tim Dillon are like, I don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, I like it. They're like, fuck off.
That's all right.
Gary right now and pitch you guys.
No, I don't, because I don't know.
Why not? I think you should.
I don't want to ask to be on anyone's show. That's where you fuck up. When you go like, hey, can I get on your show?
Oh, really?
I think so. I think people should want you on the show.
I think there is a lot. Yes.
Have you ever had someone on the podcast where they're like, he's great, put him on, trust me. And then you get there and you're like, I don't know anything about this person.
Yeah.
I don't know what to talk to them about. I don't have a connection.
But do you ever have someone go like, hey, I'd love to come on your show? You're like, you would? And you wouldn't think, because a lot of times people, like, I feel weird asking people to come on my show. I can see Howard being like, I feel weird asking them because I don't want,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, Whitney. You don't just say he thinks they're beneath him. That's the whole game. He's so out of touch. He looks at them like they're fucking peons and scrubs and jobbers, and they're beneath him. That's all he thinks about, and he has no radar for any new shit that's come out. And he has a staff of 90 and doesn't listen to them. Why are they there? Why are they there if they can't give you some kind of recommendation? All his recommendations are from Ralph, and he's dead.
He just may not, I don't know. No, it might slip his mind.
Yeah,
I mean, look.
I think also the podcast world and that world are concentric, but kind of, in a way, don't overlap as much as we would think.
I don't think they overlap at all.
Really?
I don't think Stern fans that are listening to Stern right now, I think they're still in their cars, they're still listening to Sirius XM. I was a big Sirius XM guy for a long time.
Dead serious question. If Howard said, I'm quitting, and both of you were offered $100 million to do 5 years on that Sirius at that slot, and you couldn't do anything else.
$100 million is tough. I would have to probably take it because $100 million is great, but I couldn't do anything else. I couldn't do stand-up.
20 million.
20 and 30 is absolutely not.
Okay, because I'm trying to get to if it's only worth it for the money or if there's still
Prestige.
Or for Sirius at all. What if someone said, I'm going to give your own Sirius? I mean, Andy Cohen has like his own Sirius station. Like,
no one cares. No one cares.
I'm curious.
I mean that respectfully.
What's with her voice? And she's like really full
She's
on.
They nailed it in the chat. I think it was either Melvin or PC23 or she's on like Adderall. She's on every kind of like wine and every type of like, you know, speed, whatever like legal speed
Stimulants.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
she's like all,
screaming.
and she's got that accent where she's got a blocked nose. It's really irritating as
Very
a
aggressive all
foreigner.
the time.
The
Yep.
penal colonist in me is like, wow, this woman is like a cartoon character.
Is this salmon coming or?
Yeah.
No, I don't know what's happening.
No, I'm making the rub right now.
Listen to a Sirius show as a podcast? This is shocking to me.
No one does.
And you can't listen to a podcast on Sirius. Like, you can't.
Well, you can, but no one cares.
What kind of pepper is this?
It's not. Well, it's you
I can't tell you why.
You can't listen to Howard Stern as a podcast. Right now, if I went on Spotify, I can't listen to
John, did you see that
Stern.
mayonnaise? Did
Yeah.
you see that mayonnaise?
Yeah, it's like
that's
a Japanese
Kewpie.
mayonnaise. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Kewpie. It's really good. I have
Melvin's
it
all
the
over.
time.
Look at Melvin. He's such a culinary nerd. Look at Melvin. Look
I
at
want
this
you to get
try-hard
that mayo,
bottle of-
John. It's not that expensive either. It's like two in your money, like $2 or $2.50.
Oh, is it that cheap? It's got to be more than that.
It's not much more.
The
It's a
Kraft
little.
is $3.
It's little. It's like half the size of Kraft.
Okay,
So
it's got to
it's-
be more than that. It's got to be more.
Kewpie, it's called. I want you to get it, and it's got a really cool and it comes in a little plastic bag. Japanese shit. It's
Those
awesome.
fried chicken
Please.
breasts I showed you on the thing. I've actually I ate them. I used the Chick-fil-A they sell in a bottle. It's really good. It's actually really good. Chick-fil-A has their own like sauce they make and they put it on it. And I actually used it for the first time. It's not
I'm gonna bring
overrated.
up
It's really good.
I'm going to bring up a picture of the Kewpie mayonnaise in a few minutes because I want you to
The
use
gig
some
is they're
super
selling ad
chats
sales
for Kewpie.
the way they sell it.
Mm-hmm.
The way we do it is, it's a certain ad sales. And by the way, I think they're dipping over to the other. I think SiriusXM is now helping.
Yes. There's gotta be.
doing. I know
Yes.
that. I know they are from something.
Absolutely.
So Tim Dillon's banned from the show because he said nobody cares about no one's listening, no one cares, no one knows you're there.
And but I don't know. I got offered. I remember getting offered.
Radio's dying.
See, that's
It's like TV.
He'll
Like,
never
like,
be invited now.
even satellite radio, I think, is probably dying.
I think in certain areas, it is 100% dying. I think in big markets, it's still living. It's going to be there for a while.
Okay.
You know where it's not?
Where?
Is listened to less, absolutely. Can communally be played and not
Yeah.
be an HR complaint. And they hear Bert
Her cacophonous, loud voice, and they
He
communally be
Tim Dillon shits on Whitney Cummings.
played and not be an HR complaint. And they hear Bert
I love how
Kreischer
Whitney's thing is like, we can force them to listen to it in a coma. They play in hospitals, in ERs, in ambulances, and that's where the fans are. You go get them while they're laid up. They just had a stroke. They hear your cacophonous, loud voice, and they just go, "I want to buy tickets when she comes to town."
Do you think Hoda and those like that? Do you think that translates?
Damn it. That's the new, that sort of like, sphere of comedians, what they think of him now. They're all banned from the show. They'll never get on after that. That's enough. If he probably saw that. I don't know if like JD sends him this shit and he watches it on his own and then says, no. And then he'll play stupid if it's really unflattering like that and say he didn't actually watch it. That's his move.
She's really annoying for someone who has a really good resume of doing so much stuff.
They gave her, she was a Harvey Weinstein victim.
Oh, no.
She, I think AJ Benza has a story. Like she sidled up to Harvey Weinstein at something, and she got sitcom deals she didn't deserve, and she suddenly like nobody. Like, where did this come from? Who is this? She was on the Howard. Remember, Howard had a like funniest hottest chick contest in the early. She was on that in the early 2000s.
Who won it? I wonder
I forget who
won
won it. It wasn't her. I forget who
Yeah,
won.
look,
She was like
this is-
second or third
look at-
place.
Look, I want you to go and buy this with some super chat. Can someone give John a $5 super chat right fucking now, please? For this Kewpie mayo, see, look at the little, and you get it in a little package. Are you willing to agree, like the ice cube tray that took a few months to force you to buy one? Will you agree to try the Kewpie mayonnaise,
Yeah,
John?
definitely. I'll try it. Sure. What's the best thing to put it on? Hamburgers?
Hoagie, chicken hoagie,
Okay.
anything like that.
All right.
You can have it with fish. Yeah, the hoagie though, go the hoagie. I mean, Melvin's gonna blow his mind when he sees this.
You want to go to
Thank
Amanda
you.
Peet next?
Yeah. What do you got on Amanda, John?
Okay. All right. So Amanda Peet is let's call her B-list actress. She's
Only you were
married
a
to
little bit more like Amanda Peet.
She's
Sorry.
married to David Benioff, and he is his Dr.
Yes.
Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for
Oh,
pausing
she's
for the
so
cause.
cute.
The incestuous
If I got-
$4.99. Thank you, Sarah.
Look, I'm just gonna
Amanda
play her
Peet.
video. I haven't played this for a while, John. You know what I'm gonna do. Why not? You know, she deserves it. Yeah. Look at this. Look at the face.
Going to have to become a rapist.
Match the gas tank. Boom, boom.
We're gonna have a good old-fashioned Hank.
Anyway, this girl Sarah has the most amazing body.
Good theory, Dr. Sarah.
How you doing?
There's Sarah. Sissy, pause.
Dr. Katz's office.
Sarah.
I'm gonna burn you.
That's amazing. That might even better than the
Dude.
Brendan one. You did so much work on it. There's so many different
I
drops.
just love. Well, when it comes to
Iron
Sarah, I'll pretty
Searing.
much do anything,
Horace
and I'm not
Silverman.
joking. So Amanda Peet, go for it. Let it rip, Johnny.
Searing.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I think the Iron Ziering clip might be the best. You have Depp in there from Gilbert Grape. Sarah's got the most amazing body. Whitney Tendrils is a great reference here. So yeah, Whitney Cummings is part of the fucking Pelican Brief, right in the middle. He goes, Whitney Cummings wasn't doing jack shit. So Howard takes
All she
credit.
wears is orange.
Tendrils brings up a great point. I'm disappointed. That was a great opportunity for Whitney Cummings to bring up the Pelican Brief to him, right? Wouldn't that be the best thing for her to go, oh, did you see this video of Howard talking to his staff? And she's
I always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
yeah.
Mixing it up a bit there, but you know what I mean. Sorry, I'm
Sensitive
interrupting
Depp.
you
We're
way
worried
too
about
much.
Whitney Heard Henriquez and her missing out on life. That was a
I remember how much that affected you.
yeah. I thought that was a really
big, I know. I
sensitive time moment. That's a guy who's like
Yeah.
who's empathetic. That proves that Depp has-
insightful. Yeah,
yeah.
and he cared about her family.
Only someone who possesses extreme empathy thinks like that. I looked in someone's eye. I looked in someone's eyes, and I realized, and I thought to myself, you know, she just looks like she's missed out on something. That's pretty good. That's a deep cat that does that.
Yeah, not someone like this though.
Fuck Bond.
Xavier making an appearance. You're on a fucking roll today. You're on a fucking roll today. She's awful and she thinks she's funny. What Ida says goes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm Shuli. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Missing in Action. April Massey was on, and she was on that. She was part of that contest too. Yes. Costas in the morning. Quack quack.
So you were saying that, yeah, Whitney could have brought up the. Imagine if she'd brought up the Pelican Brief, was what you were saying in that clip. That
that
would
would have been a perfect opportunity to get the Pelican Brief brought up outside of us.
Oh,
like nobody.
that would have
finally-
made that clip like one of the greatest if that had been mentioned. God, it's like Rogan mentioning it was incredible.
You know what? Because this is kind of on the short side. This is. I'm not gonna. All right, let me do Amanda Peet first, and then I'll do the Ashley Stern. They're bringing up Ashley
Go
Stern.
free. You go free.
Here's the
This
story with
your
Amanda Peet. I can't
playground.
bring this. Amanda Peet is
All
a
right.
B-list actress who has been in a ton of stuff on TV and movies. Like she actually has been in like 75 things. She's like in the whole 9 yards. with Bruce Willis and Michael Clarke, like just tons of TV and movies. She's married to David Benioff, who is the executive producer of Game of Thrones. This is massive, massive. So it makes Howard even crazier that she's. So what's the story with her? So anyway, Beth actually had a cameo appearance in this movie called Whipped. And she was dating a guy named Brian Von Holt. Brian Von Holt is an actor who, he's just a generic kind of himbo-looking actor. And he's kind of in that, so he's in this movie Whipped, and he's the lead now in the movie. And so Beth is dating this guy, Brian Von Holt. And this is like just before Howard, we all feel that he knew Beth before that. But this is 2000, and he's dating Beth while they're making this movie.
Oh,
Amanda
yes.
Peet is
Now
the
I
star
remember.
of the movie. She
That's right.
steals Brian Von Holt from Beth while they're making this movie. And you're like, well, what is it? So obviously when she got together with Howard, she probably cried to him about this. Like, that she's talking about her history and who she's dated and stuff. He's like, and I dated this guy, Brian Van Holt, and he was on, I did this movie Whipped, and we're together, and Amanda Peet, who's fucking starred in that, she fucking, she's cheating on her with on me with her during this movie. And that's exactly how she, and so Howard's big thing is, it's not that he cares about Beth white knighting for Beth's integrity and Beth and making things right for her. He doesn't want anybody sloppy seconds.
Yes, he's embarrassed.
He's embarrassed that he's getting Brian Von Holtz Von slappy seconds.
Yeah.
And that's what's bothering
That's
him
histrionic personality disorder.
the most in this whole scenario. Brian Von Holt is also friends with Courtney Cox and that whole gang. So obviously through proxy, you're also friends with Jennifer Aniston. He was on a show called Cougar Town, which has all those people that Howard's friends with on too. Cougar Town was made by the guy who did Scrubs, Bill Lawrence. And he's kind of a super sitcom producer and shit. So it has all the remember Krista Miller was doing the Superfan Roundtable all the time? She's a good friend of Howard's too. Yeah, so she's married to Bill Lawrence, who's the creator of that show, and Brian Von Holt is on this show. And all this stuff drives Howard fucking crazy. So this movie, nobody saw it. It's like one of these shitty, it doesn't even qualify as a Cinemax movie. It's one of these shitty attempts at, like a quirky romantic, almost like a schlocky comedy, like a sex comedy, and it just fails on all levels, regardless. It's not that I would give it, if it was good, I would tell you so. It's as bad as you think it is. So here's the scene. Beth's in the movie for 20 seconds. And let me find it here. Beth on...
It's Ben Stiller, isn't it? He's in it too, right?
No, but it's so funny. I can't believe you brought him up. He dated Amanda Peet at some point in like 1998. And I had no idea until I was going through all this. So Howard hates Amanda Peet because he's looking at her like she embarrassed Beth. And it's not because he cares about Beth. It's because he's white knighting for her because he can't deal with the sloppy seconds. Here's the movie Whipped. Here's a trailer from it.
Nice.
When it comes to men,
I love Mia.
I'm dating Mia.
She's mine.
no one knows how to spice it up
My ex-boyfriend was into videotaping me while I...
Wow.
or dish it out.
The guy's a freak. And he'd be like,
Who's your daddy?
that was the most he ever asked me about myself.
Like Mia,
I didn't know what hit him.
Amanda Peet, Whipped.
She's got you all whipped.
Rated R.
So that guy's... So here's Beth.
There it is. That's the scene. Now I remember. I
So you see here, it says Amanda Peet, Brian Von Holt. So naturally, the cliche goes in all these movies, the leading lady and dude are going to get together at some point. So he's with Beth while this is shooting, and she steals him from Beth. And this is the only scene she has. He has a cameo. It's like a shitty dream sequence. And they're kissing like a couple would here.
My sister never told me how beautiful you were. She's gonna get it when she gets in.
You can hear that like sort of surfing wipeout music playing over like while they...
She's gonna get it when she gets in from Colorado.
Colorado? I thought John lived in Boston.
whatever.
Oh my God.
Soon we.
That's it. That's her whole role in the movie. And he trades up and gets Amanda Peet. And so Howard gets wind of this when they first get together. And he spends, I had no idea it was this much. He's from 2001 to almost modern day. Any random time she has anything, Robin would play a news clip and he would shit on her and nobody knew why. And he would just constantly, I'll just play it. I have so many things from her. Some of them are really, really fast. Here is Amanda Peet is brought up out of nowhere to Ben Stiller.
Okay.
1989.
Ben would probably have nice things to say.
A long time ago. You're just pulling up all.
Ben Stiller won't say like a coarse word about anybody. And so he out of nowhere, listen, it's so creepy that he keeps going back to this. And it's for him. Nothing he does is, there's always a ulterior motive.
Your little tidbits about me.
No,
It's just things I'm interested in.
See who you are.
Is it true you dated Rasheed Wallace? We have that here.
No,
that is true.
I told you who we dated. It was Amanda Peet.
We were, oh, come on. That's the old list. That's so not exciting.
I find her annoying.
Yeah, I'm.
Hey, your old list is all we got. You got married.
Yeah, we don't have a new list.
Because I'm a penalist.
Thank you,
I
A.
had
Smith.
to look up. I thought Rasheed Wallace was a woman, and
No.
then I just looked up who Rasheed Wallace is, so that made me laugh.
I
Go,
stayed married
Artie.
for a while.
Is that Rodney Peet's wife? That
Colin Quinn had a Rasheed Wallace joke during a Dennis Leary roast. And it was really funny with that Colin Quinn delivery. He went, so you know who Ed Lover and Dr. Dre are? They were MTV VJs, the
Yeah, of
original
course.
MTV. They hosted Yo MTV
You
Rap.
just asked me if I know who Dr. Dre is.
No, it's a different Dr. Dre.
John.
It's a different Dr. Dre. It's two of them.
There's a different one.
Yeah.
Really?
So he's there with
That's
his partner.
really weird.
Yeah,
Okay. Are you about to do an impersonation of?
Yeah, I'm about to do Colin
yes.
Quinn.
X, I love it when you do Colin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your man Arm doing the Colin.
He goes, so Dr. Dre and Ed Lover are at the Dennis Leary roast. They were in a movie called Who's the Man together, directed by Ted Demme, who directed Blow. We went over that Dennis. So he goes, so Colin Quinn goes, Ed Lover and Dr. Dre are here. They're the ones you thank when your daughter comes trundling down the stairs wearing a Rasheed Wallace jersey. So it's like a white girl from the suburbs suddenly starts to wear, and that's the guy that Artie just referenced. So it's like it's a comedy reference. You know, they're the ones you thank when your daughter comes trundling down the stairs wearing a Rasheed Wallace jersey.
Classic Arm, ladies and gentlemen.
No, Amanda Peet, the one who.
Yeah. You know, the one you said in the.
Every time he brings Amanda Peet up, he has to explain to everyone what is with you, and then eventually the staff's like, "What is with you and Amanda Peet?" And he won't say what it is. This stupid ass fucking story. Because it makes him look bad. It makes him look like he's getting sloppy seconds to Brian Bonwell. He won't bring up what it is, and they're all kind of going, "What is with?" You know,
Jack Nicholson movie.
I said, yeah, that was believable.
That he
left Amanda Peet for Diane Keaton. I bought that.
That's Hollywood.
Yeah, a lot of guys would go after a 65-year-old bag when he had a young, hot chick. Sure. Because
I'm a big Diane Keaton fan.
Because Jack Nicholson isn't shallow.
Yeah, but I don't see you doing love scenes with her.
Exactly.
I haven't been asked.
Yeah, he dated her. He had Callista Flockhart was an old one. Now
Callista Flockhart?
Yeah, Ben did. He
Yeah,
got
maybe.
12 weeks with Janine Garofalo. He dated her. He did. I'm not kidding.
Here's a catch.
What do you think of Janine?
Yeah, Janine Garofalo is an interest. She never did the show. We brought her up before. There's one mention to Ben Stiller. So Ben Stiller gets out of that. Let's cut to. I'm going to jump around. I'm not going in chronological order. It doesn't matter. So Jason Bateman, who you know from fucking Ozark, which I'm completely behind on. I bailed on it, not in a way that I found it, but it was kind of wearing me down a little bit. I got to season 2 and I need to get back to it. Anyway, he's had like a resurgence after Arrested Development, and now he's really good friends with Jennifer Aniston. And we find out that he really loves Amanda Peet. And Jason Bateman kind of is on to Howard. He's like, what is with you? And so this is 2013. I think it's the first year Jason Bateman does the show, and the movie he's promoting is Identity Thief with Amanda Peet.
Times a week.
Okay.
We're here with Jason Bateman.
What, Bon?
No, I just said okay, but Identity Thief.
He's in a movie called Identity Thief with Amanda Peet.
But close. Melissa McCarthy.
Yeah, where'd you get Amanda Peet?
Amanda Peet.
So Howard skips the whole cast. He sees the IMDb thing, and he ignores the whole thing and goes right to Amanda Peet with Jason. He's like, why are you bringing her up?
Amanda Peet.
Jason is promoting his new comedy, Identity Thief, with Melissa McCarthy, Jon Favreau, and Amanda Peet.
You went right to Amanda
Why
Peet.
did you go right there? Yeah. Melissa McCarthy is the real...
Did you hear what Bateman said? He goes, I know why you went there.
Ah.
So I think he's friends with Howard already, and he knows the story, but he won't say what it is. Isn't this crazy? Like,
co-star.
She's the real
co-star.
Listen to Jason Bateman. Howard steps on it, but Bateman goes, "Oh, I know why you went there. I know why."
She's also a very good friend of ours.
Why would you be friends with her?
Because she's.
I don't think. Has she ever been? Has she ever been in a successful movie? I don't think so.
Yes, she has.
What movie?
Which one?
Don't ask me that.
I'm surprised you would do a movie with her. You know?
She's a very close friend of ours, and our daughters are best friends, and I'm very good friends with her husband, David Benioff, and it's a good
I think
thing.
she's such a...
So he's one of the executive producers of Game of Thrones, which is a massive thing. That's like there's nothing Howard can do to upstage that at that point, right? There's nothing he could do. And they're all in that same circle. It's got to drive him crazy. A. Smith, thank you, A. Smith. Here's to American Ranch and not some fruity ass Aussie Jack sauce. Alyssa Milano was on Melrose Place. Yes, Tata dude. She looked great on that too. And that was a great night. Monday Night Football in Melrose Place on Monday night. I adore pretending Trent Reznor saying my name. He did it once, but it was reported to me that building security. Yeah, Sarah has the Trent Reznor story that she stalked him in L.A. She drove to L.A. with her friend, and they stalked Trent Reznor. Groupies, like it's groupie shit.
Now, doesn't it make you feel better? The pigs have won tonight. They can all sleep soundly, and everything is all right.
Sarah will have
Very
loved
nice.
that. I
Very
got the
nice.
vocal track. She's gonna
Eva
love that.
Longoria, yes, the Camille Vasquez. Eva Longoria, the Camille Vasquez of Desperate Housewives.
Yes.
Here we go.
Turn off that your wife feels totally secure with you being around. That's what I
She
think.
is triple hot.
Let's go into your life.
Howard just goes, your wife feels totally secure with you working with Amanda Peet, which is, it's kind of a good, but nobody knows, they still don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like with
Such
Amanda
a turn off that your wife feels totally secure with you being around. That's what I
She
think.
is triple hot.
It just keeps going. Here's one. And this is all through the years. Like I didn't hear most of these. Like I knew like a third of them, but she comes up all the time. Here's Chauncey was on, right? Last time we had Chauncey on in the same email. I kind of cut his part out, but so somebody writes Howard, this is 02, and they go, what is with you and Amanda Peet? And he reads the email, and this is what we get.
Another guy wants to know why I hate Amanda Peet so much.
Yeah, what is it? You got a personal grudge against her?
I don't think she's got any talent, that's all.
Just ruin a couple of movies for you?
Yeah, and I mean, every time I see her in a movie, it pisses me off, because why should she be in a movie? She's no good.
This is his excuse. He's coming up with these dumb excuses as to why he keeps dancing around the real reason that she made Beth look like a sloppy second.
Good.
Well, for a while there, she was.
But he's also, like, you could see him, Bond, going home and bragging to Beth every single day that he smears her on the air, thinking that he's doing the Lord's work, right? You know she's listening. You know he tells her every fucking bit of this. They log all the names.
This is the next greatest thing. I kept hearing about Amanda Peet. I'd never seen him in.
Every movie she was in bombed, so what does that tell you? Someone said, is there some underlying reason for Howard's hard-on for Ms. Peet? And no hard-on. Just the way it is. I call it the way I see it. She shouldn't be working. She should be a waitress.
Wow.
I'm just going to jump around here more. Harsh. This was the dagger. This has to kill him more than anything. So this is me. I'm randomly flipping around one night, and you can find stuff on these talk shows if you every now and again, especially Kimmel's show. And so I look all of a sudden, this again, this is one of these Radio Gunk points of anger I had that I couldn't get this played. Listen to this. So she turns up, I'm flipping around, and lo and behold, who turns up on Jimmy Kimmel's show?
But I think we should talk about what is an elephant in our lives maybe first, just to begin, because there's a budding romance going on between my daughter and your son.
That's what I thought.
That's what you thought, yeah. That's what we thought, too. But your son, Henry, who my daughter, how old is Henry? He's 2.5?
Yeah, almost.
Okay, and my daughter's 2.5, and she called.
So Howard's big conduit to show business, Jimmy Kimmel, is now best friends with Amanda Peet, and their kids are dating as grade school kids.
Oh no, it's a nightmare.
This is
Howard.
The worst thing in the world for him.
Him
I just saw this by accident, but watching TV one night. It said, you know how it shows who the guests are, and it said Amanda Peet, Jimmy Kimmel. Immediately, I'm like, I flip over and I see this, and like, this is fucking crazy.
Which I thought she was referring to a chicken for a while at the beginning, but they take swim classes together.
First, they took music classes.
Okay.
And that's, I think, when it started.
And then it started raining, and it became a swim class.
Same teacher.
Very talented teacher. No, but they swim together, which is really kind of weird. Just to start with, talking about 2-year-olds swimming together. They swim together.
They don't really swim. They
That's like good enough. So they're good friends, and their kids are good friends.
God.
And this is just everything comes back to this chick is just so now again, this is not chronological order, but this is even stranger because he's going to come up later. They go to the Sex and the City 2 premiere. Howard goes out on a weeknight with Beth, and he brings spoiled Ashley to this Sex and the City 2 premiere. And so Howard's talking around, and he happens to be, listen to this.
Knew me, by the way. Very independent. So I go to leave.
That's an actual picture of them at the premiere. This is the Sex and the City 2 premiere.
So I go to leave, and now I got to walk up and down the red carpet looking for the car. Because cars can't just park there.
Yeah, they can't stop.
So now everyone gets a hold of me. Because...
they're still all out there?
Yeah, like I walked out, I ran into Kim Cattrall, how you doing? Like, I ran into some people I know, but I was rude. I had to blow by them. I was just like, I got to go find this car. I want to get to bed. I'm now on fire. This fucking morning radio, I'm like, holy mackerel. I got to get to bed. I'm not going to have a voice. I got to get to sleep. I got to, me, I'm neurotic about it. I'm watching the clock. I got to get out. I got to get out. I got to get out.
Here's a compliment, Bon, from Brendan. Next, you got to get that picture of Blake Griffin on his drop the next time. Is this the Deppening or the Droppening? That's a compliment, Bon, for your prowess with the drops. That's as close as a compliment as Brendan's ever going to give.
Thank you, Brendan.
So I blew by a whole bunch of people. Beth said I just missed Amanda Peet was sitting in front of us.
Oh!
Yeah, that would have been fireworks. I don't know if any of these people would confront me, but it's possible. And I don't want them confronting me in front.
So it appears Robin knows the story now, finally, but she won't say she was. Oh! So they've finally been hip to what this background is. Because she's actually... Robin will go out of her way to use Amanda Peet in news, at the end of the show when they actually did the news. And just so Howard can shit on her.
My daughter, I kind of prepared her. I said, there might be some people who do not like Dad. She goes, why? I said, because they make fun of them. Why do you do that?
Yeah, you're mean.
You're mean. She says it. I go, you know what? You're right. I am. I am mean. What can I tell you? It's what I do for a living. I speak my mind. It's very hard to explain it to her because, this is a good vibe over there at that Sex and the City. And, nobody minds it.
Okay, so here's one of Robin's many crowbarring of Amanda Peet into the news just so Howard can shit on her. Here is this movie called 2012 she's in.
her book tour. Who, Sarah Palin?
Yeah. I wish she'd come out in this bathing suit like Kirstie Alley did.
I'd bang her good, man.
Oprah, look. I'm wearing a bathing suit. I think I'd give it to her. Boy, all the films she's in are a disaster. This could be a perfect marriage. All right, what else you got, Robin?
And she says that everything that is great about Roland Emmerich is in this film. He's the director.
Everything that's brilliant and masterful about Roland Emmerich is in this movie.
Wow.
We have tidal waves, earthquakes.
If I was her, I'd kiss ass, too.
Crazy airplanes, narrowly.
Could her movies be some sort of scam, like a tax write-off, kind of one of those things where you...
Like a pizzeria that...
Well, no, you remember that the movie...
The
Producers, where they produced intentionally bad plays, so they would have a tax write-off?
Yeah, and then for some... Well, no, but...
It didn't work, right.
For some reason, idiots love it.
This guy's like, I got an idea. We're going to lose money on this film. Now, how are we going to guarantee that? Get Amanda Peet. When has she ever been anything any good?
And then they put her in a drama, and everyone thinks it's fun.
God, it's just psychotic every day. And again, I didn't know half of this shit existed. Here's the same deal. Here's Amanda Peet in Bent. And again, the news.
Who can kick guys' ass and stuff, and you kind of believe. She speaks off camera, and she's talking her own words. You can see she's as close to an idiot as possible. I don't know how she functions. What was that answer?
I don't know.
I don't want to be compared to. But the movie's fabulous.
All right. I can't wait to see it.
And she's hot.
And finally, your network, NBC, has a new sitcom.
She fails at everything, doesn't she? Very
about...
Like, has she ever had to hit anything?
Well, she keeps getting jobs, though.
I'll have to talk to my friends at NBC about this. Everyone from NBC is flying in to see me next week anyway.
Is that right?
Yes, we're going to have a big...
So, Gary...
He's mental, really.
It's meant... And what is he doing this for? Like, what on earth... Do you think she's going to leave the business because you're shaming her on your shitty show? And this is somehow you're going to brag to Beth when you get home. And this is about you. It's not even about Beth. Like, so this is Gary at one point loses it. He's like, what is the fucking deal with you and Amanda Peet? So they have a segment where they go, ask Howard a question or something you've been wondering. You're afraid to ask him. And Gary decides to ask Howard about Amanda Peet.
This will be great.
And again, he gives the same fucking like spin, but again, you get to hear him. Amanda Peet asked by Gary. Hold on, I renamed this. Wish I could. Okay, here it is.
It's only because of her bad acting, but you have an obvious beef with Amanda Peet that you have not come clean about. What's the real story?
I don't like the way she acts.
So that's the guy. That's Beth's boyfriend right there, Brian Van Holt. That's David's boyfriend right there, Brian Van Holt.
Yeah, that's
right there.
Good-looking guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, David, the violinist, my favorite composer in the history of Hollywood. Right on time.
Ladies.
Exactly when he said he'd show up to the 3 hour and 1 minute mark.
Yeah, not a minute earlier, not a minute later.
How are you, David?
I had jury duty today, so I didn't get picked for one, so that's good. But it's a lot of sitting there, so I've come home to sit some more. But at least I get to talk. So
this is David. Is so law-abiding. He's so salt of the earth, like pure as the driven snow. If anyone could lift Thor's hammer besides Steve Rogers, it's David. He doesn't even get out of jury duty. He easily could get out of. I know you people love to get out of jury duty, and
yes,
he easily could, and you don't even try to get out.
Yeah. Do you really want a homo deciding this case whether you live or die?
Holy cow! And David,
yes,
do us a favor.
Right.
David, what are we listening to here? I bet you know this off by heart.
It's either Handel or Bach. I think it's a Brandenburg concerto or it's a Handel.
There you are.
Concerto
You got
Grossi.
it.
Yeah.
Here's
Brandenburg, correct. Very good, David. Welcome.
All the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle.
Just
just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree. That's how long I will love you until eternity.
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
Great, David. Welcome, sir.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Public
Clockwork
domain.
Orange now.
Public domain. Public domain. Fits right in. Fits right in.
So we're on what have I missed? We're on Amanda Peet.
We're on Amanda Peet, and I'm going through the just barrage of insane, endless mentions of her through the years, and I had no idea it was this bad when I went looking for this. It's constant. I mean, in the last week, I found I just never knew existed. So this is a segment where Gary, it's like ask how anything or something that's bothering the staff. So Gary says, what the fuck is finally, Gary says, what is the deal with you and Amanda Peet? He doesn't know the backstory, right, David?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so you went over the backstory. And so here's Brian Von Holt is the guy on the right. That's the guy from Whipped. And so Gary asks Howard, what the fuck is going on with you?
Claim it's only because of her bad acting, but you have an obvious beef with Amanda Peet that you have not come clean about. What's the real story?
I don't like the way she acts. I don't like her behavior.
Tell us something. There are plenty of bad actresses.
She's also a nasty person.
I don't like her.
How do you know that, Freddie?
Fred has an Amanda Peet anecdote somehow. That's shit. He did like 2 movies in his life, and somehow he's on the same set with her and claims he got chilled by her during this. Now, that could have been for the Fred show.
My wife reminded me there was a movie that I did. I was in for 30 seconds, and I actually met her. And everybody on the cast was great. Like the guy who was the director introduced me to everybody. Said, "This is so and so. This is so and so. This is so and so." And when he introduced me to her, she just gave me this sick smile, like that, which is maybe the smile most
too good for you.
Me. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So,
well, I don't like her because
superior.
I'm very concerned about the state of show business. And I believe she's bringing it down.
You didn't know Fred's story. You were defending Fred.
As a matter of fact, I did know Fred's story, and no one's going to treat Fred like that except me.
Exactly.
I give him that same glare.
Well, that's what I said, but, she didn't know me, so she had nothing to base that on.
I don't think there's too many people around here who don't have stories about Amanda Peet like that. I don't think Fred's the only one.
I was in Vegas one time, and this Amanda Peet.
Here's the whole point of the segment is to, almost like a truth or dare thing. He still won't tell the truth about it.
Right.
He's still, and even Robin's like, what is it with you? And she doesn't, it's crazy. It's, Tata Tooth goes, I bet Beth has a Amanda Peet voodoo doll. I think she does. I think she absolutely does. It is, I have so many where this came from. I'm not going to be able to play them all. It's so many.
So Fred was in a movie called Two Ninas with Amanda Peet. It came out in 1999. It's Amanda Peet, Ron Livingston.
Wow. Sex in the City, Ron Livingston.
Yeah. Directed by Neil Turritz, who has only directed 2 things in his life: The Two Ninas and some other movie. So it looks like a really low budget indie thing that she must have done before she kind of broke out.
The Two Ninas is the King Norris of romantic comedies. It's so bad that King Norris won't even be able to do the music score.
It's not aired on AMC. It's only aired on Fuse TV.
The Two Ninas. I thought I knew it all. Fred's fucking cinematic career, and that's enough. The Two Ninas.
Yeah.
You see what you learn on this show? Okay, this is a crazy one.
Allison Furman's in it too. Fred's wife is in it.
Fred's wife's in it. That's so they're both, the Norrises are both in the same movie. The two fucking Ninas, and this is the first we're hearing about it.
That's not Fred's story then. She wasn't rude to Fred.
She was new
to
the
rude
wife.
To Allison.
Yeah,
you're
right.
And Fred's just flipping it a little.
There must be some Tony and Tina connection that they got that movie.
Okay, so
Tony and Tina, so classic.
This is a segment they did, and David, you'll love the thumbnail on this clip is Amanda Peet in Seinfeld. You remember she dated Jared, one of the of course, and this is biggest asshole. If they try to do like an NCAA bracket, and it's just the biggest asshole in the history of show business. Asshole. Okay. And they have like killers and people like this. And
like when I think of biggest asshole in show business, like Fade, all the Depp collaborators, Jerry Lewis, Faye Dunaway, right? Yep. Yeah, Marlon Brando,
E.G. Coldplay, Marilyn Manson.
Asshole what?
Celebrities. I can do this.
Okay, first matchup.
So they're doing it like, brackets. You eliminate the one and they come in. And so listen to the company. So listen.
Jay Leno or Sarah Palin?
They really edited this down.
Oh, this is hard.
Sarah Palin.
Let's think. Jay's a fucking asshole.
But look, it's Sarah Palin.
But Sarah...
Isn't it amazing? It's all over Stuttering John. All that Leno stuff. It's all over Stuttering fucking John. Actually Missing in Action says, I actually met Amanda Peet in the early 2000s at Fat Black Pussycat. She was really, really lovely. I believe you, MIA. I believe she does look like Lake Bell, JD Villatar, especially in the new John Hamm show. I thought it was Lake Bell. And then I go, oh my God, it's Amanda Peet. And then we know that Howard's friends with John Hamm, and I was loving that. And yes, I thought the same thing. She looks like Lake Bell in that.
Sarah's just stupid.
She's an asshole.
She's an asshole too, though.
Yeah, Sarah Palin's a bigger asshole. A more dangerous asshole.
I agree. She's more dangerous.
Yeah. Jay, we found someone who's less of an asshole than you. See, it should have been a finale between those two.
You shouldn't have paired Jay.
They're all so good.
All right, go ahead.
Michael Vick or Chris Brown?
I don't know that Jay Leno isn't a bigger asshole than Sarah Palin.
You don't know Michael Vick, Bond. He's a dog. He was an NFL scrambling quarterback, and he had a dog fighting.
I know him so well.
Father, okay.
No, thank you.
And that was it was a big dog fighting scam he had, and like Amber Heard's dad, David Heard, and that was went to jail for it too.
I'm really that serious.
But Sarah Palin wears her asshole on her face.
But Jay's a bigger asshole for acting. At least she's outwardly an asshole.
I just think she's more dangerous.
Sarah Palin, I guess because Michael Vick killed dogs, but Chris Brown.
He killed more dogs. Chris Brown only hit one Rihanna.
And I like dogs better than people. I'm going to say Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Oh, Howard, you're so deep. I like dogs better. No, I like dogs better than you. You're the asshole. You're not better than anyone.
Well, he's also saying that to please Beth when he gets home.
Yeah, now he loves dogs better than people. No, the only person I like dogs better than is you. That would be my reply to him. You're not deeper. The dogs don't like you. You're not evolved.
Mel Gibson or Don Imus?
I heard Imus call a black woman a nigger.
But so did Mel.
Howard can't wait to just drop the ER and the N-word there. Right?
That's a having your cake and eating it too moment. Where he's criticizing Imus for saying the N-word, but saying it himself, right?
He needs to say it. Like his is noble saying it.
Right, exactly. Right.
Let people look at him.
Yeah, but Mel Gibson, man, he's a huge disappointment and a big asshole.
That's true.
But Imus is such a big fucking asshole. He's a real asshole, Imus.
People had to call him Mr. Imus.
Yeah, Don Imus. Robin, just give the Mr. Imus. Excuse me, Mr. Imus. It's like, you fuck.
Excuse me, Mr. Asshole.
All right, okay. Imus wins.
All right.
Imus wins the whole thing. We're done.
Well, there's a lot coming up.
Go ahead.
George W. Bush.
Tremendous asshole lied about Iraq.
Or Paris Hilton.
George W.
George W. Bush.
Yeah. Go ahead. This isn't as hard as you think.
Roman Polanski or Woody Allen?
Well, Roman Polanski, he raped a woman.
Right.
Woody Allen did something so inappropriate, but he didn't rape somebody.
But Woody Allen did sleep with a person who believed she was his daughter.
Well, it wasn't his biological.
So the whole staff put this together to try to appeal to Howard. This is like
so it's got to be Roman Polanski. He raped.
Yeah.
Rape is rape. Even though Whoopi says rape is rape.
Right.
Rape. He raped her.
O.J. Simpson or Robert Blake?
O.J. Simpson killed Nicole and
he was never convicted.
I know. Well,
Robert Blake was never convicted either.
And Robert
Blake almost attacked you. At least O.J. didn't attack.
So yeah, it's O.J.
Okay,
all right.
Ryan Seacrest or Amanda Peet?
Oh, Amanda Peet.
I don't know.
Without
Amanda Peet.
She's an asshole.
Without a doubt.
Really? What did she do?
You should know. Go ahead.
All right. This one I think is tough.
That is like not fair because
fair.
we're not having any kind of discussion about what the evidence is.
Robin, you have respect for me, right?
Of course.
Amanda Peet's a bigger asshole than Brian Seacrest.
I have personal experience.
I don't know that Brian Seacrest is even an asshole.
Fred tells that Amanda Peet story again.
And in fact, you can just make him the winner. See, I was going to go with Michael Vick. Robin's got a good point. It's going to be a big match.
For Howard and said God was.
Okay, so he lumps Amanda Peet in with all these people. And that was meant to set up that they knew that, and the staff has been trying to wonder what is up with you two.
So they're inventing games to try to
games just
trap
to,
Howard.
Right. Yes, to bring Amanda Peet into it. Here is Ryan Felipe in a movie called IGBY Goes Down.
Great movie.
You saw it.
Yeah, it's a very Catcher in the Rye kind of thing. Kieran Culkin stars in it before he was kind of big star.
So he's very proud of it. He calls in, and this is on the verge of his rocky marriage with Reese Witherspoon.
If I can be Mr. Skin for a second, Amanda Peet does full frontal nudity and IGBY Goes Down if you want to see
nice.
It. There you go.
A gay man knowing that, and she's also nude, I believe, in the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
The whole 9 yards.
That might be better because in IGBY Goes Down, she's a heroin addict, so it's not as it's not as pleasant a scene, you know.
So Ryan Felipe, who's supposedly a super fan of the show, he actually brought JD to fucking Hollywood once. I just couldn't disrespect that more. And he asks, so he's promoting IGBY Goes Down on the phone, and he brings up Amanda Peet.
What's it rated?
It's R.
Oh, sex?
Yeah, actually.
Who with?
Amanda Peet and
she's horrible.
She's great in this movie, man.
Horrible.
Great in this movie.
Worst actress. She's death to any film.
I'm telling you.
Anytime you see her in a movie, it's going to tank. I'm telling you.
This movie, you'll change your mind. She's great.
Oh,
She's
boy.
turning it all around.
She's going to tank it. What name a movie she's done that's been successful? Think about it.
But the cast is great. It's Susan Sarandon and Jeff.
Name a movie Beth has done that has been successful.
That's what he should be saying back to him.
Like Flirting with Disaster, I don't even think did that well.
That's a Ben Stiller. I think it's the worst performing Ben Stiller movie in the history of. That's it's funny. Did you hear? He dated Amanda Peet. Did you know that in '98? Ben Stiller did.
Oh, Ben Stiller. I didn't know that. Okay.
She's connected to Kevin Bacon's got nothing on. She's connected to everything on the show. Did you see the Jimmy Kimmel clip we played?
I didn't.
Their kids play together.
Their kids go to
right.
Go to school together. I have seen that.
Edit her out.
Claire Danes and Kieran Culkin. It's a
there's a lot of people trying to just get rid of that Amanda Peet factor.
Amanda Peet equals bomb voodoo.
And Susan Sarandon means death, too.
Oh,
that's
stop that.
Now, Susan Sarandon's okay.
She's good.
Name one good movie.
I'll tell you one.
Dead Man Walking.
Dead Man Walking, I'll give you another one. What's the one, Robin, where...
Yes, putting together, Pell. IGBY Goes Down on my whole 9 yards during an Amanda Peet nude scene. Yes. Thank you, Tam Fran.
Did you ever see The Hunger?
No, forget Thelma and Louise. The one where she's on the big old boobies.
You could get her from Tim Robbins.
But Amanda Peet, she was in Saving Silverman.
Oh, please, let's not think about that.
I feel bad that you're in a movie with her, but...
She's good in this movie, I'm telling
sorry.
you. It's getting good reviews. She's getting really good reviews.
Nah, it's over.
Maybe it's the other people in the movie with her.
IGBY Goes Down is going down, bro. Because Amanda Peet, she put the voodoo jinx on you.
Jesus.
Big mistake. Shouldn't have cast.
Poor girl. She's just trying hard.
No, she ain't. I don't like her.
She's got the life.
Ryan Felipe has no idea what this is about. He's on here promoting the movie, and the movie company's listening to this, and they're shitting on it. This has got to be like, what the fuck? And you know this is getting back to Amanda Peet. All this has got, at some point, has finally gotten back to her. You know, her husband's David Benioff, David, from Game of Thrones.
Right, the Game of Thrones producer.
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse for Howard. Like, she's more and more. She's really good in that John Hamm show, which I highly recommend. Bond doesn't like it. I think it's great.
She is really good in IGBY Goes Down. Like it requires kind of a more naturalistic acting style from her that she delivers on. It's a good movie.
Of course, Beth would be your second choice for that. There's just no question.
Of course. That Andy Dick sitcom she was on, I mean, that right there is Emmy worthy.
You know who's in that? Shazam, Zach Levy. Zach played that's who she's in the scene with.
But she's not the only person in the movie then. You know, there's many others.
Good thing your wife's wealthy. You're in a movie with Amanda Peet.
Well, he can do it. He's safe.
Yeah. Good thing, man. You're safe. It doesn't matter if your movie does good. Well, I'm going to check out IGBY Goes Down. I don't think, man. You're safe. It doesn't matter if your movie does good.
You like it.
You sound like a good dude. By the way...
I did love Way of the Gun, by the way.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Ryan couldn't be here because...
Reese wouldn't let him.
No, he...
Yeah, so this is like... I think this is they're on the 18th hole of their marriage at him and Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah. So Ryan Phillippe is like a hot Michael Rappaport for the show. Like he's taking JD. He's involved with people from the show, and
Great
that's
comparison.
disappointing.
He's a terrible actor. He's so like he's got that that overly I don't know.
He's an oaf.
Yeah, he's just a big fucking oaf. I'm not saying he's not a bright guy, but he's just such a stiff. He's no range at all, and he just gets roll after. He's a good-looking guy, but he's always been like really good to this show.
He's one of those people where like he probably started out as just a model, but then somehow acting got involved.
Yes, that's exactly the type. Yeah, no doubt. All right, so this is the last one with Amanda Peet. This is like the big one. I think most people know. Beth had gone again. It's always Beth. She went on Letterman, and Howard decides to shit on Amanda Peet before he promotes how great Beth was on Letterman. I don't know if I ever played anything about this. Here it is. Man, Letterman lawsuit. Come on. I had it queued up. Amanda Peet, Amanda Sex in the City, Ask Gary, Jimmy Kimmel, partners in lawsuit. Oh, where is it?
The N-word.
Nice save, Vaughn.
Thank you for filling the void.
Here it is. Angry Call. That's not it. Angry Call. Broderick, Matthew Broderick, which is coming next.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers?
You got it?
I got a good replacement for it. While this is the segue to Matthew Broderick. This is Debra Stern ODing on ecstasy at the Jingle Ball. And this is Howard. No. This is Howard coming back from. He has to play. So they're divorced, and the rumor goes she OD'd on ecstasy, went to the hospital. The two of them, Allison and Howard, go to the hospital, and they are fighting. That
this is amazing.
Allison says, "Your bullshit, cool father thing." Send her these concerts, and they're putting her on ecstasy. It's just your fault. You're the worst parent ever. Yeah. And they're fighting in the hospital. And apparently somebody overheard it, told Opie and Anthony about it, like it was like a security guy. And they brought attention to it. And so Howard comes back that Monday and brings this up in the most ambiguous way possible.
And he's in a foul mood, isn't he? He's had a really bad. Yeah, this is interesting. The tone, everybody.
I cut this up, and I really like to clearly talking about her here. I connected it to the date of the Jingle Ball, so it completely lines up with him coming back.
This is one of your greatest finds, I think, over the years you've
I
think
so.
About this.
I think so too.
This ranks highly, and after this, we should hear David's thoughts on how high this ranks, because I'm sure David will have an opinion too.
Also too, it was hard. It wasn't written out, so you had to listen. It wasn't like Mark's friggin' didn't really transcript this verbatim, so I really I went and found the show, and I listened to the entire first hour and just discern for myself. It was the ultimate ferreting I think I've ever done.
Yeah, Mark's friggin' really needs to hire you for like a read between the lines section of the website where it's like it seems like innocuous conversation.
Yeah,
but it's actually
great point. Like,
wish you knew.
That's such a great point. Friggin could have worked with Arm on those posts, and it would. You know how Friggin won't write anything negative, like Howard was being a stupid idiot at this point in the show. Imagine if Friggin and John interfaced on each day's post.
Oh, and John could just come with the footnotes. Yeah, that would be amazing.
Oh, it would have been so much better. Go ferret, John.
Here's
Go
Howard
ferret.
coming back from one of those like mad tear weekends with fucking the bros and Ross and Zoss Rapin and Richie Notar and here we go.
You know, I went out to Long Island yesterday.
Do you do that more than once a week?
Oh yeah, a couple of times a week.
Oh, I did not know.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, and you go out and usually it's pretty pleasant, but.
So under court order, Howard has to go to take care of the kids, and he decided this is all so he can avoid like any kind of like accountability. So he does it. He gets driven like most dads do. Like you get driven from a penthouse to another mansion on a Wednesday against traffic, and he sees her for 15 minutes to go to a diner. She gets fucking chili fries, and they go home. This is on a Wednesday, and occasionally on the weekends. They would bring in, and Sarah's theory is this is a real thing that happens too. When the kids come into the penthouse on the Millennium Towers on West 67th, virtually every time, Debra and Emily have to bring a friend with them. They never go in there by themselves. So we think the court ordered. Allison said, "I don't trust." After this, especially, I don't trust you. With the kids, they must have a friend with them at all times. I don't trust you with their daughters alone to manipulate them.
Right, because the friend, the friend is an insurance. The friend is an insurance policy because if Howard gets another parent's kid in trouble, you know they're going to go.
He has to answer to them, right,
and they're going to go public with it.
Yep. So here he is. He comes back and from the weekend, and this is his report.
Oh, I did not know.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, and you go out and usually it's pretty pleasant, but the kids needed some disciplining, and it was just like a drag.
Yeah, you take that long trip to yell at me.
Yeah, and I leave and I go, what the hell?
When have you ever heard him say the kids needed some disciplining?
Debra really got under his skin. I also love that he picks a Wednesday when the kids have homework. Like it's not even. It's a school night.
Totally, he knows absolutely. He said they're having the lawyers right, and they're having the meeting. He's like, "Oh, what about a Wednesday? Because I gotta, I gotta do my show prep." And like he knows that it's the day that it doesn't interfere with anything.
Right,
like he'll be home by 6 o'clock, jerking off to fucking Luke Perry.
Party of Five, right? Yeah, no, but because the weekends are reserved for Mohegan Sun or something with
You're absolutely so right. It's so calculated. Why Wednesday? What a dumb day. Like why when it's not going to be a day off. He'll usually like back then you'd have Monday off or Friday.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't intercede with anything.
What the hell? I went out there to yell.
Yeah. Now, did you know you're going to yell before you get there? It just happened when you walked through the door.
It was a day.
So shouldn't they be saying what happened? Shouldn't Robin be saying,
right?
What are you yelling about? What happened? What? There's no detail because you couldn't possibly put this out there.
I think. Well, first of all, two things. The first thing is I can't envision Howard yelling at his children just because I think he's afraid of them.
Yeah.
Because I think that they will tell Allison anything that he's like I think he's so afraid of not
they have him over a barrel.
Right. He's afraid of not being the perfect, dad on the weekend.
He's trying to be cool dad. Yeah. And that you can't he greenlit all this. He enabled this. He got her tickets to this show. He put her in that situation, and she thinks Debra was the wild one. She would anytime he talked about his kids in those days, she was the wild one. She was the one that was like, Emily was like kind of.
It was a day of yelling.
Oh dear.
Sorry,
Long Island one day, therapy the next day to recover.
Long Island one day, therapy the next day.
John.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just one more thing. I think the reason Robin didn't ask what happened with your kids is because there's this unspoken rule that they don't, like Howard has to volunteer the information if it relates to Allison or the kids. They can't ask about it. So like if Howard came in and said like, oh my God, I'm so pissed, like Ralph totally ruined my weekend. Ralph is a character on the show. So Robin would totally be like, oh my God, what did he do? Tell me everything, you know?
No, they no pun intended, kid gloves when talking about his kids. They even, you remember Artie occasionally would go, what does Emily think of the show? You know,
Right.
and he was very, very, very like, you could feel the reticence in his voice, you know?
Artie wasn't briefed by Gary. Yeah.
I like how you started talking there, John, and then in halfway through it, you went into Artie. It was sort of delayed.
I remember
Artie
how
impersonation, but it was perfect.
I remember
it's amazing.
how
I can't
Artie
even try to do that accent, that Artie accent. It's foreign to me. It's so strange.
Artie was always so bipolar on the show. Like he was either kissing Howard's ass in the worst way, or he would rip him. I mean, you know, the whole bro fight and stuff. When you know that the button went off, he could just, you know, nobody was like that. And that was the duality of him. Like when it.
Long Island one day, therapy the next day to recover. That's pretty much my life. Today's a big therapy day.
It's today's therapy, so you'll.
We deduced that the therapy is also court ordered. That he's not. There's no way a narcissist is going to therapy on his own. It's a great excuse, but he was court ordered to do that. And I'm sure Allison, who's a therapist, a licensed therapist, said, you know what? If you're working on yourself, I'm not gonna fucking rake you over the coals and take everything. Show me that you're doing something as a dad, and you know this is court ordered therapy.
Right.
Yeah. I swear to God, I can't wait for my therapy session today. It's like, can the hours go faster, please?
Can he move you up in his day?
I mean, please help me. It's just kind of weird for me because I'm not the custodial parent. I don't get to see the kids every day. So, like, you know, you go out there and you want things to be nice, but hey,
that's not
you got to be a parent.
That's right. If you're going to be an uncle, you can have everything nice every day.
And I can't do that to Allison because Allison can't be the only one being the bad guy.
Yeah.
So, I'm the heavy.
No, you're partially the heavy.
Yeah, she's the heavy plenty too, don't worry. She takes her share of the abuse.
It was your turn.
Yeah.
To be the gunslinger.
Yeah. But you know what? I don't deal well with that. I think you know that about me. I'm not the kind of guy that likes confrontation.
You're not a confrontational guy.
No. I mean, I know that might sound weird to people, but I don't like.
Have you ever heard someone say, especially a parent, have you ever, I love confrontation. I love confronting my kids. I love bad shit. I love really uncomfortable conversations about, are you ever getting a little sick of people saying, I hate confrontation? Of course you do. Who likes confrontation?
Right.
It's uncomfortable. You don't want to lose your friends. Of course we don't.
Well, it sounds like someone who doesn't understand what parenting is, where it's like,
of course
it's not, it is not for you to become friends with your kids. It's to bring a human into the world and be, you know, whatever they need in that moment. And sometimes it's going to be an adversarial devil's advocate and a disciplinarian. And you have to not take that personally if they tell you to fuck off, you know?
Including his kids, everything is transactional. Everything is, I'm throwing money at the situation. Don't ask me for anything else. I don't need. He's admitted that. I mean, there's nothing to be proud of or honest about. It's just the worst thing. There's nothing worse when someone can just throw money. And we said this with Depp all the time. Like, could you imagine if you take the money away from Depp, you have a Skid Row meth addict that you see sitting outside Walmart asking for money. That's what it is. Honestly, you take the money away from him.
Expecting that.
That's
you
that.
shocked me.
That's right. If you take money away from him, he's that guy.
Yeah, and I think
or take his genetic hand. I should also say, you know, genetically born on third base.
Yeah, but there are a lot of I agree that Depp has a Sandra Bernhard je ne sais quoi that put him above other sort of pretty boys of the 80s. But
he deserves more. He deserves more than they do. I definitely agree with that 100%.
Yeah, but again, had the Tracy Jacobs domino row not fallen perfectly with someone else,
she's going to come up later. She's going to come up later with Jennifer Grey. She was perfect. Jennifer Grey's agent before that.
But had that not fallen into place, would someone who was just as handsome, a guy who was a guest star in 21 Jump Street, would their career have taken off?
You just described Josh Brolin.
There you go.
The second choice for Tom Hansen.
Right.
Like having people angry, and I just
the whole thing just gets on you.
Yeah, I have an inordinate fear of that. So it's like I hate.
Hillel, I don't know. This is kind of off topic here. I would love to do it, just maybe like a diversion from all that we do. Would you want to come on and review the Superman movie? It's your take on the whole James Gunn thing, and I would have no problem if you wanted to come on and talk, review the Superman movie.
That part of parenting, it's nothing you ever visualize. I know as a guy, I never used to, like, you know how little girls play with dolls and they visualize being a mommy and a daddy and a this and a that.
But even little girls don't start yelling at the baby.
Yeah, I know. It's like that part of it is just so unpleasant. And I mean, my parents.
So just to give you, Howard's 47 here.
Yeah.
Parents had to yell at me all the time.
Well, I mean, they got too good at it.
Yeah, they were a little too good at it. And then I hate sounding like them. It's something like really, really irks me sounding like that. There's got to be a better way, I always say. And then, I don't know.
What, did you yell or do you do that?
No.
Oh, you'd yell?
Yell. There was no room for discussion. Because when you
There's no other situation for him saying that than what the ecstasy thing. There's no other situation where you would go there and only see them and you would go to that level. It's absolutely what happened here.
Oh, you'd yell.
Yell. There was no room for discussion. Because when you
let me recap it again. If you're not unaware, in the early 2000s, Howard and Allison get divorced. Howard's trying to act like the cool dad. He gets tickets to all this fucking K-Rock shit. So to kiss his kids' asses, he's taking them to Eminem concerts and the dysfunctional family picnic.
Yeah.
And so Debra loves this stuff. She goes to this stuff all the time. He's got Zoss rape and hitting on her at one of these things. And she goes to this thing. And
yes.
And then she has access, as any rich kid would, from that area to fucking whatever it is, meth or in her case ecstasy, and she takes a hit of acid. Is MDMA the same thing as acid? Right, it's all the same, which is not. It's not difficult to slip it into a drink.
No, different, very different. MDMA and acid, completely different.
Oh, look at you.
Well, acid's you're going to hallucinate. You're not going to hallucinate on an MDMA. You're just going to be speeding.
Well, let's say,
but anyway,
it's
but it's all part of. It doesn't matter what you say. Yeah, you didn't have
Molly.
To differentiate like that. Yeah, just drugs in general. Yeah.
Okay, Molly. Right, MDMA. We were going to play MDMA Pong on the Deppening instead of beer pong.
I'm going through some mental problems right now, like some mental issues.
And what's the rich kid drug, guys, right? Ecstasy. So that's clearly what Debra's partaking in here. Right. And she ODs on it. And we found this out from a security guy at the hospital. They rush her to the hospital. Howard's at the hospital. Allison shows up, and Allison just fucking tears him a new one in the actual hospital room. And the security guy listens to this, tells Opie and Anthony about the story. Then I connected it to this date. And this is when this Jingle Ball show that she got tickets to, that Howard got her tickets to because it's the same. They own all the same stations as K-Rock. He could get, front row tickets to anything he wants. Tweedledee asks, old question from the old topic. Chauncey, he's a Blockbuster interview with the Son of the Beach starlet. Where can I find? Oh, I have that, Tweedledee. You know what? Next time we have Chauncey on, we never even got to this. I will do the Leila Arceiri walkthrough with Chauncey again. It needs more really breakdown. That thing is so good.
We need
we'll bring on Chauncey
a 25th anniversary retrospective.
It deserves that. It deserves that kind of gushing.
Gus, you don't make your point.
Oh, well, that's your view. There's always a way.
You got to try it.
Turn up the volume.
You can cut through a lot of crap yelling.
So Huck Finn says MDMA is allegedly what E used to be in the 90s, ecstasy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the same thing, but it's chemically, it's kind of supposed to be. Oh, thank you, Huck.
Oh, so in order to not have to do all the other crap, you just do the shorthand.
Things were out of control.
Ooh, what the kids? The kids are such good kids. What can
They're great kids. They're great kids.
Great kids.
Yeah, they need a little yelling at them. Yeah, they're great kids.
I can't imagine them needing that.
Well, they need a little yard. Who knows?
And then what happens? I mean, you can't yell for however long you're there.
Sure I can. Sure I can.
My goodness.
We have a great time usually, but once in a while, it's a rough day. Rough day at the office.
So then when you come out of a situation like that, what do you like on the drive home?
Partition goes up.
The partition goes up. That's true. And then I begin to call people to double check myself to make sure that
You were right.
that I was right.
Is there any doubt, guys? This is what happened. Listen to that.
Yeah.
This is just so off of anything you would hear. He's driving home, frantically calling Buchwald, calling everybody, trying to get, I think he thinks, probably what he's really worried about is that Allison is going to go further with the divorce.
Right.
Settled than she already has. Like, she's not going to go, she could go much further, and she went easy on him. That this is all things going to be taken away. And Allison could threaten to leak shit to the press.
Right. I have a question. Did the Opie and Anthony sort of reveal of what actually happened air before this, what we're hearing, or do you know the timeline of that?
Yeah.
They
after it's after it. So this is
Years
the week and
after.
he's coming back.
It's like, okay, I see.
They get to it the next 2 weeks from this time. So they get the guy,
Oh, really?
the security guy
Wow.
reports to them. I couldn't find the show, but I heard it originally, and I put it all together, and then Opie confirmed it when I asked him on one of the the chats he does. And so the hospital security told the story to them, and then they leaked it on the air. Then that's one of the reasons that Howard had them shut down. He would constantly go to Karma's
With the gag order.
Yeah,
right.
the gag order.
Because this strikes me as what we're listening to right now strikes me as Howard doing damage control, that if it does come out what happened to Debra, that Howard can tell this vague story about how I am a good parent. I discipline my kid.
Yeah.
And who among you in my audience, that your teenager doesn't try drugs. And, I'm just like, he's kind of trying to have it both ways again, where it's like, I'm not going to talk about specifically what it is because maybe it'll never come out and I don't have to worry about it. But at least if it does come out, I'm on the record of having been the good disciplinary parent.
Yep. Who do you think he's on the phone with? Lawyers, Buchwald, giving him advice about how to handle this on the air.
I know when he says, like, I'm calling everybody I know to see if I did the right thing. He's not calling Dr. Joyce Brothers. He's calling Don Buchwald.
Who would you call? Right. Who's giving you advice? Who are you calling? Ralph? Who was probably there. I'm sure he was at the show with them.
Ralph probably supplied the drugs.
That's right.
Yes.
That's what Ralph dealt.
Right.
At fucking Spa. That's right, David. That's brilliant by you.
And he would get
Where
high
did she get it
with the
from?
people-
Ralph, of course.
Yeah.
He's a drug dealer.
He got high on his own supply too. I mean, there's he.
Holy shit! You're so right. Brilliant observation by you.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. I did not put that. Ralph is a drug dealer. We know this.
That's somewhere in the recesses of my pop culture brain.
And it's exactly what he deals.
Yes, that's right.
Ecstasy.
I hurt my xiphoid process. Jesus.
He almost Howard had to save him from getting arrested at this club called Spa because the bouncers caught him dealing ecstasy.
We don't even have time for Nick of Time anymore.
David, I think you've made the point of the show. That was a great link.
Oh, that's incredible.
Obviously, it's a simple link, but it didn't come to John or I at all. Because it wouldn't come into my mind.
As usual, as heinous as that is, if Ralph supplied Debra drugs, Howard still can't banish him to the Shadowlands because, Ralph will tell all.
Yes. He's one of the few that he can't. I know. That's, God damn it. That's a brilliant deduction.
They also codified male nudity as comedy. God damn. And this must be where the 24-year murder plot of Ralph Cirella started,
So Leia Moonfry, she seems very airy and sort of basic bitch-ish.
Think about too, like he has Beth go to Ralph's place to clear. This is like part of the whole the skeletons, no pun intended, the skeleton twins.
Beth
you're
probably
cleaning out.
one of the things she probably cleaned out was like a receipt signed by Debra for the drug deal. It means
It's like
the
Costco. It's a
cashier's
lifetime
check
receipt.
It's true. And then
That clip's from Wayne's World, by the way. That's fucking Ted McGinley.
Oh,
playing
right.
this. Remember Wayne's World with the whatchamacallit from The Simpsons? Played the DJ going
Oh, Dan Castellaneta? Or?
No. The guy who hates Lorne Michaels.
Harry Shearer.
Harry Shearer plays a generic DJ in Wayne's World, and that's Ted McGinley in the background going.
Well, that's something I was going to mention. You see how active Fred was. He's just throwing drops all through this in the background. He was a machine back then. Now he's fucked.
Dad, Uncle Ralph gave me pills. I don't feel too good. That's exactly what she said. I bet she said exactly that. And he's like, "Where'd you get it, Deborah? Where'd you get it, Ralph?" And Howard immediately knew where they came from. It's exactly what. Oh my God!
Because Ralph would schnurr his way onto these, jingle ball things too.
He went to all this shit. He went to all this shit. Yes, of course he was there.
I'm not allowed to have a bad day.
No, Jax, you're not allowed to have a bad day. You missed me talking.
Mate, let's take some Viagra's and a couple kangaroos here.
What? Mr. Scream, thank you, CB. Good to see you in here as well.
Get to call people to double check myself to make sure that that I was right. And then I got confirmation that I was right, but it doesn't make you feel any better.
What if somebody tells you you were wrong? You turn around.
I think you just get to jump out into trap.
No.
That's Jackie, by the way. Jackie's on the 18th hole of his Stern career right now. This is like the last week or month or something.
I think that I would, if I was wrong, I'm wrong, and I would admit it. But
I mean, did you have time to think about this, or it was just...
No, it was just a lot of crap going on.
This was on the fly. You had to make this decision.
I mean, anybody who's a parent understands this. This stuff breaks out all the time, but you gotta,
You got it, David.
He's trying to. He's laying the groundwork for. I'm not a bad dad. Any of you in my audience, you would deal with this too.
Tough love.
I handled it just like you would. Me being a rich, throwing money at a situation with my children, that has nothing to do with it. I'm just like you.
Tough love. You do what you got to do. I'm such a.
You got to deal. Sometimes you got.
And it's not that he wants to be cool. It's hard to be a good parent. It takes work. It takes effort. You got to talk to them every day. He doesn't want to do the work. It's not about being. He doesn't want to look. He doesn't.
To be a dad, and unless you want to be like Papa John Phillips,
and be one of the kids.
He shoots up with the kids.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy, Papa? So he mentions the drug thing here without bringing it. He brings up. This is how he actually mentions the drugs here. There's no question he's referencing the drugs.
Phillips.
And be one of the kids.
He shoots up with the kids.
Yeah. Somebody needs to yell at him.
Yeah.
It's like he's going. Go ahead, David.
Was this before Mackenzie Phillips came forward with her father molesting her?
I think it's after that. I think this is after that. She was on Howard once talking about it.
Okay.
I believe. I'm trying to remember when that was. Anyway, that's crazy. And it got crazier with David connecting dots to Ralph's drug dealing side hustle, which everyone should know. And we have, there's no question he was a drug dealer.
Right. And Ralph is the type of person who, I wonder if he tried to kind of get into Emily's inner circle first, and she's just so far gone by that point that she doesn't want to have anything to do with him, and Deborah's more impressionable.
Isn't that ground zero? Isn't that ground zero for dealing? Like you would go to the rich. It's a rich kid drug, right? So he's going over there all the time, and wouldn't you introduce that shit to them? These fucking Jap party girls in North Nassau that could just introduce it to them. Isn't that how it works? I mean, I'm not. All my drug dealing is from 21 Jump Street, so I don't know how it goes in real life.
I gotta say that is. I wonder if what we're saying is true, and he did supply the drugs. That is a major.
I'm gonna take a leap. I'm gonna take a liberty and say it is exactly what happened. It's not even wishful thinking. It's just logical. Where is she getting?
They're very young
ecstasy
to have that ecstasy, like. People weren't taking it. Usually, don't take ecstasy until they're like 18.
You think Ralph
19.
gives a shit about age?
Also,
that's what I'm saying. If he did, that's sick. Because what are they, 16 in this?
We know how irresponsible
clip?
Ralph is. Does he think he gives a shit about any of that?
Right. Yeah, he knows he has diplomatic immunity for all the secrets he has. But I also think that at the Jingle Ball, that sounds like the most corporate. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like a really corporate event. And
It is.
who else is dealing ecstasy there? You know, like
How
Tom
would you rate?
Chiusano is not giving drugs out to people.
Exactly. So Ralph's
That's
there.
a bad thing too, because when you take ecstasy lasts at least 10 hours. You're munted on ecstasy. So if he gave them to them for that jingle thing, he's out of his mind, because that would have been, they were there for 2 hours, and if he gave them that crap,
This is Ralph we're talking about. He does not give a shit.
If you were dealing to such young people, like you'd sell it to them, but you'd say you don't want to take this like at 7 p.m. on a weeknight or anything.
No,
okay,
right.
You want to take this on the weekend where your parents think you're both staying at each other's house, so you can go out somewhere, because this is going to be a long night on this stuff.
Ralph doesn't have the best bedside manner as Dr. Feelgood, giving them how to take instructions.
It's almost criminal that I just gave Ralph so much soul. There's no way he would have just been like, here you go, have fun.
Yeah,
God.
you figure it out.
And they probably sent Zos Rapinoff with them, because that's the thing you mentioned earlier about the have a friend having to be with the kids when they were out with Howard again, is like that Zos thing where Emily or Debra was there at that gig, and they said a friend was there as well of the kids.
Yeah.
And Zos
the friends have to be-
mentioning
yep.
how hot she was.
Yep, the friend
Again,
was there.
always a friend. So that's
And
an
that was after
interesting
this.
link
It's
there.
a year
It's an
after this.
interesting link.
So that was crazy. And this is the last thing I'm going to do. This is a crazy thing. And I was a little young for listening to this. Is the late 80s. This is 1987. I don't know where to start with this. So Matthew Broderick, as many might not know, is actually a committed vehicular double homicide in Ireland in the late 80s. He and his then girlfriend, who then goes to Johnny Depp right after that, Jennifer Grey, who's just about to have Dirty Dancing come out, which everybody knows her for. They go to Ireland on a vacation. Matthew Broderick is classic, he was a huge, probably the biggest young star in the 80s in terms of where he was going. It all crashed, no pun intended, in the 90s. It didn't translate. He's a one-trick pony, super overrated, super New York, Hollywood privilege, this sort of back then. He has a home in Ireland and stuff, and he goes vacationing with Jennifer Grey just before Dirty Dancing comes out. And just before I play any of that, I'm talking to David and Mike about Saturday Night Live's 50th anniversary. And David's a huge fan of John Mulaney. And I'm watching the monologue. And I tell him, it was Steve Martin and John Mulaney did this, and it's a brilliant monologue. It's so good. It's like an A+ monologue. Yeah. If you get a chance, I know SNL gets shit on all the time, but I'm telling you, there was so many heavyweights participating in this. Some of it is great. And this monologue was an A+. So anyway, John Mulaney comes out during Steve Martin's monologue and tells this joke, and I completely missed who they were talking about. But David knew, my cousin knew, but I thought it was the two people pictured in the picture underneath Steve Martin and John Mulaney.
Wow.
But I believe that the heart and soul of this show is the celebrity hosts, many of whom are in this room tonight. Over the course of 50 years, 894 people have hosted Saturday Night Live, and it amazes me that only 2 of them have committed murder.
Tell them who the 2 murderers are, David.
Well, so I took it to mean Robert Blake and O.J. Simpson.
I took it to mean Matthew Broderick and Alec Baldwin. Who are in
now we've
the
got
crowd.
A problem.
Who
we've
are
got
in
a
the crowd.
debate.
No.
David's
right. David's right. They let it out. They're not going to do Alec Baldwin's in the crowd. This is right after his trial. you know, like a few months anyway. Matthew Broderick also hosted the show, I think 3 times. He's also in the crowd with Sarah Jessica Parker, but they're not going to say that to their faces.
Right.
They're not that bad. He's
Gotcha,
talking about
alright.
Robert Blake and O.J. Simpson, and I thought it was
I
Matthew
wanted to
Broderick.
have a debate.
It's definitely them. It's
I will
definitely
say
them.
this. So John Mulaney does not specify with names who he's talking about. And so the joke works as kind of a double meaning thing where it's like, you know, Robert Blake and O.J. Simpson are famously disliked show business people.
Well, you could easily
murderers.
like easy targets, punch down.
Yeah.
OJ's dead. Is Robert Blake dead?
Yes,
too?
he is dead.
Okay, so they're both dead. There's no repercussions. But there's no way they're going to make a murder joke to Matthew Broderick and Alec Baldwin while
Right.
they're there.
So I could see it being a little subverted. Like, I'm not going to mention names about this joke in connection with this joke. And if people take it to mean Alec Baldwin and Matthew Broderick, so be it, you know.
I think when they wrote the show, I think with John Mulaney was heavily involved in the production and writing of the show, that they might have brought that up, and they said, "Oh, we can't make a joke about Alex. Alex, like, you know, sacrosanct on here. He hosts all the time, and they love him. Lauren Michaels will go crazy if we do that."
And there's no one more New York City than the Brodericks, Jessica Parkers, you know?
No, it's true. They are. It really is. They are Hamptons, New York, Hollywood royalty of the highest order in that way. There's no question about it. This is when I do. There's a lot of work that I do for this. I went and I got, thanks to Johnny Bye Bye, I have Jennifer Gray's book. And initially it was because of Johnny Depp. She dates Johnny Depp after Matthew Broderick, and Johnny Depp's agent, Tracy Jacobs, who they had a huge, nasty falling out with, basically used Jennifer Grey as a prostitute to land Depp as a client. But before Depp, she dated, in fact, the chapter of the book is called Hello, I'm Mrs. Broderick Depp. And she gives a complete, honest play-by-play of the accident that she hates Matthew. You could tell she thinks he's a piece of shit, and she's sort of like, she compliments him, but you could tell that she doesn't think. And she gives a complete. No one knows this. No one's ever heard anything about it. They tried to whitewash this from history, and because it was the late '80s, nobody. It just, you know, no little middle school kids watching Entertainment Tonight or. His agent, his managers tried to wipe this out of existence. In fact, I'll go as far to say in the accident, he would have done a Halle Berry if he survived. If they had no damage and I bet you he would have hit and run and they would have taken off. I bet you he would have left the scene of the accident.
Yes. Yeah.
He's that worried about saving his own ass. He's that much of a weasel. So here is Jennifer Gray's book detailing the accident. I put it to AI. I'll try to speed through it, but I put at the end of the book, our friend Howard is drawn, and I had no idea. This blew my mind when I read the book. Because this all ties into what I'm going to play after this.
Office had given us our choice of vehicles. Being a thrifty sort, Matthew had opted for the least expensive one. But I'd intervene.
She calls him cheap like 2 minutes into the thing, like
urging him to spring for the BMW, reminding him of the explicit instructions of his good friend and father figure, Jason Robards. Always drive a BMW if possible. Because Jason had credited the BMW for saving his life in a near-fatal accident in Ireland, Matthew was always the driver. Because he was very accustomed to driving on the left side of the road, and I was not. And he was a good driver. I was happy to be the co-pilot in charge of the music and maps. Our bag of cassettes was on the floor by my feet. We'd listen to the whole tape, both sides, and when it would pop out of the cassette player, I'd grab another tape out of the bag, look to see which side was. You and I were Americans having an Irish experience, while listening to the Irish band's first album about their American experience. With or without you. I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
So this is like U2's album just came out.
Right.
Let me skip ahead to this.
Bloodied face slumped forward.
Right.
Then Aries in the wind and was sliding it into the tape deck when I heard Matthew scream. As I jerked my head up, I saw something completely filling the windshield, and there it was like a sledgehammer. The sudden and stunning force of impact. Then eerie silence. My forehead stung. My head must have been whipped into the dashboard. There was a searing sensation on my chest where, I later learned, the seat belt had burned off the top layers of flesh below my neck.
Oh, God.
Time was in slow motion and compacted. As if time were on mushrooms, I spit out a mouthful of what I thought were my broken teeth. And glancing down, was relieved to see on my sweater instead a spray of translucent, perfectly formed cubes of safety glass, the size of baby teeth. The windshield had exploded. I looked over at Matthew, unconscious, his bloodied face slumped forward onto the steering wheel, his chin split open like a Pez dispenser. South African music started to play. Sounds of Soweto. I struggled, punching at the buttons to silence the bizarre soundtrack of this nightmare. I was alive, but this was bad. The smell of acrid burning metal like bumper cars, and the temperature so hot, like we were in an incinerator. So much smoke, I thought we were about to burst into flames. I knew I had to get Matthew out. I opened my door, ran out to his side to pull him out of the wreck, but couldn't open his door. There was no longer anything that resembled a door to be opened. What was once a door was a blackened crush of metal wrapped around his frame. I looked up and down the...
John, if you look up, if you guys look, there's actually a picture of the car from the old gossip magazines, and they had I guess somebody got a picture of it, and I didn't see this, certainly when it happened, and it's exactly the way she's described it.
A deserted country road for any sign of a car, but there was nobody. Nothing. No. Oh no, please don't leave. You can't. I got back into the car on my side. All I could think of was that I had to somehow pull Matthew's body out through my side of the car. I lifted his head off the steering wheel, kissing and stroking the side of his forehead, talking to him, trying to get him to regain consciousness. From his jawline hung a bleeding open wound, a surreal shock of color against his white skin. Hey, honey, can you help me? Let's get you out of here. I'm going to undo your seat belt. As I started climbing over him to unbuckle his seat belt, he opened his eyes. Completely dazed, I heard distant sirens, a blessed sound when you are waiting for help. Then 2 ambulances arrived and the medics descended. Asking me to step away, they moved in. They swarmed Matthew, taking his vitals and assessing his injuries.
Now you got to remember the timeline of this. Just happens to be Dirty Dancing is coming out like 3 weeks after this.
Right.
She's going here. She has to come back to New York for the premiere, and he's shitting on the premiere because he's worried she's going to be more famous than him after the movie, and he's jealous of Patrick Swayze.
It was then that I noticed one of his legs was making no sense. Instead of his thigh bone going directly from his hip to his knee, his pants, those same corduroy pants, in his field of vision. Then, flooded with relief, he'd say, "Oh God, I thought you were dead." Initially this seemed to me, "You are." He flagged down a nurse, who promptly handed me 2 tiny paper cups, one with a yellow pill in it, and one with water. Sometime later, I was alone, curled up on a hard vinyl couch in the hospital waiting area, which had grown quiet except for the television set, its volume low.
Okay, so she's watching TV. Somehow, I didn't know Ireland even had television, which surprises me. She's watching TV. This is 87, too.
Right.
She's watching TV, and the story comes up while she's in the hospital bed, and she finds
hard
out.
Vinyl couch in the hospital waiting area, which had grown quiet except for the television set, its volume low. The local news was on, and I was half listening, half watching, but my ears pricked up when I heard the anchor say something about a tragic car accident in which 2 local women were killed. It struck me as surreal, like a bad dream, to be hearing a news story about a terrible accident when I'd just been in one. I got the attention of the first nurse I could find, and said, "Excuse me. I just saw something on the news about 2 women who died in a car crash today. Did they have anything to do with our accident?" And as if I'd asked the most ludicrous question, she assured me, "Och no, dearie. The people from the other car? They left already. They went home." Once the ER doctors in Enniskillen had stabilized Matthew,
She lies to them. So the nurse lies to her to try not to, like, to get her
right. Yeah, get them stable, and then
truth about what had happened to the passengers in the other car.
Okay, right here.
But the nurse in
she finds out she was lied to.
He had no recall of the crash, the events leading up to it, or even our vacation. I asked him what he could remember, if anything, about the morning before we set off on the road to Dublin, and he remembered nothing. I don't remember exactly when, or how I learned the truth about what had happened to the passengers in the other car. But the nurse in Enniskillen had lied to me. 2 local women, a woman in her 60s and her adult daughter, had died. Matthew was not only seriously injured, but there was an investigation underway about his possible culpability. And since the head-on collision had occurred on a deserted country road and Matthew had amnesia, I was the sole surviving witness on a bench outside the hospital. A pleasant man with a pocket-sized memo pad sat down alongside me.
So she's getting like an Irish inspector drilling her now about the accident.
Beachy Colkey.
This is Beachy. I mean, this is shit. This book came out like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's this nobody knows this. This just comes out like now. Nobody knows shit about this. Nobody even knows he killed 2 people.
Right.
But she's giving you all this detail.
On a bench outside the hospital. A pleasant man with a pocket-sized memo pad sat down alongside me. I'd been told he wanted to ask me some questions about what had happened, and he began to ask probing questions, trying to extricate clues from the events leading up to the accident. He did a good job of behaving like someone who just wanted to have a friendly conversation. I didn't have anything to hide and was trying to be as cooperative as possible.
I moved to the Netherlands.
I could sense his growing frustration, although I was being as forthcoming as humanly possible.
Pause.
He kept repeating the same questions over and over, as if that might somehow loosen a kernel of previously hidden information that would yield the story he was looking for. You're Americans. You're used to driving on the other side of the road. Did Matthew ever get confused and drive on the wrong side? No. Never. He was very accustomed to driving in Ireland. Is it possible he just naturally had drifted to the other side of the road? I have no idea. I wasn't looking up. I had been looking at the cassette deck. Had you guys maybe had anything to drink? No. Nothing. I wanted to remember something new or different. I wanted to come up with a choice nugget.
I'm going to skip to now. Her mother comes to get her, and she has to go back to the States for the Dirty Dancing premiere.
Yeah.
And
accident happened. My mother arrived in Belfast a day or 2 after Patsy, and we all took shifts being with Matthew at the hospital. My mother was wonderful with Matthew. But when we were alone, I could tell she was concerned about my fervent allegiance to him. She seemed to see then what I can see now, that I was struggling to maintain any sense of my life separate from his. Once it became clear that he was going to be recovering for the next month in the Belfast hospital, my mother was insistent that I return to the States for the premiere. I was really curious to see if this movie I was the lead in was maybe not horrible, yet I felt extremely guilty for even thinking about going. And Matthew began to make an even stronger case than before about me not doing press. The gist was you don't have to go. A premiere isn't going to make...
He's trying to save his own ass because when she starts doing press, she's going to be asked about this accident. So his management and him are saying, we're worried about Matthew's career. You don't say shit. Because at that time you could hide stuff like this.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's no internet.
Yeah, and it's also 2 Nepo babies, like having
huge
to
Nepo babies.
account for the careers of their actor.
You work with his dad. His dad's from Cleveland.
Family.
He's the same age as you, Joel Grey. Yeah.
I was in drag as Christy McNichol for years. Yes, it's true.
Make any difference to whether people hire you or not.
Oh my God.
And if you do go, you're going to have to do press. And all any interviewer is going to want to talk to you about is the accident. I felt like I had been paddling around in the shallows with my surfboard for a decade, waiting for a decent wave, and at last a big, beautiful wave was coming.
There's a Patrick Swayze reference, right? Little Point Break action?
I'd never seen a wave that big up close. And Matthew was telling me I had to get out of the water. Matthew's big-time entertainment lawyer had flown in from Los Angeles, and he quite plainly was in agreement with Matthew. They explained that it would not only be in bad taste for me to fly back to the U.S. at this time, but it would ultimately be better for my career, for my dignity as an actress. And for Matthew's very serious situation if I did not show up at my premiere.
Wow, they wanted to blow
Traumatized.
off the Dirty Dancing career. That's crazy. Selfish.
My mom was that coach for me that no one ever was for her. She showed up for me big time. She said, "There's nothing more you can do for Matthew at this point. The producers are flying you back on the Concorde.
Wow.
This is too important. This is about your career. You have to go." I told her everything Matthew, his mother, and his lawyer were saying, and she said, "Jen, I understand this is hard for you, but you need to go. Matthew will be fine. You can come right back, but you cannot miss this."
So she goes back to, gets back to JFK.
Yeah.
They live together in New York and Manhattan, and she goes, hits her answering machine, and this is what she hears.
I promised to jump right back on a plane. The premiere of Dirty Dancing was one of the more baffling occasions of my life. The first morning back in my apartment after flying home from Ireland, from my bed, in my half-asleep stupor, I could vaguely make out the sound of the outgoing message on the telephone answering machine in the other room. "Hi, we're not home right now. But leave a message after the beep." Followed by the high-pitched screech of a car careening out of control, a loud bang, and then the sounds of women screaming. Confused and scared, I got up and played back the recording. I couldn't believe anyone would be this awful. Who would go to the trouble of finding our home number and leaving such a menacing message, terrorizing us. The next morning, I was awakened by another incoming message. "Good morning. This is so-and-so from the blah blah driving school. We would like to offer free of charge driving lessons for Matthew Broderick." I didn't know this at the time, but I later learned that these prank calls were made live on the Howard Stern show. The radio shock jock, in his second year on the air, called our home a few mornings in a row, hoping to get someone on the line. Matthew was right. We couldn't underestimate the human capacity to exploit tragedy for entertainment.
Okay, so here you go. There's that. So Howard, so this is the first time, and like this never comes up. Like, where are the 91 people that work on his staff, right? You're not going to bring this up. You would never bring this up. So I went, and thanks to our friend Boff, who I will, again, he found, by the way, the first season of I can't believe this, which is impossible to find. Now, the Last Comic Standing, where Rogan gets into this huge fight with whatchamacallit from
the crash picture, John.
Oh, you got, okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, this is Matthew Broderick and Jennifer Grey's rented car to BMW in Ireland. Jesus, look at that. That is decimated.
God, I'm shocked they lived, quite honestly.
Has anyone been in an accident like this? Look at that. It looks like Juggernaut stepped on it.
When you see a crash like that, when you're driving down the highway, like, you just assume it's a fatal accident. Like, I never see people live. Yeah.
Or Godzilla. Speaking of Godzilla, so this is I'm living in. I've been living in New York City at this point for about 2 years. And I had this routine where I would either go to a therapist or I was kind of like intermittently commuting from Brooklyn, Park Slope to Manhattan. I would make a day out of it. A lot of times I'd go on a walking adventure, and sometimes I would run from the Upper West Side to Chambers Street, take the subway home, and I would go looking at stuff and go on adventures. This is like before cell phones and stuff. So I'm walking down Chelsea or the Flatiron District in the 20s on Broadway. It's really late at night. It's not really late. It's like 10:30 on a fucking weeknight. I see all this film crew and this huge set. And I'm like, what is going on? I poke around and there's nothing shooting. And I go over and I go, what's going on? What are you guys shooting? He goes, oh, we're doing Godzilla.
Oh,
I go, wow, really? Godzilla? I'm like, who's in it? He's like, oh, Matthew Broderick and Hank Azaria, oddly enough, are in it.
Ferris Bueller and Mo the bartender in this movie.
We just played a Hank Azaria clip too. And I go, oh, that's crazy. I go, I got to tell you guys. So I was talking to PAs and some producers or whatever, and there's no star. Matthew Broderick actually lives like walking distance from where that is. And I go, I go, you guys, you got to do the Godzilla movie. You got to make sure one thing, that Godzilla kills at least 3 people, because that'll be more than Matthew Broderick killed in Ireland. And they're like, they go, what? I go, you didn't? I go, yeah, Matthew Broderick killed 2 people in Ireland. They're like, what? What are you talking? And he calls his friend. It wasn't even like it was like those early cell phones where it's this huge. He calls his friend. They come over, and I'm talking to 10 people, and they're all going, "Are you kidding me?" And then one of the guys knew the story, and they start going crazy about this double murderer starring in this movie on the set. Like that's how buried this was. This huge, he hadn't started a movie in like a really long time.
Right.
I like stayed around. Like it looked like you could possibly be an extra on it, but there was no end in sight to what they were doing. I just didn't feel like waiting around. Then I went home, but it was crazy. None of them knew this story, and I did. This is when like they tried to make. Yeah, that's what they play.
Yeah. Well, what's infuriating about it is that I mean, maybe we'll get to this, but I don't think he really served time or.
No time. No, nothing.
Right.
Not a day. Nothing. They wiped. You could see that he was such a big star at this time. I cannot convey to you how big. He's the biggest, 20-something star of that era.
But also, what's interesting, hearing that excerpt from her book, is that he probably knew.
In fact, you know who called Car Cash?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. He probably knew that like the shine was off the apple. Like he's doing Project X or something, and he's worried about he's worried about Jennifer Grey getting more. Like Ferris Bueller was probably his one.
It was a year before, and she's in Ferris Bueller as his sister.
Right. So I could see him being nervous when he's getting movies like The Freshman with Marlon Brando.
That comes out in 91 or 90.
Right. So that maybe his career is on the descent after his one explosive teen comedy.
That's right.
She's going to.
And that happens. And he's not in he just vanished and he comes back. And I remember when he did Godzilla, well, he was actually in Cable Guy with Jim Carrey. He's the most limited, untalented, one-trick pony fucking actor there is. Wasn't he in The Producers with Larry David?
No, with Nathan Lane.
Yeah. So here is what Jennifer Grey is talking about. This is the Howard Stern Show in 1987. Howard pranking. Now listen to what you just heard. Jennifer Grey and Matthew Broderick's answer. My theory is that Jennifer Grey certainly got to the messages first and then deleted them. That he actually never heard them.
Okay.
If she was, I don't know. She doesn't reveal whether she deleted them or not. I don't know. Wouldn't you think she would delete them and not even show it to them?
Well, yeah, because it's gonna just turn into more career directives for her. She doesn't need that shit.
He's still in Ireland on the hospital bed, and she's in New York.
God.
Okay.
She got to the machine before he did. And this is what she hears.
I was reading the paper.
Who?
You know Matthew Broderick, the actor?
Oh, stop it.
He called Car Cash. You see, he smashed up his BMW in Ireland, and now it's only worth $25. And the call from Ireland was $35.
Well, he's not doing well at all.
Not only is he physically not doing well, but he's an idiot. But he's going to have a lot of time to think about it anyway, so.
That's a shame that you make fun of this poor boy.
So he's now lobbying to get him arrested. This story was leaked now in the States, and Howard's trying to put him on Front Street that he deserves to go to jail for a vehicular homicide. I think that they don't even know that people know it.
You think he'll be going to jail?
Well, his
Matthew Broderick's still in Ireland when Howard's doing this.
trial comes up February 15th, and the maximum penalty for the charges against him are 5 years in prison and fines.
I just wouldn't go back to Ireland.
Well, that would be my estimation of what the situation would be, but I probably think.
Don't you love the jingle in the commercial? That's that song, Am I the Same? Swing Out Sister or something like that?
It's called Soulful Strut.
Oh, okay, because I'm not the same girl. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. It was redone as a pop song.
We have a pretty liberal extradition
Why
policy.
don't you stop and look me over? Am I
with Great Britain.
So they can come into this country and yank you right out.
Right, yeah. We'll probably even throw you over.
It's answering machine number?
I just called it.
Okay, so they got Matthew Broderick and Jennifer Grey's number, and they're about to call her.
Nice.
So if they played over in Ireland.
Good entertainment.
If they played over Ireland, he should get lynched. Oh, man, is that an annoying woman, that Katie Kelly? Hey, what is this, Matthew Broderick's answering machine number?
I just called it.
And it's for real?
Yeah, it's his and Jennifer's where they live together.
Oh.
Yeah? Oh, we got what? You got a car crash sound effect?
Oh, no.
Hey, come on, we got to do it. We got to do it.
It's only on one ring, too.
One ring?
Yeah.
All right, get ready, Fred.
Boy.
car crash.
Let's leave him from
Got the sounds of bones breaking too.
Oh, good idea.
No.
Let's see. What made you think of that?
Oh,
Brilliant move.
you're terrible.
Female scream.
Female screams.
Hold on.
Okay. You got male screams?
Male scream, yeah, but it was two women. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Nice guy.
All right, you ready? Are you ready with the sound effect? And Fred, don't rush.
Not yet. Carl.
What's wrong with you?
Premature again.
Yeah. No wonder your girlfriend can't stand you. I think it's obnoxious enough what we're doing.
Yeah.
There's a line here.
There's a line to be drawn. You know, there's common decency. That. Ready, Fred.
Hi, leave a message for Matthew or Jennifer, and we'll call you back when we can. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Get ready.
Waiting for. He calls back again and mistakenly leaves his name because he's trying to look like a.
Whoever in our audience send us Matthew.
Yes.
Let's leave our daily message for Matthew Broderick.
Ready to leave that message?
We want to thank whoever in our audience sent us Matthew Broderick and Jennifer Gray's answering machine. I think it's kind of. I guess they live together.
Well, I guess you're right.
Shocking. Joel Gray seems like one of those liberal Jewish parents, that doesn't mind his daughter sleeping with Matthew Broderick.
Oh, yeah, he seems about as liberal enough to let her move away at 12. It's about
Yeah.
As soon as she hit puberty, she was out on her own.
Puberty.
I'm doing the Johnny Carson thing.
I know. You knucklehead. You know you'll never be Johnny Carson. Phone numbers on his answering machine.
Oh, get the yellow pages.
Yeah. Gary, bring me the yellow pages. All right. Calling Matthew Broderick. Here's the agenda. We get Matthew Broderick, get his answering machine.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Jennifer Gray gives the answering machine message.
Yeah, she says, this is Jennifer and Matthew's answering machine. Leave us a message or something like that.
All right. First, I'm going to... Now, Freddie...
That's why I didn't call that.
Production work.
That's why I didn't call
South Shore Honda number. 4. All right. Here we go. Everyone ready? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Who's ready? Raise your hand. Here we go.
all the hands are up now.
I really like annoying people. That's what I do for a living. I like to yank the crank of many slaves.
Send me this next time.
Think so?
I'll do it.
I hated it.
Jennifer, and we'll call when we can. Message for Matthew or Jennifer, and we'll call you back when we can. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, Matthew, Howard Stern.
You're going to use your name?
Hang on. What's the matter with you? Oh, man. What the hell is wrong?
So he leaves his name, and they know it's him, and it comes out.
That's his audio graffiti. Of course, he's going to leave his name. He wants the attention.
The book is great, Tamara. It's a lot of, and then it segues into her relationship with Depp and how Tracy Jacobs used her to lure Depp as a client, and that's what. I mean, it's everything she wrote in the book. This is how you know she's like. We just heard. You can quantify and corroborate every single thing she read in the book. So this is the last thing I'm going to play. This is Howard Goes to, again, the same premiere, the Sex and the City 2 premiere, and guess who he sees?
SJP
and
very independent. So I go to leave, and now I got to walk up and down the red carpet looking for the car because cars can't.
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. This is the other one. This is the last one I'm going to do. Matthew Broderick.
You should tweet that Howard calling their answering machine clip to Sarah Jessica Parker. Maybe she'll never do the show again.
There's no way she doesn't know about that, right? Wouldn't she have to have been tipped off in some capacity about that by now.
Yeah, I mean,
You with her.
if what
Sure.
if what you
Especially
say about,
Andy Cohen's like a mutual friend and shit. Wouldn't she have to know that? So here is the Sex and the Titty
and the titty
premiere. 2 again, and the same thing we just saw before, but this is a different story.
And I just didn't want to deal with it. I didn't want to see Matthew Broderick because years ago I called their apartment when he...
You've never run into him? I thought you had run into him before.
I've seen him places. He's been very nice not to say anything to me. I don't say anything to him. I can tell he doesn't like me, and, you know, I
So you just don't speak.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, that was kind of obnoxious of me, but it was good radio.
He won't say what the incident is. He won't say. It's just like Debra.
Gag order.
Yep.
Can't lament what got you here.
Yep, that's it. That's who I am. That's
how you got the ticket.
But guess who does remember it well? Fred, because he plays the same sound effect. Listen.
As a matter, I said my.
This is 1, 2, 3, 13. This is 25 years later.
Right.
Apartment. You know what I mean? So. Yeah. So he was there. And but I didn't see him. I didn't see Gabourey Sidibe because I was all charged up anyway. By the way, when I was walking out, I did see Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick on the line. And I didn't say anything. But I did speak with Kim Cattrall. I did say hi to her.
Okay. Well, you're on Team Kim Cattrall.
Yeah, why not? Well, that's another gay question they ask you when you're interviewed by these the reporters.
Who's your favorite?
Which girl do you want to be? You know.
Oh yeah, like, yeah. Who do you see yourself as?
I said, what is it? You don't see I have a penis?
So that's it. He sees Matthew Broderick there. Now he has Sarah Jessica Parker on the show 3 times since then. She'd only come on, which is odd. In 2015 or 16 is the first time she'd ever done the show. How much you want to bet that's what kept her away from the show all that time?
I believe that. Yeah.
That she was terrified that was going to come up. And then they assured her through Andy Cohen, oh, he doesn't do that anymore. He's not going to sandbag you with the Matthew Broderick stuff. And that's what got her on.
Well, also, she's weird because she knowingly got to... I mean, listen, I'm not saying... You know, never get married to a criminal, but she got married to a criminal that never sort of served time. You know, justice was not necessarily served, you know.
Yeah, Melvin's right. Melvin's right. Sarah's just on, so we should comment on social media asking to watch you do this. We definitely have to. I'm going to make a short out of this. Maybe Bond will too, but I'm going to do it like in that other one that's, you know, where it just like recoils. Just play the, and she should definitely see this. Absolutely. You know, she'll look at it.
Do you know Adam Friedland from Cumtown? Do you know that podcast, the Adam Friedland show?
No, I know from Premature Orgasm Town. I know
yes.
I know Josh from Premature Orgasm Town.
Yes. Adam Friedland he has a show on YouTube, and he had Sarah Jessica Parker on like 2 weeks ago, and he does kind of a, you know, he can be sort of adversarial and irreverent and stuff. So, and I really thought he was going to bring up the Matthew Broderick stuff. He didn't, but
he may not know about it. It's not common knowledge. It's really not. You know, when I played that John Mulaney thing, I don't know if he knew about it. He's young. You know, Mulaney's what is he in his early 40s?
Yeah, he's 42, I think.
I'm not positive he knows about the Broderick thing.
I bet he does. I think John Mulaney is so happy to be approved by boomer show business that he's just going to play. He's going to play nice with everybody. Is my opinion.
Justin Farmer, welcome, sir. At the buzzer, everyone. Thank you, everyone. This has been a salaciously fun show. A lot of crazy WNBC golf clap for David's connection to Ralph and Debra Stern and ecstasy.
Got to do some research.
Fantastic drops, Bomb.
Yes, always funny.
I might add.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe it's among, I don't know, your best work you keep outdoing yourself. Who knows? It's incredible the stuff you come up with. David, definitely. The next show, for the Fred show is going to be July, something like, July 9th is Fred's birthday, so somewhere in there. I don't know. Yeah, we don't have to carry this over. The next Deppening will be about the article that just came out that he just did. Maybe the next show will be Fred. What is next week? Do we have another thing on tap that we're planning on doing what we haven't done? Didn't we just say Chauncey and fucking Leila Arceiri? Yeah, maybe that'll be in the next show. You guys into that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tendrils. Thank you, Tendrils. We can't wait to have Tendrils back as well. Yeah, I have a million cleaning out the computer things that it doesn't fit neatly into one theme show.
Yeah. John, could you send me that audio of Leila Arceiri talking about being in Howard's apartment and Howard commenting on it, just so I can listen in advance?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. I have it truncated down to the best. So like you don't miss a beat, but we were going to play it when Chauncey was on, and I went through like hours and I truncated it down to like, I don't know, 14 minutes or something like that.
Wow.
And I'll definitely send it to you as well. I got to get you the 4th season of Stranger Things too.
Oh yeah, take your time.
That's coming. All right, everyone. I love you all. Thank you, Bond. Thank you, everyone. 4.5 hours. It's barely the intro to Red Bar. I know Red Bar does like 9 hours. Thank you, Melvin. Hope you keep the food picks coming. I will, Melvin. I hope you finish to them a few times to each one. And the bagel one, you got to finish with a brick.
For me? Damn. My sister never told me how beautiful you were. She's gonna get it when she gets in from Colorado.
Colorado? I thought Jen lived in Boston.
Whatever.
I leave a message for Matthew or Jennifer, and we'll call you back when we can. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Matthew, Howard Stern.
You're okay. Going to use your name?
Hang on. What's the matter with you? Oh, man. What the hell is wrong with me? What the hell? I'm losing it. Hi, Matthew, Howard Stern.
You're okay. Going to use your name?
Hang on. What's the matter with you? Oh, man. What the hell is wrong with me? What the hell? I'm losing it.